It is 8 minutes until after top of the hour. We thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We're here for another edition as the Good Time Gang is in studio, ready to go. Your phone calls are always welcome as you can join the show. They'll be unscreened, but 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number if you'd like to join in. The 12 working days of Christmas scheduled to start Thursday as we count back 12 working days from the big ender, which is December the 15th, and that will start on Thursday as these two want to giggle and look at each other. So let's start it up here as 9 minutes past the hour. To my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
That's the only reason we do that.
Yeah.
I'll see his eyes.
You want to just giggle like little girls. Look at me, I'm giggling.
Look at it, trying to mess him up. We're trying to trip you up a little.
Hope everybody's doing good today. Everybody fired up, ready to go?
Yeah,
absolutely. Actually, I wish I was in the bed asleep.
Yeah, well, we all wish that, don't we? Boy, it'd be
I'd like
nice.
to see y'all about 9.
Yeah. Had something happen today. I'm not happy.
Today?
Yeah, already.
My God.
What happened?
Had to wake up and pee at 2:05. Couldn't go back to sleep.
I hate that.
Gosh almighty. I mean, come on.
Struggle.
And I knew it, too.
What time you normally get up?
3:15.
Oh, yeah. Well, it wasn't too bad. I mean, you couldn't go back to
No, just I've been up. I mean, I didn't get up.
Yeah,
I still
you laid there.
I fought it like a dog. But I just couldn't go back to sleep. I just sat there, and so then you go, well, I don't want to toss and turn too much because then Terry's going to wake up.
Yeah.
So you want to be respectful to her, and so you're sitting there and you're just like, good night. Do I go ahead and get up? But then, boy, it's cold where we are, a little cold snap. So I'm like, little man wants to stay under the covers too.
I like it under here, but I got to pee.
Yeah, so I've been up. I just couldn't
go back. Your mind,
and that's been
get to moving.
Yes, and that's been happening some. That if it just I can go back to sleep, it just takes me a minute. But today I couldn't.
Tell you that's a sign. Well, I don't want to talk about it.
But I just couldn't today. Little man is over here with his hands in his pocket because he's cold. Hey, buddy, how about night?
This is.
So if I was outside, I get it.
You need to go get looked at.
If I was outside, I'd get it. But I'm in here. It shouldn't be cold.
Right. Yeah. Well, then we have heat. You can go turn it on.
Well, I thought it was on. I heard it making that noise.
For the last 2 weeks, at least 2 weeks, it may be longer, my alarm has not waken me up. It's been, it's set for 4:01. And sometime
does 01.
sometime between 3:30 and 3:55, I always wake up.
Really?
Today it was 3:33.
But you don't just wait on the alarm?
No. Well, sometimes, but
I'll wait on it.
I'll wait on it. Sometimes I'll just kind of lay there and not do anything till it goes off. But
nothing worse.
The alarm does not wake me up anymore.
It's just there.
It's just there just in case, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I can't stand to have to go to the bathroom and you're looking, it's 10 minutes before that.
I know.
Like, good night.
Look, I have rolled around in that bed like a little schoolboy not wanting to pee, just so I don't get up. I say. And then at one point I'm like, hey, buddy, you're a grown man. Why don't you just go use the bathroom and come back to bed?
Yeah, because it ain't like you're going to sleep.
Yeah.
Golly.
It's like a game. Like, don't get up. Don't get up. You can hold it. You can hold it. And I'm sitting there squirming in the bed. Like, get up.
And my eyes are always like trying to adjust, and I can't really see what time the clock says.
Yeah,
and then I go, but then sometimes I'll think, well, dang, it's almost time to get up. Then I look and go, oh, no, it's 11. Not 1.
Do you ever wake up and try to guess what the time is before you look?
No. Yes, I do.
I do that sometimes.
I don't have the mental capacity to do that.
I hope. I'm more hoping than anything. When
you look at
I'm like, please say 12:30.
Of course, my favorite's on the off day when you wake up and think you got to go to work.
Oh,
you think it's your panic.
That is.
You realize it's your off day.
Yeah, so
I love that.
Today is my 6-month skin check.
Well, you'll go on a skin check. I didn't realize it's been 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
sure?
because time flies.
Goodness gracious.
I got a few places.
Buddy,
Greg, every time you and I sit here and say this, and we never go.
I know it.
I know. Well,
look,
we're going to pay a dear price.
I'm really
too.
dumb on my part because I've had them removed, so that means once you start dealing with it, you're going to deal with it.
Yeah, when you're fair skinned and bald, you're poster boy for skin check.
Yeah.
Okay? I mean,
when they gonna do that?
if they had, this is why you should get your skin checked, it'd be me sitting there going,
what about they still do that where your whole head peels?
No, that's the blue light.
Yeah.
Now they want me to do it, but ain't nobody got time for that.
I never, when Speedy got his first one, we're at the old studio, and I walked in, he was in his office, he looked at me with this miserable look on his face. He was like,
oh, yeah, I look like a snake peeling.
Like you shed your skin.
Yeah, I did. But yeah, so on the blue light thing, it's come a long way. It used to be they would paint you up, and then
you look like one of the blue men.
Yeah, well, no, it was clear. It was clear, and then but you would have to sit around and wait for 2 hours,
Good night.
and then come back,
time.
and then you would sit under this blue light and think of a tanning bed for your head. But I know I shouldn't say tanning bed and skin.
I just remember you scaling up.
Yeah. Oh boy. And then
But I
so
tell you, though, a
it
week
takes about
later-
15 minutes, and what it does is it takes that layer of skin cancer and everything else. That layer, it gives you fresh skin. I guess I don't know
I
how
will
to
say
it.
this: once you
I'm probably
cleared up-
butchering it. but-
Once it cleared up on the peeling, you looked about 10 years younger.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, buddy. I appreciate you checking me
You're
out.
like somebody put one of them filters over your head.
Yeah, like the AI version of me.
Yes.
But the problem is that for like 2 days you can't be in the sun after.
Dang.
So what you try to do is you try to time it down to
Go
where
out at night
it's a
and then hide in the
Friday.
day? What are
It's
you,
like
a vampire?
It's like a Friday that you go, hey, I mean, you can stay in the house and watch football or hang out. You just can't run around out in the sun. Yeah. And so you try to plan it for a Friday and then have a Saturday, Sunday where you can just chill in the house. But I don't have that.
Time for that.
Ain't nobody. I just don't have it. So here's what's going to happen. They're going to come in, and I'm going to go in, I'm going to sit down, and they're going to give me this.
You be in your drawers.
Strip down to your drawers, and let me give you this tablecloth to cover you up with,
Well, don't you hate when they look between your toes?
Yeah, they'll
You
do it.
You think, ain't like I had a pedicure. My
They'll
feet
pull,
are
they'll
kinda-
pull back that underwear a little bit, too.
Watch out now.
And he's just laying there all uncomfortable.
Oh,
yeah,
ain't
and about
nothing
20
comfortable.
female interns
Oh,
from
yeah.
like the
Sure.
local school.
I know,
You know,
I
like,
know.
gather in here. You can't even fit another girl in there.
I know.
And
What is that? And you're like,
I know that full length mirror sitting right in front of you.
that's
So you're like, so
awesome.
this is
You
me.
stare at yourself the whole time, waiting on them.
Yeah. And so that'll be me today. And here's what she'll do. She'll go, hey, look, I see a couple of spots. Now, I can freeze them real quick and we can knock that out, but you really need to get that blue light. And I'm like, I know, but dang it, just
lot goes on around
just
the
hit
place.
me up. So I'll come in tomorrow, and it'll look like I've been stung by a couple of
I
bees,
get it.
and I'll have some red spots, and then it'll just get better, I
Go
guess.
now. I need to go.
Huh? Every
I need to
time.
go.
I want to say it's probably been 2 years since you
Probably have.
saying that.
I think you're right.
I
'Cause
try.
we used to go around the same
I
time.
try not to cancel these. I just
Well, it's smart.
yeah. I know too many that like with half an ear because they didn't go.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Speedy.
buddy.
Yeah, no problem. Top of the ear. You go check it out. Let me see your top of the ear. Let me look at them.
Hang in
Oh
there.
yeah, you're eat up. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. You're gonna get that Mose treatment again if you don't
Oh,
go.
I know it.
Rick and Bubba.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Rizin, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, I'm Jackie, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken. It is golden brown, so juicy, so delicious. It's the perfect savory start to my day.
Hey, I'm Matt, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the freshly baked, flaky, buttery biscuit. When I take a bite, it's kind of like, crispy, soft, crispy. Crispy outside, soft interior, crispy chicken. There's really nothing like it.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
Just Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash. Oh,
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
At Simply Safe, our 24/7 lifeguard protection helps stop crime in real time. Because during a break-in, every second counts. And these days, every dollar counts. Right now, get 50% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. It's U.S. News and World Report's best home security of 2023. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
There's never a wrong time to protect your family, but this fall happens to be an especially good time because you can get up to 50% off a brand new Simply Safe home security system. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home with advanced sensors that detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 50% off any Simply Safe system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit Rick and Bubba under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star. Fat will get you very far.
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we appreciate you being with us today. All right, so we're off and running as only we can. And Helmsy, you said you had a question for us.
Well, I
like
got
a legit question. What do you got?
You know what that is? He's got that ride. See, I'm the same way. Your mind's moving, you come up with questions.
Buddy.
Well,
know you commute.
you're right, Greg, but that's not what's at play here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. He's got his hoodie on, so he's just thinking.
Watch him.
Speedy, you were actually included on this email over the Thanksgiving break from Sandra.
Okay.
And I didn't know this was a real thing. I thought we've been searching for this. Maybe I missed it at some point. But there is actually a word for secondhand embarrassment.
Really?
Like an actual word.
What is it?
Fontrum. F-O-N.
Who said this?
F-O-N-T-R-U-M.
Somebody's called this in before.
Fontrum. Feeling embarrassed for someone that doesn't have enough common sense to feel the embarrassment that they should be feeling for themselves for their actions.
That's it.
Fontrum.
I don't like that. Well, it's not a great word.
I don't like it either.
I'll
I'll stay with
more
secondhand.
peppy.
Yeah.
Y'all don't like Fondrum? I don't know.
I can't remember.
I don't know if I'm
doesn't
saying it
sound
correctly, but it's. I mean,
like
it's
secondhand
F-O-N.
embarrassment because it tells you what it is. Fontrum. You go, what is that?
Fontrum.
Some kind of yoga move? What is
Fontrum. Fontrum.
Yeah, this was called in years.
I didn't know this,
I didn't either, but I can't remember. I still. What did you just say? Fontrum.
Fontrum.
Okay.
Fontrum.
I can't remember.
Hey, look!
Seconds away.
Got some Fontrum going on. Say that don't sound right.
I like it.
Secondhand.
I like
Like
Fontrum.
secondhand.
Can you
I'm
remember
gonna start.
it, though?
Yeah, I think
That's
I can.
the thing.
You're
I'm gonna
just trying
start.
to sound smart.
No, I think. I mean, it's a real word. It's a real word, and
Fontrum,
it means.
that sounds like something to do with like riding or something. I don't like it.
Riding?
Well, you have trouble because you have Fontrum. You know.
I tell you what, that would be a really good paper, but that Fontrum is not working
You got
out.
to work on the Fontrum.
Yeah. I don't like that either, Greg, but I just thought I'd throw that in for some reason. I like Fontrum, and I'm going to start saying it. Okay. So anytime you hear me say Fontrum, you know I'm talking about secondhand embarrassment.
That's going to confuse people.
That's going to help me because I won't remember it, and so if you'll keep saying it, I'll remember. So I appreciate that.
Fontrum.
Because I default to secondhand. I should be saying.
I like secondhand. I'm going with that.
Now
that's the meat and potatoes.
All right, so let me. I want to. I'm
too
doing
fancy.
a little research here. Okay,
got fingers.
Sandra sent it with the little definition, but when I look it up, it says Urban Dictionary.
See, Sandra don't know what she's talking about.
Greg, don't do that to Sandra.
I'm getting Fontrum on
One
Sandra.
big. Let's see.
I'm kidding, Sandra. It's us. I bet you if you listen or watch this show, you have Fontrum on us all the time.
Every now and then.
Yeah. You feel so sorry for us, kind of like right now.
Yeah. Say, what are y'all doing?
Yeah, what are y'all doing?
Fontrum.
No, so you think you're saying it right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
now I don't know if I'm saying it right, but when you look at F-O-N, F-O-N is fine, right? T-R-U-M is trum.
T-R?
Yeah.
Fontrum, yeah.
So I would think it was Fontrum.
Yeah, unless something silent or something.
Yeah, and I don't know about all that. I mean, I really don't.
What are we doing on there?
Horrible in English.
I was actually good in English
Were
in
you?
school.
Were you really?
I don't know what happened.
I don't picture that.
I was.
I wish I would have.
Well, now, it wasn't great, but it was one of my strong points.
Oh, well, really?
Compared to the other stuff.
Right.
Never mind. I really wasn't, now that I think about it.
Let's
Just
see.
because it was what I did best compared to the other things I was doing.
Right.
Probably wasn't that impressive.
Yeah.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off.
That's good.
Fontrum.
I always did well in English.
Oh,
that means it
man.
was a C+.
Right. Hey, if I got a C, you kidding me?
I'd kick it out of gear then. I'm in.
They'd take me to the store and buy me something.
What you talking about?
Come on,
One
Will.
of the this I've been wanting to ask this too. This was a question from the audience, and this falls into growing
Any
up,
Fontrums?
childhood. No,
See,
well
that
maybe
sounds like
with this.
something bad.
Yeah. That sounds like something they're going to tell me I have at my skin
I'm
check
sorry
today.
that you have Fontrum.
Speedy, you look like you got Fontrum. You got a Fontrum when you open that door and I'm sitting there in my
Talk
undies.
about Fontrum.
Yeah. Check me out.
That's why. Please tell me you're not wearing whitey tighties that you got like boxer briefs on.
Yeah.
Don't be sitting there with whitey tighties on.
What do I have? What is that?
Oh yeah, I think.
What does that
the
say?
trading company, Duluth Trading.
Okay, I got Duluth underwear
So
on.
them go about mid.
Yeah.
though.
Were y'all ever in the Boy Scouts?
Yeah, I said
No,
you
I
look at
wasn't.
mine.
I used to beat them up, but no.
Greg.
I'm just kidding.
Burgess.
I was kidding.
Good night. What is your problem?
That was so quick too.
Say,
I couldn't even get Scouts out of my mouth.
good night. Hey, son.
I'm just kidding. But no, I never was. I remember one time when I was real small, I kind of wanted to be a Cub Scout. Kind of, because they had that Pinewood Derby.
I got to ask my mom and dad this. For some reason, I went to a Cub Scouts meeting. And like a parent,
So you actually
father,
went to the meeting?
Yeah, no, like I went to I was in Cub Scouts
Was
for
you and
like
Mac dressed
less
the
than
same?
6 weeks. I think it was like less than
So
6
you
weeks.
you went that far.
I
Well-
got flickers of memory of something. I
And-
think my dad tried to one time put me in something. And
I thought
missed
you was
it.
in Weeblos. That was like the upper echelon.
No, I know what you're doing.
No, it is. You look it up. That's a real word.
I know what you're doing. 'Cause
Here's
you said
what
it and you said it and you smiled.
You too. That's
Her
something.
Jen.
All right, go ahead.
I don't know.
I'm
if
picturing him in his Cub Scout
Well,
uniform.
and I don't know if
you
it's.
and Go ahead.
I don't know if it was something that I wanted to do, or my mom and dad said, hey, I think this would be good for you. I don't know, but I was real young, and I remember when it all went south.
Did you learn to tie some knots?
No, well, yeah, but
cussed out the leader.
No, when it all went south is when we had that the car making deal.
Pinewood Derby.
Yes, and I did not do well, and I didn't like it, and I quit.
Yeah, because there's certain rules that you got to, and they didn't really race; they just time them, don't they?
And I wasn't.
So the Pinewood Derby took
I
you
think
out.
that's what took me out. I think that's what did me in. I was like, this is not for me.
That was the only thing that made me kind of want to do it. It seemed like my neighbor was a Cub Scout, and I was like, oh. And they had kind of a cool uniform. And anyway, the Pinewood Derby, I remember him working on his car. But yours didn't turn out very well.
And it was in the library of the school where we did the little thing, and I didn't.
And you didn't.
I didn't do. Mine didn't place at
fun.
all, and I was very disappointed. And I thought, this ain't for me.
I'm out.
But I wonder
they
if
do
this
other
was
things.
my idea or my parents' idea. Did I come home one day and go, hey, I want to try this Cub Scouts thing?
But I think you don't build the car the entire time you're in Cub Scouts. That was just one thing you did.
Yeah, it was just
you
a
would have had
project.
other things.
I know,
you
but
done.
that's what I remember because it was so traumatizing.
If
for
you'd
me.
have held on, you could rub sticks together and make
I'm
fire.
sure people had Fontrum about what I was doing in my car.
They felt bad for you.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
So the holidays are going to be chaotic no matter what, but Raycon is here to make your everyday a little easier. From earbuds that let you take premium audio wherever you go to PowerTech products that make sure you never run out of charge. Raycon has racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews with their products. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space with favorites like those everyday earbuds. Now, this past year, they introduced Raycon PowerTech and Raycon Home, featuring much-loved products like their Magic 180 charging cable, which provides hyperspeed charging to iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. Raycon is known for delivering high-quality and thoughtful features at half the price of other premium tech brands. Plus, there's an easy and free return guarantee. They offer free shipping and buy now, pay later options. Get 15% off your Raycon order right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. 15% off buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B. Traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
There's never a wrong time to protect your home, but this fall happens to be an especially good time because you can get up to 50% off a brand new Simply Safe home security system. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home with advanced sensors that detects break-ins, fires, floods, and more. It's powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, half the cost of traditional home security. With new 24/7 live guard protection and a smart alarm wireless indoor camera, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders, helping stop a crime in real time. Try Simply Safe for 60 days risk-free. If you don't love it, return your system for a full refund. For an unlimited time, listeners can get a special 50% off any Simply Safe system with a Fast Protect plan. Just visit simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com for 50% off, or visit rickandbubba.com and check it out under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star.
25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Yesterday, Tyler called Reese and then me and said, hey.
I'm glad you're bringing this up. I know what you're going to talk about, and I want to know the details of this.
Okay. He said, hey, y'all want to go play 18?
Yeah.
And he was kind of
the family that golf together.
He was kind of joking because I'm like, if it gets below 50, I just don't feel like playing.
See, I'm the same way, and this is why this intrigued me.
Yeah.
What you're about to talk about.
And there's a couple of places around town where they have these simulators where you can go in, punch up a course, and play 18 holes.
Yeah.
You tee off and everything else, and there's a place really close to where you live, and called the Golfus. And
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I've always wondered what that was.
Right. And you go in, and I think it was really smart what these folks did, and they're not paid advertisers. I'm not endorsing them or whatever. It's just this is where we went. And he said, Mabry and I went, he's telling me, last week, and you actually can go in, and you get the entire downstairs.
Okay.
It's got like a kitchen. It's got a big conference table. It's got like bar stools where you can actually bring
party.
You can, or you can bring someone with you that just wants to watch you. And so Mabry, being in nursing school, she just went, opened up the laptop. They have wireless, and she was studying while Tyler played 18. And so yesterday he said. Actually, it was over Thanksgiving. He was just talking to us. He said, hey, what do y'all think about maybe going and doing this together? And we were like, yeah, man, we're in. And so yesterday was the day. And so we went, and we just pull up, and he said, hey, where y'all want to play? And is it Paynes Valley, I think, which is one of Tiger Woods' courses that he did. And he said, hey, you want to play this one? And I'm like, well, I guess so. So he just punches it up, and you get to warm up, and you don't pay by the person, you pay by the hour.
Okay.
So you go, okay, if we got three of us, or we got a foursome, it's probably going to take us two to three hours to play. And so you just reserve like 2 hours or something like that. And so it's very reasonable. and it was actually a lot of fun. I mean, a ton of fun.
I saw your post, and I thought maybe it's a story, and I'm thinking, what in the world are they doing, and where is that at?
Yeah, it's really close to where you live. Right down.
I know exactly. So
right down from Mark's Outdoors.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking
about.
If
I played golf, I'd do it.
It's almost like
this would be something fun for you, because
especially you're cold, little man.
I've warmed up. I feel better.
No, but this would be fun for you because you're hitting off turf, and it's just something that's fun. I mean, like, there were times we had blow up holes, and we just laughed about it and goofed off, and we'd look out, and the highway would be bumper to bumper, and they'd be like, man, they are miserable. We're having a blast, and we just had. You can turn on music. They got three flat screen TVs. They had Sports Center on. They had that hockey game on where they, I think, played outside. And
had that ugly lady on.
Yeah, it was just really a lot of fun.
It looked like it.
And
I was intrigued when I saw it.
I hate JC was back at school and he couldn't be there. But we mentioned, hey, we need to do this again when everybody's in town over the holidays. Bring the wives, let everybody kind of hang out, and it'd be a lot of fun.
You know where I'm going with this is
team building.
It'd be a good team building. It's almost like this place, because I've seen it before when I drive by. You can't miss it. It's almost like they had their office there, and whoever run the place was a big golf fan and thought, I'm going to put a simulator in at the office so that when, I ain't got anything to do, I'll just hit a few golf balls.
Well,
and he's turned it into a business.
Well, to your point, Tyler didn't know enough about that because he had just heard about it from some of his work buddies. When I went, what they did is it looks like they own the building or they lease it or whatever, and they have an upstairs where they run their company, and they're like, hey, we don't really use downstairs.
That's what I've always thought.
Let's turn this into a business. Yeah. And Pebblehurst and others have something similar to this, but this is just a straight up single deal where it's just you.
How about that?
And so we go in and we, of course, start trash talking and goofing off and having fun. But I did think about y'all. We won't ever do it because we don't ever have enough time. But it would be fun because I think it was Greg, you ain't worried about looking in for your golf ball off in the woods or whatever. You just
beer's always cold.
Yeah, they got a fridge full of whatever you prefer. And for us, it was just water and snacks. And you can bring your own food, bring your own drinks.
Huh.
And it was a good time.
Good little deal.
It was a really good time. But I put it on my Instagram story. It was funny because it was like a 227-37 par 3 or something downhill, and so I hit a 3-wood and I got lucky and got on the green. And so what I had posted was I was asking the boys, hey, where's my ball? And they knew where it was, so they just didn't want to answer it.
What's funny
it's on the green.
is,
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Do you know?
I'm dead.
Do you know what my first thought was when I saw where y'all were at?
What?
I thought, my gracious, Speedy and Tyler have gotten into golf so much, he's put a simulator in his house.
Now that would be awesome.
I really did think that.
That would be
That was my
awesome.
first thought.
And somebody donated it to him.
Yeah. No, you could get off in that, and they're expensive. Yeah. But I know folks that have them.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they got their basement just set up.
I'm thinking about doing that.
This here, what do y'all think about this story? Here's the headline. John Gruden, y'all remember him?
No. I loved John Gruden. Coach Gruden.
Named as big wild card candidate for Indiana football job.
First of all, why would he want to go coach in Indiana? Nothing against Indiana.
He probably just wants to get back into coaching, period.
Yeah, but there's got to be another job somewhere.
It says here, more than 2 years after the controversy, the emails and stuff that they said were homophobic and racist and all this, they got him into trouble middle of the 2021 season. It ruined his and ended his NFL career as a coach. His name has popped up again Sunday as a related possibility to the Indiana Hoosiers football job.
There has to be a tie somehow.
He used to, with every single job, NFL and college, his name would always come up.
Mm-hmm.
It always
every
came
time.
Up. And I don't understand what the Panthers are doing right now. They fired Frank Wright yesterday.
Yeah, they did.
And after 11 games?
Yeah, how can you?
It's a 1-10 start.
Yeah, and he.
Granted, he got fired last year in the middle of the season too from the Colts.
Yeah,
maybe. when you go hiring coaches, you don't hire. But I don't think that's fair. You gotta give him time. He's got a rookie quarterback
who doesn't have any help at all.
Yeah, I mean,
but you should be better than 1-10. I think what they said that they lost momentum and it was just nothing.
Well, the problem is they've had 7 different coaches if you count the interims in the last 3 or 4 years, and that's you can't. How are you supposed to get something stable?
They were talking. I don't follow it enough, but I was listening to some this morning. They say that owner. He's that way. He fires people left and right and don't give them time to do anything. Matt Rule, you brought him in, and didn't get immediate response.
Look, I'm all about making progress, and 1-10 is unacceptable. But you've inherited a situation. Bryce Young, everybody would have drafted him. And so he's gonna do fine, but he's got to have help.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, and plus he's got to learn it's a different game.
Our buddy
now, granted, Stroud's having a good year, and everybody's like, look at Stroud. Well, that's not fair.
Our buddy
he's on a different team.
Bozeman's the center, isn't he? From Alabama.
I think so.
Yeah.
If you took Stroud and put him with the Panthers and then took Young, they'd just reverse roles. Stroud would not be having a good year, and Young would.
Yeah, it's tough. You feel sorry for him. He's running for his life and a lot of times. But, all right, so it
my
says
point
here,
was John Gruden could coach there.
Yeah, but
the NFL, I think, blackball him.
That's what I was going to say. Have they banned him or something?
Yeah, I don't know. But to your point,
politically, he got canceled.
He did.
The Athletic mentioned Gruden as a big wild card because apparently he has some IU folks that like him or something. But they've got a couple here. Is it Jake Dickert, the Washington State head coach? He's been rumored, but he can have a last name.
Poor
like
Washington State. They're going to be the stuff. Everybody goes there, has success, and then people come get them.
Well, Oregon State's coach left and went to Michigan State.
And I don't really know about that. Well, I guess with the Pac-2, maybe that had something to do. But as far as programs, I know there was a time when Michigan State was obviously a lot better than they are now, but I don't know.
Michigan's offensive.
It was when one Nick Saban was there.
That's true.
Right.
And what's the other
Michigan's offensive coordinator has been rumored. Alabama's offensive coordinator is Tommy Rees. He's been named as on the short list as well. So we'll see. But Gruden did do some consulting work for the Saints. The last time he was in the NCAA ranks was when he was a tight ends coach at Pacific in 1989. So he's been in the NFL, but we'll see. That just is a headline today, and I wanted to get y'all's reaction to just it's probably just a headline, and that's it. But
like Helms brought up, there was a time when every job his name was tied to it, either pro or college. When he was retired, remember when he was commentating, but then he had that, was it the Fired Coaches Association or something?
Yeah.
That he would break down film, and I remember him sitting there with Brett Favre. It was really good.
Yeah, it was.
I miss not seeing him all the time.
Yeah, that.
Well, he got canceled.
I know.
Yeah.
Unreal.
They'll cancel you.
They don't know why they canceled him, but they canceled him.
They have no idea.
Well, they say it was homophobic and racist emails that came to light.
You need to define.
I'm just telling you what it said.
Yeah, I understand, but
Yeah.
When you hear that, you go, "Oh, he's a bad person." Well, you need to break it down and see exactly what he said and what they consider to be hate speech.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 14 minutes until top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you any cocktail you want?
I'll have an old-fashioned.
I'll have a margarita.
Now you can with the Bartesian Home Cocktail Maker. Bartesian is a sleek machine the size of a coffee maker that makes premium cocktails at the touch of a button. Choose from over 50 different cocktails, from classics to the most exotic premium cocktails served in the best bars today. You'll always get freshly mixed, perfectly balanced cocktails with the Bartesian Cocktail Maker. And now, get Bartesian's best holiday deal ever when you go to bartesian.com/radio. Entertaining? The Bartesian is ideal for parties. No need to stock all kinds of individual mixers for complicated recipes. Every guest gets the cocktail of their choice in seconds. The Bartesian makes a wonderful gift for anyone who loves a fine premium cocktail. Now get Bartesian's best holiday deal ever. It's available right now only at bartesian.com/radio. That's BARTESIAN.com/radio for Bartesian's best holiday deal ever. Only at bartesian.com/radio.
Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash. Oh.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
And Doug. With Liberty Mutual, you can customize and save hundreds on your car insurance. But what to buy with those savings? Yep, I bought a sound effects machine.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty. What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. So the holidays are going to be chaotic no matter what, but Raycon is here to make your everyday a little easier. From earbuds that let you take premium audio wherever you go to PowerTech products that make sure you never run out of charge. Raycon has racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews with their products. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space with favorites like those everyday earbuds. Now, this past year, they introduced Raycon PowerTech and Raycon Home, featuring much-loved products like their Magic 180 charging cable, which provides hyperspeed charging to iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. Raycon is known for delivering high-quality and thoughtful features at half the price of other premium tech brands. Plus, there's an easy and free return guarantee. They offer free shipping and buy now, pay later options. Get 15% off your Raycon order right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. 15% off, buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by MyPillow.com/Bubba. Big news, but you need to act today. Today only. Boy, this is tough here. With the way it printed.
I know.
It's got a
today only, huh?
It's got a special that I can't read.
Dang the luck.
Wow.
Act now.
Let's see if it says here, if it goes back in and looks. MyPillow.com/Bubba. They have got all kinds of specials going on, from 25 to 35% off the knitted hats and scarves. When you think of like all your Christmas stuff, you've got the tree skirts, the stockings, the Bible stories collection, throw blankets. All of that kind of stuff is like 25 to 35% off. Kitchen towels are 25% off. My slippers are $39.98. a $100 savings get for the garage. Greg.
They do.
Maybe you could upgrade that.
Lisa was talking about it the other day. About
Just
cold.
Just $19.99.
Got a little heater out there.
My Pillow clothing for men and women are up to 80% off. That's right, 80% off. Even My Pillow smooth toe socks are 25% off, and on it goes. I mean, I could just sit here and read and read and read.
Do it and do it and do it.
Go to mypillow.com/Bubba and enjoy all the savings you'll receive on these great products. And as I just mentioned, and many others, as a listener to this show, today only you will get free shipping too. That's what the line was, that it was gone on the first page. Free shipping today, but today only. All these savings, but free shipping too. MyPillow.com/Bubba.
MyPillow.
Or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button.
Yep.
This headline is getting Greg.
Oh yeah. Well, think about it.
Ozzy Osbourne.
Oh, Oz.
He has revealed he has, and it's sad, but he's got a spinal tumor.
Yeah, but
and gives, and he also gave a Parkinson's disease update or whatever. But he says at best, I've only got 10 years left.
Okay.
So how old
First
is
of
he?
all,
70? He's 74.
He's 74, so that would make him 84.
Most 74-year-olds have 10 years or less.
And that's
when you hear
what
that
Greg
announcement, you go, "Oh, Ozzy's only got." No, that's if you can actually live 10 more years. That's the
I'll
fact
say
he's
this.
lived 74 years with the lifestyle. You read back, I mean, some of his antics from the past. I don't know how he's still alive.
But
if he that's not a New York. He's only got 10. No, they should be going. Hey man, I just got nearly 10 years.
You celebrate that.
Yeah.
My friends, I'll take that deal today. If you said Helms at 74, you're going to be told you got 10 years left. Sign me up.
That's what's so funny. The headline's so misleading. It'd be different if this was somebody who was in their early 20s.
I know.
Hey, guess what? So
and lived a pretty rough life.
Oh my goodness.
Good night. Yeah.
I mean,
unreal. Some of the stories.
y'all-
When he snorted that line of ants, you ever hear him tell that story?
Did you just say snort a line of ants?
Yeah, it was in the.
Was it a fire ant?
It was just there were ants on the ground, and he was on the Motley Crue was on tour with him. They wrote about it in their book, and he would do this thing where he'd try to outgross everybody. And they got off, and they were walking to the hotel, and there was a line of ants where somebody dropped alive crawling, like somebody dropped a popsicle. He took a straw and snorted them.
Good night.
What in the world?
Great.
And he did much worse than that, but I ain't gonna say it on air.
Well, no, we can't.
He really did
about
much
that,
worse
Greg.
than that.
Yeah. Don't
Really?
do that to us. We'll have Fontrum.
Yeah. But anyway, so I'm just saying the fact that he's, I think he may be stepping out saying he's got 10.
Right.
You know, but the article was acting like, oh, he's only got 10 years left.
Yeah.
He's 74 and lived a life of debauchery, and it's still alive at 74.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's
have good genes.
That's the headline that's got him today.
Well, don't y'all see my point?
Yeah,
It
no,
makes
I
sense.
got your point for sure.
They should be celebrating if he gets 10
should.
more.
Have y'all watched that reality series with him and his son that go around to different places?
Pretty
It's pretty
good.
good.
He's funny.
Yeah.
Can't understand what he says.
Not a
but
word. Not a
he's
word.
funny.
Not a word.
I
and
have
his,
no
and
idea
his
what he
son
says.
is so quirky too.
Oh, yeah.
The two of them together, it's just.
How do you feel about his music? Everybody likes Crazy Train, so throw that to the side.
Okay.
I always think of Chipper Jones with that because that's what he came out to.
Yeah.
I like a lot of his stuff. When I was in school, he was popular.
Yeah.
You know, he was with Black
A little
Sabbath.
before my time. So
Yeah,
I
he was
didn't
before
really.
your time.
Yeah.
He was with Black Sabbath, and that was before my time. But then when I was growing up, he was a solo artist, and he's pretty good.
Yeah.
I like a lot of his stuff. I mean, I'm not like a fanatic. I know people who are a fanatic for him. I am nothing near that.
All I'm doing is picturing him snorting a line of ants at this moment.
And then I'll tell you later, worse than that.
Okay, great.
But
You don't have-
They
you don't
said
have
he
to
had a
tell
game
us.
where he would try to outgross everybody.
Right.
Right. We got that.
But we got
it.
that,
We got it.
and you can't wait to tell us. As a matter of fact, if we had more than 2 minutes left, you might accidentally say it. But there you go.
Yeah.
There's you an update on Ozzy. But yeah, his music, I haven't gone into the hardcore stuff. You know, I haven't really dabbled in that. But
I'll be
when he
honest
was
with
on solo, I would.
There's a handful of songs I like. I'm not a fanatic by no means.
Mama, I'm
know
coming
some
home.
people.
How you on
that's
that
pretty
one?
good.
No, don't like it.
He
I like the
squinted
older
when he said
stuff,
he
Flying
liked
High
it.
Again, all that, the older stuff.
Yeah.
Diary of a Madman.
The only reason Mama, I'm coming home. It's a great walk out of a commercial break. That's a good bit of music. Yeah.
It's one of the few songs I even know.
Yeah, you're out of this conversation.
And I told you,
unless you were a fan of his reality show when he had this family. Remember that?
I do remember a little bit about. I remember everybody talking about that. I didn't watch it.
That was funny. That was a funny show. It was one of the first reality shows. It was good.
Speaking of shows, I caught up on Bass Reeves last night.
You did? Okay,
too.
good.
And I've still got a couple episodes of Joe Pickett left.
I'm right there with you.
Well, we're caught up. I've finished.
Joe's in a bind right now.
I finished all the Joe stuff, and then Bass Reeves, I'm up on that. We only needed one episode. Have y'all? It's on Apple Plus. Here I go. I can't think of it. It has to do with is it Monarch? No, I don't know. It's a new Apple Plus series, and it has to do with Godzilla and all that. Have y'all seen that?
Nah, I don't like Godzilla stuff.
I'm not a big Godzilla.
You have seen it, Adler?
I don't like stuff like that.
Adler said he's seen it.
Yeah, I saw that advertised on my Apple TV Plus. I didn't know what are y'all talking about? Bass Reeves? I don't even know what that is.
That's on Paramount Plus. It's one of their originals.
Lawman, Bass Reeves.
It's the same guy that did 1883, 1923, Yellowstone, and all that. He's now the greatest lawman to ever live, Bass Reeves.
And what was the other one you talked about?
Just now,
Joe Pickett.
Joe Pickett. It's on Paramount Plus as well.
I heard about that either.
It's on Paramount Plus. It's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, it ain't great, but it's good.
Yeah. It's a poor man's Yellowstone.
Yeah, exactly.
Think of it like that.
With a smaller budget.
Yeah, the scenery is unbelievable.
It really is.
Yeah, he's in a handle, though.
Hey, those fake elk.
Yeah, that gets
I knew
me.
that would bother you.
Yeah.
I knew it.
I mean, you can't train an elk to do that. I get it, but they look really bad.
Well, Daniel Tiger learned about sharing last night.
You got little Daniel
pretty exciting.
Well, get your paddle out and get ready for some pickleball.
Yeah. I'm not sure this is the promotion Pickleball was looking for.
Maybe not.
I don't think so.
I thought it was perfect for Bubba. Isn't that what they said? This is perfect.
Yeah. I can't wait.
You'll love it.
I can't wait for all of us to talk about how we all found out.
Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. So we will begin the process, and then we will work our way through it because it's a lot to uncover. To set it up, there's this pickleball thing was I don't know where it came from. I don't know how it started, but I think, Bubba, see if I have this right. This was supposed to be a group of people who say, as you and I, we've hit the big double nickel. I'll hit it in October. And people are starting to say, if you want to be active and you don't want to, and you're looking for something to do, pickleball is something that you can do. Is this supposed to be for people who are playing tennis but can't play it anymore? Or does it? What is its role in life? Pickleball. What is it just supposed to be? Here's a little game for older people, for unathletic people. I mean, what is it for?
The slow motion
all the
of that
above.
is so
Okay,
crazy.
all right,
It looks like an E60, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like a game you'd play like at a family reunion or something.
Yeah, it looks like it would kind of be a yard game or something. It has some tennis parts to it. As I drill the net person there, but it's not as fast. There's not as much ground to cover and all that. I think this is the actual injury play right here.
It is. And then,
thank you. Thank you.
Just hold it right there.
Attaboy, right there.
See, right there, we're looking on if you got our YouTube feed, you see at this moment, and these are these moments that Speedy loves and I do too. Right now, Bubba is not injured.
No, he's fine.
See the ball's in the air.
Yeah, he's fine.
And Bubba is not injured.
1 second from now, I'm going to be in extreme pain. Now, to set this up, we were invited to come play pickleball by Allie
McGill
at
Vestavia Hills United Methodist Church.
Thank you. They're right across the street from us.
Now, are they the ones that are changing God's standard on marriage, or are they?
They are not. They haven't got there yet.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. No, there's in the Methodist church. There's a little something going on.
There is. Don't tie them to that.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of nice folks.
Yeah,
there.
They're worried about pickleball at the moment.
Right.
They'll get that other leg.
Rick, just extremely nice. We met the pastor and a lot of their staff, and they have a program there that they play two times a week where they play pickleball, and they had, I don't know, 4 or 6 courts set up, something
4
like that.
courts.
There was
A lot of folks in there playing. It was fun.
Mm-hmm.
And
one guy was really concerned about Bubba. Did you see him often the court behind y'all?
Yeah.
He really was worried about Bubba.
And
I've looked
Helms
at every
and I
detail.
are kind of new to this, so we were just hitting around a little bit, and then we decided just kind of play a game and walk through it so we could get used to the scoring and how they do all that kind of stuff.
Still not hurt.
Right there, he feels good.
And,
look at that paddle. Yeah. It's nice.
And so
golden axe.
I had a misstep yesterday, and it caused me to have a pulled or strained growing. And it hurts very, very bad. And it hurt really, really bad yesterday. I was in extreme pain to the point, Rick, that you don't know what you're going to do. I don't know how I'm going to get home.
That chair's killing.
I knew I was going to have a problem driving because I couldn't pick my right leg up.
By the way, Bubba has not shrunk. This is as low. We got his chair lower if you're watching.
So I put my feet on the floor.
So he can get his feet on the floor so he's not hanging there.
Hanging in the air is the worst.
So can somebody give me, here's the numbers I've heard, and I need some clarification, that you played 11 minutes before this happened?
Now, Bubba keeps saying 11 minutes. It wasn't more than 15.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying maybe 13.
I don't know. I'll tell you this, we wasn't out there long at all. And
wasn't sweating yet.
We just started playing a game where we were going to keep score, and they had got a couple of points on us, and then me and Helms had come back and run off 4 in a row. And I just want to point out we were ahead when I went down. But
and then we'll get to the other story later about Adler tagged himself in and went crazy. But
I want to. We got to. There's so many things.
You didn't care then, but there's another story.
There's so many things to this, and one, for instance, like I'm needing the video. I haven't seen the video yet, okay? And so I have been questioning myself last night. Was this a ball that I should have gone and got?
No.
I left him hanging.
I can tell you exactly what happened.
So you have that.
Look at that face right there.
I get it. You have this, Rick. You have the fact that I now do not have a partner because I didn't know it was a growing. I thought he had either tweaked a calf or his back.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Sure.
And I thought, well, he's going to be back out here in a few minutes.
Run the list.
And so that's when Adler gets involved. And the footage of that is precious. Can't wait till we get into that.
Right.
So I go from having Bubba as a partner to Adler as a partner, and then Adler has to leave, so Timmy comes in, a guy that's at the church, and he doesn't know anything about pickleball either, so I find myself teaching and coaching him.
I didn't even know about Timmy.
You're talking about a grown man named Timmy?
Yeah, and the whole...
Did he say, God bless us, everyone?
When he said Timmy, I pictured like an 8-year-old walking down.
Yeah.
I said, he's too young to play with.
Bubba's down, Adler's got to go.
Now,
Timmy!
Rick, you got to understand, I am having a ball.
Hi, my name's Timmy. Can I come in? Hey,
Guys,
Mr. Helms.
Y'all are kidding.
All right, 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Hello and welcome. We're glad you're here. We got a brand new hour starting right now. This baby starts with our national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. No Bubba today. We'll update you on that, but we're excited to break down the stories of the day and talk to you, America. Let's go. America, we will update you on what's going on within the show all the way out to the ends of the earth. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy have given you a kickoff hour. They join us as we go forward. Eddie Van Adler in his seat, giving you the YouTube experience. Are you a Rick and Bubba YouTube channel subscriber? What? What? It doesn't cost anything. Go subscribe and join the more than 100,000 subscribers there. Be sure and all these things you're supposed to do. Is it thumbs up and the bell and all that? Hit all that stuff? Okay. For some reason that all matters. Let us know you're enjoying the content there on the YouTube channel. You'll get the live show today, and those of you joining us now live, welcome. But you also can catch it on the archive. There's a daily archive of the entire show. And then there's a best of hour on our YouTube channel that you can watch if you're a Blaze TV subscriber. So enjoy that. On the audio side, you've got America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Thank you for joining us, if that is your option. You can also catch us live on our TuneIn app. You just download that from the App Store. It's TuneIn. It is free. And then you search the Rick and Bubba channel. You'll get the live show every day. And you'll also get full shows archived for you that kind of rotate and then they update. And then you also get a full audio archive every day on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel and a best of hour there. So if you're needing Rick and Bubba content, hey, baby, we got it. So we'll start this ongoing thing with Bubba. None of us, are medical experts, even though we have zero hesitation to pretend to be them. So we know that Bubba has stepped into the world of Ozempic. As a matter of fact, when some of you, and Bubba brought this up, know that Bubba said this, so all of us love self-deprecating humor.
Yeah.
And it's our best foot forward because there's so much for each of us to make fun of about ourselves. We got, every time someone says, I can't believe you're all a little bit mean-spirited, I said, have you ever heard the way we talk about ourselves and each other? You don't think we love each other? There's no greater pat on the back than for this show to tear you to shreds.
Right.
But anyway, so
we love each other.
When I started trying to do just a little bit better.
Speaking of that, nice haircut.
Thank you, buddy. Did that just for
good.
you. I noticed this happens a lot of time. This person has been cutting our family's hair for a long time, and I don't mean this in a negative way because I like it. I'm glad that way I won't have to go back for a while this time. But I've noticed that, and she's very good at what she does, but I don't know that I've ever had the same haircut from her twice.
Really?
And I notice if she gets a little chatty, I go, well, getting a short one tonight. Because she gets to talking and not paying attention about what she's doing. And also I went, wow, you're bringing the shears out. And I don't even think you brought those out last time. But I got it like I like it today. So don't anybody worry about that because my hair is just like I like it. But anyway, so anyway.
There's any question out
there. Right. Don't even remotely think this is not exactly like I like it.
Like I like it.
That's right. Keep on going. Let me catch your hams. But anyway, so
long way to go.
Yeah, I did that one time, looked like Bull from Night Court. But
yeah, that's a good story, though.
But anyway, so Bubba made the funny statement when people were like, and I've noticed, by the way, and I'm the same way, so this is not an indictment on anyone. I'm the exact same way, been there. It's funny to watch the sad faces when people come to me and say, hey, so what are you doing? And then I look at them, I go, you don't want to know. And usually when I tell people what I'm actually doing, everybody's like, yeah, I'm not really into that. But and I wasn't either for a long, long time, so I understand that. But anyway, so Bubba made the joke, even though we put up, you can go to rickandbubba.com under goodies, and you'll see documents, and we've got various things there that people ask us about a lot. And I'm sorry about the sausage ball recipe. I need to get that to Helmsy. Somebody remind me of that.
Okay.
But anyway,
putting down sausage balls.
So Bubba said, because he is losing weight too, Bubba said, well, why don't you just put a document up that says Bubba's health plan, and when they click on it, it just says Ozempic. And I thought that was pretty funny. But anyway, so now I don't know whether Bubba's issues, because Bubba and I come from a history of being, of weight. So people of weight, we just like to eat. And a lot of times that we like to eat, we'll eat things that aren't that good for us. So us having stomach issues is very difficult to define. We don't know whether that's just a Tuesday for us or we have a stomach virus, or in this case, I'm having side effects from Ozempic. No one really knows. And so yesterday, Bubba was certain he was going to miss the show and then got better, came in, did the show, did fine. And apparently yesterday afternoon started having trouble again. So he said, I'm going to try to stabilize and see if I can't get this resolved. So don't know if it's tied to Ozempic. Don't know if he just has a stomach virus or he's just having a rough stomach go because it's that time of year we eat a lot of rich foods. I don't know. And he doesn't know either, I don't think. So anyway, so no Bubba today.
So no Bubba.
But really, it's hard to identify when it comes to
you don't know what you're dealing with.
Right, yeah. So there, but it's not a lot of fun, as y'all all know, and anytime your stomach's not good, and none of us want to pass anything to anybody else, as we talked about yesterday, but we also, it's one thing to come and do the show, it's another thing to come and survive the show. And so, he's not going to, and now at the new place, the bathroom's a long way away.
Yeah, it is.
It's one thing if I try to come survive the show, I go to my office and y'all don't have to see me.
Right, yeah, I got
But when you face it on the logo, you probably don't need to just try to survive.
If you're in the 1 and 2 seat and everybody keeps looking on YouTube and go, "What's wrong with Rick's face? He looks like he's grimacing." Yeah. No one enjoys that.
Right,
so,
right.
But
I do have to, speaking of that, remind Greg that you have slid over, so you're in that shot a lot.
Shot.
So the yawning and the rubbing of the face and stuff.
During the talking, it should be just single.
Well, you need to talk to Adler about that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to remind you.
I'll tell you one thing, me and little brother's got shirts on that are similar.
That's right.
Similar.
And
you both have haircuts, recent haircuts.
I almost wore the hoodie that Helmsley has on.
Well, y'all would have been cute.
Yeah.
Twiddle-dee and twiddle-dum.
See there? That's why I'm so glad I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Adler, if you would, at any point today, just catch him off guard in the two-shot.
Oh, yeah.
Just a two-shot, Greg not paying attention as much as you can.
He'll take 10-second naps, too. If you could grab that, it'd be good.
Right. So basically, it's going to be just
fall
like
asleep at one time. Remember that?
Yeah.
That was during the dog ordeal.
Yeah. So what you're telling me is it's going to be just like my Bubba system.
Here we go.
So we'll unpack another one today. Tonight, the playoff committee on college football. That'll be interesting to see how that comes out.
Oh, yeah.
But tonight, to me, really isn't a big deal because we got the conference championships this weekend. So a lot of this is going to work itself out.
It is. But I even heard some talk shows, just really trying to break it down about the handle the committee is straight up. They're in a
committee wishes
somebody,
it was the 12th team now.
Oh, man. In years, it's almost like in years past, all right, you got your 4. It's pretty obvious. There might be one that's complaining. This year,
got a lot going on.
Oh, yeah.
Depending on how these championships go,
I'll tell you what I want to see.
You might have a handle.
Here's what I want to see out of the committee. Did they flip Alabama and Texas or leave it like it is? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
If they both win the conference, each conference.
After what happened this weekend, I want to see
That tonight.
what they do tonight.
Oh, talking about tonight.
Yeah,
okay.
I want to see what they do tonight on those two.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Timmy, and he's a very nice guy.
I love pickleball.
We have
pickleball.
we have Timmy to thank for the footage
Did he come off the top rope?
that Adler playing.
Let's call him Tim.
And so, I was introduced to him as Timmy, Greg. So I'm gonna call him
Timmy.
So you got to understand something, guys. I am loving this. I'm having a blast. Like I'm really picking up. I'm enjoying it. And I keep looking over at Bubba saying, "Get back in here, man! Come on,
don't realize how bad.
I don't realize how bad he's hurting.
I know I'm hurt bad.
I can see your face. I know
you know
hurt.
what I'm thinking? Am I bleeding internally? That's what I was thinking.
No, seriously.
And everybody was so nice. They kept asking me to come back in and play. I said, no, I can't. And they said, well, do you need ice? I said, I can't ice what I got hurt here.
No, not here. Not at the
And
United
we'd have to have some help, and I won't get into that. But I remember mine was messed up so bad that there was blood falling into places.
Yeah,
sure.
After about 10 or 15, this is a true story. After about 10 or 15 minutes of him sitting over there and me playing, I looked up and this lady walks in with a large pizza. And I thought, has Bubba ordered a pizza?
Oh, that's so
like
good.
I actually thought Bubba has gotten so far. He's not come back. He's ordered a pizza.
I couldn't.
Now it was for somebody else that was there,
think it was
but
Timmy.
just the timing of it looked like
Pizza's here.
I am so sorry, Timmy.
Has nothing to do with
Timmy, we're both sorry.
I have one question.
I only like pepperoni.
Cheese. Kids love cheese.
Oh, it's just a cheese pizza, maybe pepperoni.
But Bubba, in the footage I'm
Rick,
watching,
I was hurting so bad I wouldn't have eaten pizza. I couldn't hardly breathe.
Oh, well, you must have been hurt. Then the footage I'm watching, though, do you enjoy pickleball? It looks like up to you getting hurt. You look like you're having fun. What do you think?
Right there may be the step hurt around.
Oh, it is. We're gonna
We're
gonna ask that question, Greg.
We'll
come
break
back
down the play that did it.
We're breaking it down next.
I'll run and get the ball. Bubba's hurt.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For the Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. All right, to tell you where we are, Bubba and Helmsy left right after the show yesterday to go engage in pickleball. Bubba has been asked by many in the pickleball community to come over and try pickleball. Bubba went out and got him a pickleball racket.
I love that footage in slow motion. It's so serious looking.
Well,
it looks like the start to an E60, doesn't it?
I tell you why you got the serious look on your face is because you went out and got your show enough good pickleball paddle.
That win right there.
All right, so anyway, we
that paddle's got a name to it. I can't remember. It's like the Black Diamond or something. I forgot what the name is.
So Bubba, you and Helmsy start playing, and now this segment will be the incident.
Okay.
We will break down the incident, then we'll talk about everybody's lives after the incident.
Okay. All right, I'm on the right side of the court. I have a volley coming back toward me that's kind of high, and it's angling going out of bounds. So I decide, because it was head high, I let it fly. And I'm watching it, though, as I turn, and then because the pickleball doesn't travel as fast or as far as some balls.
It's like a wiffle ball.
I'm thinking.
And here it comes.
It's going to land in, and as I'm watching it, I'm just kind of shadowing it over to see what's going to happen. And then I decide, hey, that ball might go in, and that's when I decided to try to go get it.
Did you try to
that
explode
stride
into
right
it?
there is what got
I think it's it right there.
That's when your groin is tearing apart right there. We're looking at it. Did you try to accelerate?
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
I tried to kick it into gear to go get it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of lines there, and I was confused immediately because they use it for multiple things. Exactly which was the outline, so I wasn't sure. Here it is at regular speed, and then boom, right there, I know I'm hurt. I can't stop.
Oh my goodness gracious! Oh my goodness!
There's Timmy.
Oh, he can't even.
And then I thought,
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
But you are smiling.
Well,
Yeah,
I didn't know.
I saw it.
I don't
thought
know.
It was funny.
You
thought it was funny.
Guys, he nearly face
The video never lies.
Huh? Look, he's running and stumbling. I don't realize he's hurt as bad. I just
Let's
think,
see it
well, he's
slow
When you
just
start
shot.
doing those short steps, trying to chop, stop.
Yeah. You're like, oh, it hurts.
Let's look at it in slow motion.
In slow motion, I'll show you exactly where you get hurt.
It's the second one.
Right there.
Oh wow! That's it.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to stop. And
Now is that
at
Timmy
one
that's
point,
recording?
He had the green in the
one
green.
point,
I believe Bubba's hurt.
Rick, I think I'm just going to have to do a forward roll to stop.
Well,
because
I thought
ain't
That's
stopped.
what I
thought
thought
you
was
wall
happening.
saved
That's
him.
why I'm laughing.
All right,
The wall
slow
saved
motion. Slow
It
motion.
is. I thought he was about to
All right,
tumble over.
let's look at slow motion.
Yeah,
Here
but
it is.
the
Here,
grin on your face. Though.
here it
So
is.
I'm
When you
having
have
fun.
such a powerful quad like I do, it'll just rip its
That's
own
what
self
it is.
loose.
Oh, okay. That's what it is.
I see right here, everybody's happy.
It might be
happy.
that you're running with a 50-pound bag of deer feed in front of you. All right, so
Here, I'm going back to where the volley came from.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
She said,
Ponytail gotcha.
and a
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is the number. All right, so let's run down, Rick and Bubba family, things that you need to know. And there's a lot going on. Okay, a lot going on. All right, so let's talk about this. All right, so first of all, let's start with the old Rick and Bubba Show. You know, that's the one that most everyone all agrees on is what we do here every day, Monday through Friday. And so here's what's happening there. Coming up on Thursday, and I've gotten some emails about this. On Thursday will be the first gift of Christmas. We'll go 12 working days of Christmas all the way up to the big year-ender, which will be this year, December the 15th. And that will be the last live show of the year, and there'll be best of shows for a couple of weeks. And then we'll come back, celebrate our 30th anniversary, and we'll celebrate 30 years of Rick and Bubba, all coming up next year, Lord willing. So also, some of you have said, when will we start playing Christmas music? That will also be Thursday. So Thursday will be the beginning of the Christmas season here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll start it with the first gift of Christmas. When you turn this show on, if you start live with us on Thursday, you'll start hearing Christmas music. We're going to do the first gift that day, and it's just going to be Merry, Merry Christmas. for 12 straight shows, and then we'll wrap up another year. Okay, so that's what's happening that you need to be aware of. Now let's talk about some opportunities on gifts. We've got new items at rickandbubba.com. A lot of y'all responded to those yesterday. You're going to start seeing some of the 30-year items. They're going to start coming out. The first one is out. We're going to have 4 different styles on this glass that has the Rick and Bubba cartoons on it, and they're collectibles. We got a Christmas one that is out now, and it's got the 30-year logo on it. So that's available to you now. We've got a brand new Rick and Bubba hunting hat. That's available to you now. And the new Rick and Bubba CD rough patch, that's available to you now. Okay, so that's all new stuff for gifts. And then as far as the new CD on streaming, we don't know. It'll be there in the next couple of weeks. But we'll let you know when it's there, okay? Or you can find that on your own. Now let's go to what's happening with themanchurch.com. Let's take a look there. So coming up this week, we got a couple of things. Coming up this Thursday night, Glenwood Baptist Church in Prattville, Alabama, they're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy at 6:30. They're going to be using which one was one of our options. I'm actually going to be doing a message for you, but it'll be via video. And you'll notice I have a little more weight on me in the video because it's before I started doing better. But anyway, so that will be the kickoff event for them Thursday night, Prattville, Alabama. Men, if you want to be there, plug into one of the small groups, but also be there for the big night of worship and kickoff. So that's going to be 6:30, Prattville, Alabama, the land of I-92, this Thursday night, Glenwood Baptist Church. Coming up on Friday, I will be in New York City. I would also like to stop for a moment and tell you guys, because I know y'all are thinking it, you are correct. When I committed to going to New York City and do this Promise Keeper event, it was so long ago I thought it would never happen.
Yeah.
And so I must come to the conclusion that me going to New York Friday is real. I'll leave the show a little bit early to go catch the plane, and hopefully it'll all be on time. If you're in the city, it is interesting. I'm talking to my son and then others who that we know about coming to the city, and it's interesting, because it's a whole different talk when you talk about I'll be in the city.
Oh, yeah.
And, of course, I'm so delusional, even though I've been to New York several times. I've been to New York. I've been to New York several times. I do always forget how large it is. And for me to say something like, I think I'm telling people I'll be in Birmingham.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be in Nashville. And my son is saying, Dad, you'll be in Brooklyn. I don't even live anywhere near Brooklyn. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh, okay. So we're not going to see each other. Dad, I don't know how we're going to see each other. You're not here very long. So I may get to see him, I may not. But anyway, so I even let Bob Carey know, our national syndication. He syndicates us and sells the national partnerships. And I even did the same thing with him. He's like, Rick, I'm in Connecticut. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I guess I'm not going to see anybody while I'm there, but except for the. But anyway, so that's a Promise Keepers event. It'll be in Brooklyn. If you're in town, certainly be there. But you can get a simulcast of that if you'd like. So you need to contact Promise Keepers about that, and we do have that link for you at themanchurch.com and rickandbubba.com. And then on Saturday, Government Street Baptist Church in Mobile, Alabama, Brian Dawson will be there. And they'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy too. So that kind of gives you an idea about the week. There'll also be some gift opportunities we'll tell you about tomorrow that involves, themanchurch.com. We'll tell you about that tomorrow. We got a great opportunity for you. So be catching the show on that tomorrow. And we also have a brand new Bible study for you tomorrow too. So it's going to be a very, very active week. But kind of the biggie that probably encompasses the most people is the kickoff of the Christmas season, which is on Thursday. So it's
here.
It's here, guys. Can y'all believe Christmas is here? I don't know what to do because I thought that my neighborhood would enjoy the Griswolds not doing the Christmas lights this year, but I'm starting to feel some disdain for us.
A little disappointment.
Disappointment. I think the only people on the crest that are excited are the people that live directly across from us. I think they're glad they don't have to wear sunglasses through Christmas.
True.
I think
they try to sleep at night and it's all lit up.
Yeah, I think they're thrilled that we're not doing it. But we went to church Sunday, and and it's to me, it's funny when people say this, and it's not really a Southerner's phrase, which makes it even funnier. So we're sitting at church on Sunday, and some of our neighbors on the street are sitting behind us, and all of a sudden I hear this, "Hey, Burgess, what gives?"
What gives?
Yeah,
hey, Burgess, what gives?
Yeah, and I said,
start using it.
I said, what's going on? He goes, what's up with the lights? And I said, no lights this year. And he says, no lights. He goes, you're not going to light up the crest?
Yeah.
And I said, guys, so here's what happened.
Rick, people probably look forward to that every year.
I feel like the nun in Elf. But the children love the books, and the children love the lights, and so I was like, guys, what happened last year is, and you know this, I'm in this mode now, which I'm totally dreading, is I'm starting to build a house, if we can find the right location.
Right.
And then that means I've got to also spend the next year preparing a house to sell.
Oh yeah, get ready for that.
So, and that's all bad. and it's 21
Especially when you've been there a while.
Well, 21 years worth of stuff. And don't forget, Speedy's still mad. I also have a unit somewhere, a storage unit indicator I've never even seen.
Which is, I don't understand.
That bothers me a little bit.
I know it does, and it should, frankly.
Just open the garage door and see what's in there.
There's no defending that. I go to Huntsville all the time. Okay, there's no defending that. I just can't quite make myself go look. But anyway, so
I've got to take my parents back to Huntsville Thursday. I almost want to go by and look for you.
What would you do if I got you the code or whatever
I will do it.
I don't know what it is. I've never been in it.
Is it in Huntsville?
Yeah,
No, it's
locked
indicated.
up.
It's indicated.
I'll do it for the show.
Okay.
I almost want to go with you.
Yeah.
Like I've got some
Now
time.
you're talking crazy.
No, seriously. It'd be a fun little team building. We can get Greg involved.
So,
Sure.
when you put the lights up last year, Sherry noticed there was some tape left on the paint. Some paint got pulled off. So we have painted the house. And Sherry's like, we put them lights up again. I think it'll damage the new paint job.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
And I was like, ooh.
You can't even have lights.
Hey, Burgess, what gives?
What gives? No light.
So we've got one family thrilled we're not doing it, but I think the rest of the street is. And I told them, do y'all agree? I said, well, it's y'all's job to fill the gap.
It just doesn't feel like Christmas, right?
Y'all got to step it up. And the crest looks great. People are doing a good job. I don't think my house is needed.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
First, I think it's happening. I think, that may fall in, and I'm confused which line.
That's it. That's it. Oh my gosh.
Oh
my goodness.
I hate to bring up the obvious.
See, I'm already stepping lightly on that right leg. Then.
Oh wow, the concern on that guy's face at the other end of the court.
Oh, look at that face.
That's a hurt face right there.
Little Timmy's got it right on his phone.
Yeah.
I got it. Don't worry, I got it on video.
For some reason, Helmsy's laughing.
Let it roll. Let it roll, Adler.
Knowing that the ball was out too. This happened on we were going to win the point anyway.
We did win the point. And
that
we
ball
were
was
ahead.
out.
We were up when I went out.
We lost the Bubba though.
Yeah, we did.
Adler, let it roll right there. Let it go from that, and look at what I did after that.
Oh wow!
Because I knew I was hurt.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking, am I bleeding internally?
Mm-hmm.
And I want to go back out, and then I go, problem.
You stayed in that one spot for minutes and minutes.
I've never seen somebody laugh that hard.
Buddy, I'm enjoying pickleball. The fun of pickleball.
And it would be right to think that maybe I'm out of breath right now.
Yeah.
And I'm mad because I think, crap, I had pulled something bad.
So there was no scream, there was no fall. I'm just thinking,
walk it
he'll
off.
be back.
Walk it off.
No,
I can walk it, and I go, it ain't. It's worse than I thought.
That's a hurt man.
Not getting better.
Please look at him.
Trying to get relief. And see, somewhere Betty has no idea her whole life's about to change.
It won't quit.
Yeah,
right now, I can't get it to quit.
Little Timmy's already texting somebody the video. I can see it.
Look, he's sending that video out so fast.
I don't know.
Look, littletimmy.com's got a video.
Don't go there, kids.
Not happy.
See if there's audio here. I think I'm talking to Adler.
Goodness. It stopped everything.
Where's that come in on Skype?
Yeah, it should be.
Adler, back it up to when I was talking to you.
I don't have Skype. Skype's not over here. So I don't have Adler's right now, but the Skype channel's been turned off. Or
That's
going
bad
something
sign
else.
right there.
Yeah, this is. Look, I know that you're trying to find a way.
Rick, I'm trying to get the bumblebee to quit stinging me.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
back off.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here we go. Well, that didn't do it. You got to come off.
We're
and
hunting.
turn it back on.
We're hunting for the audio.
All right, so here we go.
Yeah, what's the? Back it up again, Adler. I forgot what I said to you initially.
Look, Bubba, I didn't know about the second part I just saw.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Yeah, that was really painful looking right there. Bubba's walking up.
It's
to the
getting
camera.
worse.
That hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's a hurt man.
Look right here.
Yeah, what's the?
Look right there.
Be good for tomorrow. Y'all don't worry about this at all. This is great for the show.
Look at Mr. Grimace.
Bubba's like, get that camera out of my face.
It's funny.
Now,
it's funny to me too, but it also hurts.
Do you realize? Now I know Speedy's going to turn this into.
What's Andrew
what I
Luck
said.
doing there?
Yeah. It's good.
You have to bring him in now. Yeah. The trainer is not going to want to examine this.
Got it.
The trainer is not going
Now,
to
y'all need to understand something. Allie, who invited us to play, is worried to death at this point. Like, she can't believe, she feels like it's her fault because she's invited us, and now, and so that's why I am saying, what I'm saying about, hey, this is good for the show. I'm trying to let her know it's going to be okay.
Okay.
Now, also at the same time, I don't even know it's a growing at this point. I don't find it as a growing until we leave.
I appreciate what you said, and that does sound better. But how do you explain me having the exact same reaction? I knew nothing about her, because my first reaction was, "This is going to be great for the show."
Okay.
But so this is where I am. So I'm here because Adler and I are working on a project. Whenever he gets back,
That looks painful.
Whenever he gets back, he was going to go over and shoot some of what
Mine's
we.
hurt.
Yeah. So he comes in sweating profusely.
And Jeans pushed up to his knees.
We got more here, Rick. Where I'm
you're trying to sit down.
I'm trying to sit down. Watch me go down here.
He's in slow motion here.
No,
He's trying to sit down, sit down, sit down.
You are stepping lightly.
Poor chair.
Yep.
Now, how will I get up?
No, it's burning bad right now, and I'm thinking,
Look at his face.
I got to get in some position here so this quits hurting.
Mm-hmm.
Golly,
look
at him.
I'm sweating now. I wasn't sweating when I was playing.
No.
You notice now I'm sweating.
Bubba was down.
All right, now here.
But look,
So Bubba goes down.
Super athlete ready to go
and Adler now comes in. Look at his game face.
Look, he's rolled his blue jeans up.
He's rolled his blue jeans up.
Is there audio here?
Now,
no, this is slow here.
Now,
Okay, here we go.
Now Adler comes in to fill
Adler.
in for Bubba, and he's filling in for Bubba. Look at the mosquito.
Adler, atta boy. Oh.
Rick. he's screaming.
All right, let's go, America. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. All right, so love, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. What a great company. America's #1 meal kit. Now, when I talk about meal kits, here's what I want you to understand. This kind of separates them from the others. They're not just helping you plan meals. They're actually providing the meals themselves, but you do prepare them. But they send you not just a shopping list. They actually send you the ingredients. I will tell you, America's favorite couple, young Broderick and Camtastic, they can't believe it. You know, as a newly married couple, they said, you talking about something that helps, you know, because they're young and happening. They've got their own business and they're active, and she's actually finishing up on getting another degree and for what she's going to be doing and what she does, and so they got a lot going on, and so they just plan their meals out every week, and here come those meals, and they prepare them. They're delicious. It's 25% cheaper than takeout. So that's important. And of course, this time, you know, of year, you got a lot going on. Hey, we're entertaining. We got people coming over. We're doing this. Well, don't let planning meals add stress to what should be a wonderful time of year. And that is the Christmas and New Year. So why don't you go now to HelloFresh.com. Boy, they got some great stuff too. And if you will use our URL and our code Bubba, HelloFresh.com/Bubba, code Bubba, you get free breakfast for a year. Yeah, there's one breakfast item per box for the life of your subscription, okay? Well, more than a year, as long as you want to be a subscriber. So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba and use the code Bubba for this deal. There's also a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so talking about my neighborhood and Christmas this year and us not doing the lights. Boy, I'll tell you one thing. Ricky just sent us an email, and Ricky, you're 100% right. I have not thought about this. Have y'all ever seen Christmas with the Cranks?
Yes, I just watched it recently.
All right, so Greg, they're saying, Rick, you're the Cranks.
Yep.
Yeah, because everybody in the neighborhood would put the snowman on, and they refused to participate in Christmas. We're going to go on a cruise.
And why? Because they were empty nesters.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm the Cranks.
You are.
You are.
And so.
But then their daughter says, hey, I'm coming home. And they're like, well,
thanks for giving the movie away. Thanks for giving the movie away.
Well, it's not new.
Right, but you're worse than me. Why do I get blamed for what you done?
Y'all, that movie's been out how many years?
It's years.
Right.
I
It's a
know.
Burgess
The
thing.
funny part is when he gets Botox on his face.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
he's going into
detail. The whole movie's funny. It's a great one.
It's a good one.
But anyway, Christmas with the Cranks. So that's what's happening. Do y'all think there's a chance that people will start standing in the yard going, Rick, where are the lights?
Where are the lights?
Because in Cranks, it's where's the snowman?
Yeah,
Rick, I think
stand out and chanted to
I
him.
think they're doing it now.
You're right.
Yeah. See,
What
some people
gives?
They're stopping you. Yeah. What gives,
some
Rick?
people that
Rick, you
look
can't
forward to
provide it.
this, they use you as an example of what's wrong with this country.
Oh, my gosh.
They'll go, see, look, the country is going backwards.
Yep.
The economy's a mess. I mean, look,
Oh, my
Rick's
gosh.
not even doing his lights anymore.
You
You're
know what?
right.
And Greg
You
brought.
know?
You're right.
He can't afford it. He had to cut it.
Yeah.
Listen, Greg brought it. Yeah, I could blame Biden for it. Then they'll start cheering for me.
Well,
so we were going to put it up to Biden.
Bidenomics.
Bidenomics took my lights away. By the way, those lights are not cheap.
No,
they're
they're
not.
very proud of them. I've seen that tag.
Switched to LED last year, whole new illumination. But anyway, so, and Greg brings up something in the break, totally forgot. The Crest has got a double whammy because Christmas Rhonda has moved to the lake.
Yeah.
So we got no Christmas
It's
Rhonda.
a dark road.
Hey, no offense to the family that bought our house, but come on now.
The crest
So
isn't
they,
the
they
same.
can't live up to
That's
the
not
standard.
that's not much of an effort.
Oh,
Compared to Rhonda.
Rick, you can't say anything.
You're right. Not this year.
Hey,
Hey,
Crank.
you got old dark.
Hey,
hair.
Crank.
Rick,
you
everybody's
can't
gonna
say
wonder-
anything.
They're going to wonder if you and Sherry going on a cruise during the Christmas.
All right. I'm getting Botox.
I got to admit something. Don't think I've ever seen Christmas with the Cranks.
I hadn't either until
Sad,
the other
I'm gonna
night.
tell you.
I was the same
Well,
way.
I mean,
Speedy.
there's reason for me
Are
to
you-
see it because
No,
you
no.
told me everything that happened.
Yeah, Speedy,
yeah, I
listen,
really told
over
you.
the last 2
That's
years.
just the theme
But
of
I'm
the
telling
movie.
you haven't seen the Cranks till this year.
It was
just
last year
a
for
couple
me.
weeks.
What are y'all doing?
And Fred Claus, which I think's hilarious,
Very
is same. I didn't see
I
that
haven't
till
seen
last
Fred
year.
Claus in a while.
I got to start watching
I
it to know if I've seen it. I don't think I have.
Yeah, it's pretty
I
funny.
think you'd remember it.
All right, I
I
want to
think
ask,
so, too.
Yeah, it's a memorable movie.
It is.
Adler, have you ever seen it?
I've never seen it.
What?
Thanks, Greg.
You need to
never
put
seen
that
Christmas
and
with-
Fred Claus on your list.
And this is all. This
Seen
is
Fred
for
Claus.
after the kids go to sleep. This is all after kids go to sleep kind of
Yeah.
thing.
I don't
Cranks,
know.
no.
Greg, I don't cuss in front of my kids
Yeah,
like you.
Fred
Oh,
Claus,
wow.
you
You
definitely
need to
probably
start.
don't want the little ones.
Okay.
There's a couple moments.
Okay.
You never get started.
Am I right?
I can't
I think
remember.
Vince Vaughn's in it, and I think he gets a little carried away at times.
All right, can I ask y'all this? And you're right, but
Could
can
be
I, on that note, whatever happened to Vince Vaughn? Is it over for him?
That's what I asked yesterday.
Speedy asked the same question.
He's just not in as much, or is he behind the scenes? Is he producing, directing? and
He
He was
admitted-
doing some of that.
He admitted he was a conservative, so he got blacklisted.
No, I heard that actually happen. I heard he started having some conservative leanings, and it started costing him jobs. Is that true?
Am
I just saying that 'cause
I think so. I think that's very true.
Did you hear that? Or are you just saying it? You know that for a fact?
Well, he definitely made that switch, and then he did that war movie.
Yeah.
And
About the guy that wouldn't fight.
Yes.
Hacksaw
Medics.
Ridge?
Yeah,
yes,
the medic.
Yes.
That was in 2016.
It's been a while
That
ago,
was,
man.
yeah. That's like around the time he got canceled, I think.
But because I know he's the same character in every movie, except when he does a serious role. But in his comedy, he's just the same guy. And sometimes he's Santa's brother, sometimes he's whatever. But Vince Vaughn in a movie owns me.
Let me ask you this, and I know we've talked about this. Did y'all realize, and I didn't realize that was him and Rudy?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was
I
him
didn't know
until later.
No,
He looked
later.
so.
Yeah.
He's real young and
Right.
real. Not that he's fat, but he's real thin. You know the player that never lived up to his potential.
No, yeah, you're right.
And at the end, calls the pass. He hated Rudy and was mean to him, but then, hey, that's him.
I want to tell you this,
I don't
too.
think I knew that.
Listen,
I didn't either. Somebody
you-
told me that, and one day I looked and said, "Dang, it is." But he looks. No, he's real young.
Shocking that you said you didn't know that.
I don't think I did.
But listen,
Just
let me tell you why, and he knows it. If you bring up Vince Vaughn, Greg Burgess is gonna bring up that he's in Rudy every
Well, listen, I didn't
single
I'm
time.
gonna tell you why.
So the fact that you have heard Greg say this before,
I have, but I never really dialed in
Rudy
on which
had been
one he
out
was.
years before I knew it.
Right, but
that's what it made. I'm saying, how did I? Because I actually one time almost lost money because somebody was telling me that he was in it, and I said, no, he was not in Rudy.
Do you hear the
You're
same-
so
Oh, my
wrong,
goodness.
Rick.
The
And
same
he wanted to
story?
bet me like $50.
Same story every time?
That is him.
Yeah, that's Vince
Yeah.
Vaughn.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Number
I don't-
44.
I don't think I knew that. By
He
the
looks
way.
like a
I
baby.
know Greg's
44.
brought it up a bunch.
He's
I never
haven't
dialed in
brought
on
it
what
up a bunch.
no, Greg.
I haven't.
You've
Well,
brought
you
up
didn't know
that
it?
you've brought up that he's in there, but I never
You
dialed
didn't
in
know
on
it?
like what player and
You
everything.
didn't know it.
I didn't.
In 2020, this video surfaced of Vince Vaughn and Trump in a box together. So that was the nail in the coffin, I think. At a sports event, there's
Which is
Vince Vaughn
ridiculous.
hanging out with Trump and
Isn't that
Melania.
Is that not crazy?
And that went viral, and everybody was like, well, I'm done with Vince Vaughn.
Canceling him.
That's stupid.
I'm done with it.
Yeah, and he just came in to say hey to him is all.
God,
Can I tell you,
he is funny. He's the same guy in all the movies, but he's funny in all.
Yes, he's funny.
Four Christmases is awesome.
Here's
Old school.
Good.
Oh gosh, but here,
I love him in old school.
But listen to this. I just realized, and it's a struggle here because there's so much always going on because we're all big talkers. God love you because you've tried to tell everybody that Vince Vaughn's and Rudy. I've watched you do it. I've watched you try. And
Shocking.
I realize they've never listened to you.
Yeah. Well, I've listened that he's in it, but not what player.
But now you see why you wouldn't
now.
remember who he was because of the way, you know what I'm saying? You wouldn't go, oh, yeah, I remember seeing him in that. You don't because that don't look like him.
Right. You've made that
I'm
point.
not sure it's him. I think it's his cousin.
Right. Well, but you want to know why
People
it
don't
doesn't
listen
jump
to
out is
sometimes.
because Vince has a very distinct delivery. You know it's him when he gets to talking. And in that movie, he
did. And I will say this: the role was not a major role.
Well,
he wasn't in it that much.
That's amazing, though.
You know, he wasn't in it that much.
Yeah. And you know, I don't want to stay on this topic too long because Greg will start picking Rudy apart, and he destroys this movie too, like he does all movies based on true stories.
Well, no.
And Rudy, I'd really, if I could just do a no Rudy rule, that you can rip all these other ones, just leave Rudy alone. Too many people love Rudy.
Yeah, but
Don't,
you know,
here it goes.
Stay with Blindside.
Yeah,
That's fine.
I can't even watch that movie now, Greg.
I know.
Look, I'm sorry.
It's on all the time.
First
I
of
won't
all,
even stop.
Look, I'm the first to say I realize real life is not 2 hours of entertainment. Okay, you got to embellish a little bit, but don't make it corny. You know, they embellished on what's the one with Denzel in it? The football.
Remember
movie.
the Titans?
Yeah, they embellished on it, but they didn't make it corny.
There you go. Okay,
Yeah, but you completely ruined that movie for everybody
thanks, buddy.
just by telling the story.
But they didn't make it corny, so that's fine.
The
But
bird tier thing destroyed me.
Oh, gosh.
But you can't tell me that the Blind Side, the football scenes, and the kid training him and meeting with all the coaches. Come on, y'all. Really?
I agree with you. I just wish you'd
That's
stop talking
corny.
because I think you're going to veer into Rudy.
Could you sit down with the grandkids and watch that and not say anything and be like, let's just watch a family movie?
No, I'd have to point it out.
Okay.
But
he ruined something for.
Rudy's not too bad.
Here he goes.
It's not too bad.
Is Vince Vaughn in Rudy?
He is. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that.
He's tried so hard to tell y'all that over the years. And I realized what the problem was, not that y'all didn't hear him saying it. You didn't know what player he was talking about.
Yeah, because it looks nothing like. And again, it's not a very prominent role.
Right. Is your favorite Vince Vaughn movie Dodgeball?
No.
It's one of them.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you,
It's one of them.
And Wedding Crashers and the internship and Breakup are all three.
Breakup, hard to beat.
Now you got to deal with some language.
By the way, he's on the line. He's on the line.
Rudy was offsides. Rudy was offsides. Clearly
offsides.
That's the best sign ever.
Best sign I've ever seen at game day. Rudy was offside.
That really is good. That's a good one. And then maybe my granddad dated Miss Terry. That was a fun. That was a good one too.
I don't think Rudy's as far offside as everybody says.
No, it's the angle.
He's a little more offsides than I thought.
You know, Helms pointed out if you get down to it, Rudy's actually a bip.
He really is.
I mean, he really is.
Right. He is. I've had those guys on my teams before. They're bips.
I'd have been calling him hero. They'll hey, lay off here.
They call tryhards.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look at Adler's quick
Look
feet.
at the denim man.
Yeah. Look, Denim is in there making.
Oh, wow. And he's screaming. Oh, they're back and forth.
Look at the mosquito.
Is that when he screamed, don't hit it like an old lady? And there's old ladies around?
So. That's there good. He goes.
Yeah.
He's pointing.
Look, here's the mosquito. Adler's now filling in for the injured Bubba.
Oh, wow.
Got his own serve.
Got his own. Look at his headband on like he likes.
You just hit Helmsy, I think. He's just like reckless.
Yeah. Now, Bubba, are you still on the side?
Yeah, I'm over there sweating, thinking, how can I get home?
I didn't know that happened.
Bubba is going, this is really funny, but I'm just not in the mood.
I'm trying to focus.
Adler went crazy.
He did. Give him a little spotlight. Look what happened.
He's like the.
Game point right here.
Oh, this is game point. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Adler.
Oh, no. What in the world? He's just running everywhere.
Look at Adler. Look at Adler move.
Look at him. Look at Bubba. He did a heel click in front of Bubba.
And Bubba
He's jumping around like Bear on Alaskan people.
He does. He looks just like those guys.
Oh, Bubba. Did you even know that happened?
Oh, yeah. I saw it all.
Yeah,
He did.
A lot of noise. You couldn't miss it.
Look at Bubba. Look at Bubba. Look at
If he'd have accidentally hit my leg when he was
Oh, no. Now we're trying to get up, Rick.
Now Bubba's trying to get up.
Did you just see him try to get up?
There you go.
Oh, now it's really stoved up now.
Wow. Now you didn't let it get stiff now.
Oh, no.
Gather up your stuff for you if you want to go ahead and take it to the house.
Nah, so that was very sweet of you, Adler.
I like when you said, fortunately, there was an elite athlete.
Adler, thank you. Thank you for picking up the slack, buddy. Well done.
Yeah.
So we'll come back. We'll talk about Hamsey's life.
Now they try to leave.
So you go, thinking you're going to play a little pickleball, then roll on to the rest of your day. What you don't know is that you will inherit Pawpaw. Got to get Jen Daddy home.
And Rick, you have to be able to lift your right foot to drive a car.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Bubba has been injured in pickleball. The groin has, we don't know if it's torn away from the bone or what the condition of this, but Bubba made a move for a ball. Everything went bad. The trailer broke down, and now the Adler comes off the bench, providing excitement and just intensity. You guys win the match, the game, or whatever it's called. And now, Helmsy, you go into the world of injured Bubba.
Yeah, and reality set in for me because, again, the whole time I'm trying to continue to play, not knowing the severity of the injury.
Yeah, we will have to look at that because you didn't go.
I played for 40 minutes past when he was hurt.
Okay.
I mean, I had two different partners, Adler and Timmy,
right,
and continued to play and was learning about the game and I didn't. They were really feeling bad and there was just a different mood when all this happened. So I'm trying to keep everything light and. So anyway, once it's over, I still don't.
Timmy's
know.
a wreck.
They said, "Hey,
is that how it was?"
Yeah. They said, "Can we do a team picture?" And that's when I realized I was in trouble because I went over there to grab my keys and phone and bottle of water, and Bubba leaned over to me and said, "Helms, you may have to carry me to my car."
No, wait a minute. The word carry?
Yes.
Carry?
You sent Timmy a little help here.
And
I'll get a leg.
And I realized
just skinny.
then
I can only carry one leg.
this is not a tweak of a knee, calf, back. And that's when I realized this is growing. He tells me. So then I start thinking, well, I can't carry you.
No.
Let's get through the team picture here, and then we'll see what we can do.
You remember what I told you? I tried to hold Bubba at one time when he had the gray out, blackout.
Oh yeah.
Never completely went out. Rick.
He's got a he's low to the ground, and it's kind of one big heavy area. There's nowhere to grab him, and it gets it's a tough deal.
It's like a cannonball.
It is.
So we get through the team picture, and we're presented with a jar of pickles for playing, which I thought was kind of them to give us.
Oh,
they're in my refrigerator, by the way. And so then it's, hey.
Rudy, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. There you go, Greg. Bible Quest.
I know I've asked this 1,000 times. So he was in the studio.
Here we go. And you would have actually
From the
liked
sound of that, it sounded like all that getting after it practice, he may have had a few concussions.
They don't do
Well,
this.
it does. He got roughed up pretty bad.
You would have really liked it.
That's just mean.
You ever thought about that's how he just talks?
Well, what about he had to say Rudy 4 times?
Hey, this is Rudy. I'm the real Rudy. Hey, this is Rudy. I'm the real Rudy.
From the movie Rudy.
Hey,
which was about Rudy.
Hey, this is Rudy. I'm the real Rudy from the movie Rudy. Hey, this is Rudy. I'm the real Rudy from the movie Rudy.
You're right. That's a lot of Rudies. That's a lot of Rudies. Okay. I never realized it was that.
I never realized he said his name. He says his name like Woody.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, this is Rudy. I'm the real Rudy from the movie Rudy.
A little slur.
Okay, there's a third Rudy I'd never realized was in there.
Yeah, there's a lot of Rudies in that.
Didn't you think he was nice, Rick?
I didn't say what.
I don't honestly remember.
I just don't think he had a good
You
drop.
don't remember that?
I mean, I remember. I know it happened, and I can see it in my mind, but I don't remember my interaction.
He
with
gave
him.
me a little signed football. And
Did you
I don't
ask
know
him
where
about
it went.
Vince Vaughn meeting him?
Here we go. No.
All right.
Okay. Can we?
Rick, you remember he had leather jacket on, hung out, very kind, very
you
nice.
got him in a leather jacket
because he was.
Why does that stand out?
I don't know.
Can I ask
keep it on the whole
I
time?
can't remember what I had for
Did he
dinner
keep it on
last
the whole
night.
time?
Listen, can I ask you
Yes.
this? See if I remember this correctly. Somewhat of a Fonzie look.
Yes.
Okay, I do remember it.
How big a fella
Yes.
was he?
Not very.
Not
big.
very big.
Not very.
About
big.
your size.
And probably wasn't.
I'm just kidding.
And all I could think about was, there's no way you could get past me.
Yeah, no way. That.
I would be like, I would. There's no way.
But he's tenacious, Rick. He gets after it. He never quits, ever.
Well, how about this? You know, the only problem with the Rudies of the world, and I respect it greatly, is what about when you face somebody that's a lot better than you and they're tenacious too?
Yeah.
Doesn't happen.
I wonder.
Why does everybody think that people that are really good aren't tenacious?
Yeah.
I wonder.
Sometimes they are, and it's a handful.
Yeah.
Most of the time they are.
When you find that guy,
most of the time they are.
You have a couple of Cadillacs in there, but most of the time they are.
I'm gonna check. I wonder if that storyline about his buddy dying in the foundry
Here
inspired
we
him to go to school.
Isn't it funny that we're kind of belittling someone that had hard work ethic and
No,
tried
he
to
did
be
a
the
great
best?
job.
And
He
that's
just
what
does a
they
bad
were.
drop. How about this?
And wouldn't take no for an answer, and just wanted to make his daddy proud.
You talking about what the backbone of America was built
making
on?
fun of it like it's stupid.
Well, because that's an indictment. Remember, what you have to understand, Speedy.
I'm just making fun of his drop.
Listen, and what you have to understand, Speedy, if I was out in the audience, because if you listen to the show, you have to have a sense of humor like ours, or why are you here? Yeah, so anyway, but I would be listening, going, and getting it completely, but being entertained by the fact that it's actually an indictment on us. Okay? And I would actually be digging that in the audience, going, this is not an indictment on Rudy.
No, it's not.
It's an indictment on us.
Right.
It actually is.
We know about Vince Vaughn. Stop.
And I got one more thing I forgot.
Okay.
Can you make a commitment you won't pick the movie Rudy part? Did you hear him considering? You know what he just thought about? He's like that explorer, and somebody brought him a place where he's heard of. He's like, I never really explored that. Look, I don't want him to. I don't want him to.
I can give you a multiple list of corniness from The Blind Side. And I said Rudy did pretty good, except when they went in and laid the jersey.
Here comes the jersey.
When they
down.
laid the jerseys down.
And I could see that coming like a train coming down the track.
Those guys didn't. They didn't hate Rudy.
They
didn't hate Rudy, but they were not going to not play in that game.
Hey, did you hear your brother's request?
Would you lay
All
off
we're
Rudy?
asking is
Just
that
leave Rudy alone.
We take Rudy off.
Right.
Guys, I'm reading
Take it off.
And was Dan Devine really that big of a jerk about it?
No, I'm reading right now. Dan Devine, it was actually his idea for Rudy to dress for the
and
final
they got him
home
mad
game.
the whole time Rudy's there.
Yes, they made him a villain, but it was his idea for Rudy to dress out.
And the jersey thing didn't happen. Greg's made that.
Hey, guys.
perfectly
Of
clear.
course
Rick,
it didn't.
Rick.
Rick, because Dan Devine wanted him to play.
Now you're doing
in the
it,
movie.
Rick.
Dan didn't want him to play.
He's pulling you in.
I know.
Adler, you're right.
Yes.
If I could ask, y'all just please leave Moneyball alone.
Oh,
That's
gosh.
all
don't,
I'm
don't
asking.
start doing all
They
this.
also covered it good. There's not corny stuff. There's stuff that they made up, but there's not
Here
corny
he goes.
stuff.
See?
I like that one.
You'd been better off not to bring attention to that movie.
Well,
and again, I understand. You can't. I mean, you got to embellish and make it entertaining. I get that. Just don't drive block the guy and throw him over the fence in the end zone like on.
Well, and so in Titanic, when they're sitting there floating around, I love you. And all
that's historical facts.
Okay.
Yeah. There we go.
I know.
I brought up Moneyball because I had somebody last week, one of your minions, by the way, who you influence tremendously.
Yeah.
And they said, do you remember the scene in Moneyball where Brad Pitt, Billy Bean, goes into Hatterberg's living room with his wife and kid?
Completely made up.
And they sent me a video of Ron Washington, who was actually the coach, or one of the coaches at that time. And Ron Washington said, that absolutely happened, but not in his living room. The conversation took place in a locker room. And I'm like, see, I can't even have
this. But that's
this.
not that bad of an adjustment.
But I needed them. I needed them showing up at his house, Greg. That makes the story better.
Right. Oh, it does. And I understand why
and
they
the
did
wife
it,
and
though.
daughter and
But
all that being there, and the emotional tie
live
between
with
him
that.
being able to play again. He didn't think he was going to be able to.
I can live with that.
That's a deep scene.
It is.
Greg,
and your minion ruined it
But
for
it was
me.
well done.
Greg, I just want to say on behalf of the world, when you do your thing, you affect people's lives. I mean, it's not just it's just not you and your headphones. There's things that goes out. People are influenced by
Rick,
it. People
I
are
feel
bothered
calling.
by it.
Yeah. I feel a calling to let people be so gullible.
Okay. Thanks.
Dangerous.
Thanks.
So you're saying that if a player threatened to quit but then came back to practice, you don't think the team would have given him a slow clap?
Why, Adler?
You know what the coach would have done?
Adler.
The coach would have told him, you missed yesterday. Yeah, I guarantee you he never missed a practice. They added that part. And the coach would have told him, you might as well walk off the field because you didn't show up yesterday.
Yeah, he would have had some consequences before he joined them.
Matter of fact, there's actually a tape of, I don't know if you know this. Why are you doing this? There's actually a tape of Lane Kiffin talking to Rudy, and it's much different.
That's exactly what he would have heard. Well, Lane got to the chase, didn't he?
He sure did.
That's it, you're out. You're gone.
Right.
What world do you live in?
By the way, I never even know what happened in the Egg Bowl. What happened in the Egg Bowl? I never.
Ole Miss won 17-7.
Did they?
It was tight.
I had no idea.
I mean, it's been a few days.
I had no idea.
All right, so what about in Rudy when he gets carried off and they start showing historical facts? And
Now,
he was the
I
only
think
player
they did get carried off.
He
I think they
did?
did.
Okay.
I think they got.
So you're
they
okay with that
have
part?
pictures of that.
But you have to understand, probably the most horrible part.
Now his dad wasn't at the game.
Right. Is what Adler was brought up and Greg keeps bringing up. Dan Devine was actually all for Rudy getting his moment.
So I didn't know this.
Right.
How about if you're Dan Devine? I mean, he's probably dead, but if you're his family, you're making him like a jerk.
Well, now, there's been other movies where people said, well, you've made our loved one like a jerk, and they really weren't.
Yeah. Well, Max Baer Jr. didn't like the way Max Baer was portrayed in Cinderella Man. Mm-hmm. He killed a couple of people in the ring, but they said, they showed like he didn't care. He said it's not true.
I'll be honest that Shorty Watts' family didn't care for how he was portrayed in Woodlawn.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. You didn't know that, did you?
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think.
Pick that one apart.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can see what they're saying.
Yeah.
Right.
He was the villain in Woodlawn too, right? Kind of.
Sort of.
Unplugging the microphones, that was bad.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That wasn't him.
That wasn't him.
Oh, different guy. Okay.
Yeah. But then they let him redeem his character there. Remember, didn't he?
Right.
But at first he was.
Yeah.
I know.
Wow, Greg defending a movie. Haven't seen that much.
I know.
All right, so
if it's done well,
he knows the Irwin brothers listen. That's what it is.
No, I didn't think about that.
But Dan Devine is dead, Greg. So that'll make you happy.
Yeah. I took up for Dan Devine.
You did. All right, we come back. There's a rift between Hall and Oates.
Wasn't a great coach.
No, Greg. A rift between Hall and Oates. We'll look at that when we come back after the top of the hour break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so you've heard us talk, speaking of movies, if you want to see a great movie, The Blind, a Phil Robertson story, now available on Blaze TV. Now, why is that important? Well, number one, it's a great movie, and it's a great movie about redemption. None of us, when you think about the grace and mercy of the one and only living God, none of us are too far gone. If you're still alive, there's still time for God to redeem you and transform you into something completely different. I really relate to this movie as well, as Phil and I have similar testimonies, and it's a powerful movie. But sometimes when these movies go to the streaming outlets, you're like, I don't really want to spend money with Apple. I don't want to spend money with Amazon. I don't like what these companies represent. Well, you can have the best of both worlds. You can watch The Blind, a Phil Robertson story, if you didn't see it when it was in theaters, but you can get it through Blaze TV. Blaze Media, yes. Now, this is not a Blaze Media production, but they do have the movie available through Blaze TV. Here's all you got to do. Buy it today, and I would encourage you to do so. BlazeTV.com/theblind. Get it for only $19.99. That's BlazeTV.com/theblind.
Can you make it to the car? And so we're slow. It's a slow run, but we're getting there step by step. It probably took us 8 minutes to get to your car.
Probably.
It was, and that was fine because I knew he was hurt, and there was, but I couldn't carry him. So, and I did. A wheelchair came into my mind. I thought maybe we get him a wheelchair and take him to the car. Well, the whole time I'm thinking, if you can't walk, you can't drive.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how you're going to get in the car. You got to do a little step up to get in the Jeep.
Oh, yeah.
So
suddenly that big Jeep Commando's
we're
not so much
starting
fun.
And so here's the thing is, so we say the following. He says, "Hey, don't leave yet. I may need you." I said, "Okay." So I go stand by my car and I'm waiting on him to get in his car. And I bet we stood there for 5 minutes, and he has not attempted to get in the car yet. And that's when I knew we were in trouble. I thought, well, he couldn't get a leg up in the car.
Mm-hmm.
And so I walk over, and I start playing out scenarios like, hey, it would probably be easier for you to get in my car. Why don't you get in my car and drive my car home? I'll follow you in the Jeep.
Your car's lower to the ground.
Lower to the ground. Then I can help pull you back up out of the car.
Yeah.
I mean, and then I even said, we can just swap cars for a day. We can swap back tomorrow. I mean, I'm playing. Then it hits me. Do I need to take you to do we need to go straight to the doctor? So have you talked to Betty and what's she doing? Because here's the thing. Once you get home, you're not going to be able to get out by yourself. Like, do I need to now that we've got you in the vehicle, which, by the way, was a tough deal because we had to – he finally got 1 foot in. And
we should have videoed that.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Once he got the 1 foot in, then I had to kind of push from the bottom towards his butt.
You grabbed his bottom?
Well, I wouldn't say grab. It was close. Okay, it was close.
I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know him that well.
So I've kind of got one arm on his left shoulder and this one down here, and I'm trying to kind of guide him into the vehicle.
Bubba's butt.
And so finally we get him in the Jeep.
I'm pulling. I've got handles all over that
he's
Jeep,
working hard.
I'm pulling the other
but you got a lot to pull up.
I know.
Boy, let me tell you.
Did you think about getting that winch out?
So I then realized, okay, you have to drive home now because there's no way we get you out of this car.
Right, you're in it.
Yeah.
And you got to spend the night in it.
And so then I asked, hey, do I need to follow you home and these type of things? Because what I just experienced getting you in the car, there's no way you can get out. Like I don't know.
And Timmy can't ride with him because his parents told him not to go ride off the street.
Well, and I even offered this.
I just met you. I don't know.
I thought, do I just get in the Jeep and go home with you and have Amanda come back and get me later? Because again, what if you get halfway there and it starts hurting so bad you can't drive anymore because he's got to use that foot. And so,
what if you take the squalling?
Rick, there's one point there. I'm thinking, should I just call an ambulance to come get me?
Bubba.
Oh, Bill.
That would have really helped
Bubba. Good night.
Because I can't move.
Right.
I can't move.
Or at least an Uber.
And then as I'm in the car, I realize that I had planned on getting gas on the way home. I'm on empty. I don't have enough gas to even get home.
Oh, no.
And there's no way I'm getting back out of that Jeep. So I said, Helms, need one more favor. He said, what's that? What's that? I said, I need you to fill up my gas tank.
I said, hey, look, go to the gas station right here. I'll pump your gas. I felt like his son.
Help G-Daddy out.
I felt like his son. Daddy. I really did because when we get there, I'll park and I go over and I open up the gas tank and I'm asking him for, hey, Dad, can I have the card? That kind of thing.
Oh, my goodness.
And then I have to ask for the zip code. Sure. You know, what's the zip code to punch in? And so I'm just standing there pumping his gas, waiting on that to be done. And then at that time, that's when you notify Betty of what's going on. While I'm pumping
trying
his
to figure
gas.
out where she is, so in case I have to have help getting out. Now, getting out to me should be easier because you can just fall out if you have to.
Yeah, you could just roll out onto the driveway. Yeah. So we'll come back now.
So I pumped his gas. He got on his way, and I thought, well, give him 40, 45 minutes and check in, and that's what I did.
We'll come. Just go to rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. From the No Name Studio, Sweet Home Alabama, to the rest of the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here for another hour. Bubba out today. Hopefully back tomorrow. All right, so things you need to know. The first gift of Rick and Bubba Christmas coming your way this Thursday. And we'll kick off the Christmas season here on the Rick and Bubba Show. And then, Lord willing, we'll go 12 shows to the big year-ender, and we will finish 30 years of Rick and Bubba and celebrate that anniversary, again, Lord willing, on January the 3rd when we start year 31. So we'll have 30 years complete, and then we'll start year 31. All right, so a couple of things that we need to discuss. Hall & Oates. Now, those of you that are a little bit younger, you may not remember how Hall & Oates dominated the music scene. They started in the 70s, and they certainly had some good songs. I actually prefer their songs from the 70s better than the 80s. Better. But in the 80s, they became a pop sensation. And what that really means is, in the music deal, is that Greg and I liked Hall & Oates of the 70s, and Bubba loved them in the 80s.
Exactly.
If you looked at it. So
he loved Private Eyes. Oh. And we like She's Gone.
Right, correct. So anyway, and Sarah Smile and some of those things, just great songs. Rich Girl, all that.
All the
even though I remember looking at my parents going, can they say that on the radio?
I know.
But anyway, so.
Can I sing it?
Apparently, the new thing now is that these older artists are selling off their music libraries for big money.
Yeah.
So Daryl Hall has actually put a temporary restraining order to block bandmate John Oates from completing the sale of his stake in the group's business, according to Fox Business. They've confirmed this. They after attempting to begin arbitration earlier this month on November the 9th, Daryl Hall now has resorted to filing a separate lawsuit and requesting a temporary restraining order to keep Oates from selling his share in Whole Oates Enterprises. Now, this is the business venture managed by both musicians. So he did get the order. It was granted on the 17th of this month. And what it does is it prohibits John Oates from selling his share to Primary Wave Music before an arbitrator weighs in or until the temporary restraining order expires. These are the court documents that Fox Business now has. And it says that there is a case that it looks like that Daryl Hall has sued John Oates after the guitarist attempted to sell off his share of the business without the knowledge of Daryl Hall. So Hall & Oates, they have not responded to Fox Business request for an interview, but they said the battle began on November the 16th when Daryl Hall sued Oates in Nashville. And they said so they're trying to figure it out. Now, here's what it doesn't really surprise me, but said that Daryl Hall made it clear in 2022, only almost 2 years ago now. He says, he told Bill Maher, he said, you think John Oates is my partner? And you question, he says, well, he is my business partner, but that's it. He's not my creative partner. He said, John and I are brothers, but we are not creative brothers. We are business partners. We made records called Hall & Oates together, but we've always been very separate, and that's a really important thing for me. So, so there you go.
So we're not friends; we're just business partners.
So Oates wants to sell his share, and Hall wants to hang on to it.
Looks like it. It looks like John Oates wants to cash in, and Daryl Hall says, "Well, you're trying to cash in. You can't sell your side of the business without me knowing what's going on."
Yeah, and obviously, there were co-writers, but if you from performance end, it was always Hall that sang everything. No, I don't remember John Oates singing anything. No, I know that didn't matter if he wrote them.
John Oates did sing a verse on "She's Gone."
Okay,
he does sing a verse on that, and
very rare.
Very rare.
All the '80s stuff,
right?
Was Daryl Hall.
That's what was weird. I told you one day I was watching some concert from Red Rocks or whatever, and all of a sudden John Oates came out by himself, and did "Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me." And did a cover of that, and I was like, this is odd. I always thought John Oates was the cooler of the two, but he just kind of, he says, he said,
a mustache.
Yeah, but he says, Daryl Hall says, for example, he said, "Kiss on My List," which Bubba would love and we would hate. He says, to prove how separate we were, he said, even though John Oates is listed as co-producer on the track, he's not listed as a songwriter. He said, I did all the harmonies and sang lead. I did every bit of it. And he said, but they toured together as recently as October of 2022, which is interesting. So they have 18 studio albums, and they've got multiple #1 songs. So.
Oh yeah, I bet the catalog's worth a lot of money.
You would think at the age they're at, they would be able to kind of work it out, but
yeah.
Well, I think they probably will. I think what Daryl Hall is saying is, I know we're separate, but when it comes to this, you can't just go say you're going to cut a deal that suddenly you're going to give me a new partner, that's going to buy 50% of what you have. We can sell this, but we have to do it together.
Yeah.
So
makes sense.
Yeah, so there you go.
Y'all ever watch that live from Daryl's house?
I have.
Yeah, he's still good, by the way.
Yeah,
he still
it's pretty
sings
good. It's pretty good. They got what's his name from Styx on there, and what's his name from Blackberry Smoke on there. It's pretty cool.
What? Is that just one
they
episode?
Have different guests.
Yeah, they have a different guest every time.
You don't know who it was from Styx, and you don't know who it was from Blackberry Smoke.
The main guy.
Tommy Shaw.
That guy right there.
Right, but
is that
Tommy
John?
Shaw?
You don't know Tommy Shaw?
I forgot his name. I was just trying to get the information out quick.
How about I saw Tommy Shaw at a Nashville Predators hockey game? I told you all about this. So we were there, Braden and some friends, and all of a sudden looked up, and he's performing during every end of period. And in hockey, you had 3, and the Styx was up there. And he was there.
Right.
Huh.
Did you know?
Rocking it.
I tell you that was cool, and some friends of mine were there. It was either last year or the year before, or maybe it's longer ago than I thought, because you know how you think things are sooner than they were. But Tommy Shaw joined Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Oh yeah,
the people were there, and they did the whole Christmas show, and also they came out and did an entire Styx concert with Tommy Shaw with Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
I bet that was good.
I bet that was. Yeah.
He's still got the range too, by the way.
Oh yeah, they're in the original key. Everything is.
Greg, you're the one who told me that. Greg
I
saw
them in
them.
Oxford at the Oxford Performing Arts Center.
Did you?
Yes, and they were excellent.
And they did all the songs in the original key.
Yes.
Wow. At their age, that's impressive.
That is impressive.
Yeah.
Charlie Starr from Blackberry Smoke is.
Oh yeah,
Charlie
Remember
Starr.
we
I
had
forgot
Charlie
his
here,
name.
at the old studio.
You know that was another one of those on the long list of people I thought we connected with.
Yeah, man, one of them had got a spatula.
I know. I've never heard from them since.
Yeah.
Well, they're busy.
Yeah.
You know, if you
They're really good,
if you go to
though.
Blackberry Smoke / Black Crows / Blackstone Cherry,
All the black.
that's the kind of music that probably I enjoy the most.
Me too.
Yeah,
That's
that,
right.
that genre of music.
I agree.
Yeah,
It's
all in
it's
there.
got a little bit of everything.
All right in there.
Right, and a good
Which
guitar
one?
driven.
Yeah.
Which one of them was in Yellowstone at the bar in the background?
No, that was Whiskey Myers.
Whiskey
and they're
Myers.
In the,
They're
they're kind of
in
in
that
that
group.
same group.
They are.
Yeah.
You wanted them to do more.
Yeah. You go, well, I like that song. Let me hear the rest. You're like, oh,
I know. Yeah.
it's good.
Yeah, it's
You're
all
right.
right.
That's kind of up there.
I need to revisit that.
You know, some bands just can't. Like I remember the first time. I don't even remember who did the song now, and we play it sometimes. Guitar Slinger. I don't really like the verses in that song, but the chorus is phenomenal. And
Your Mama's a Train or something.
Yeah, incredible hook. And I was like, well, this bunch is really going to crank stuff out. Then
I know.
anything from them.
A lot of good.
Yeah, it's not as easy as it looks, is it? All right. I thought they could have done more with the verses.
I know.
Yeah, it's almost like they had that chorus and they didn't know what else to do with the song.
it's a great chorus.
But the chorus is good enough. It doesn't matter. We'll come back. We'll take your phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. A lot of topics already been kicked around today. You can bring up questions and comments on your own. When the Rick and Bubba Show continues with you, America, on the phones right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's never.
Back Betty's here.
She is.
Now all of this
Any y'all
calamity,
tried to drive left-footed lately?
all of this calamity shifts to Betty now. It all shifts to Betty at this point.
Yeah, it's like she's injured.
Yeah.
I can't pick my foot up, Rick, to put it on the brake.
She's here at work with Bubba. That should tell you everything. We'll
Morning,
be back.
honey.
Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Today, if you've missed it, Bubba went to play pickleball with Helms yesterday. Somewhere between 11 and 15 minutes in, Bubba went down with a growing pull, tear, whatever it is, to the point that Helmsy had to help him get in his automobile and pumped gas for him. He was then sent home to the care of his loving wife, Betty Lou Bussey, who is here today because you had to give Bubba a ride to work.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Had to get up at
Did you hear what you just said?
Get on up.
Betty, you were discussing a moment ago that Bubba seemed to overcome his pain tolerance. It seemed to go up just a few moments ago.
It's amazing. When the Chick-fil-A came in, he hopped on up. went on over there to the kitchen. Really is amazing.
She looked at me and said, well, I'll tell you what, now his tolerance for pain is suddenly much higher.
Well, Rick, after I got into the Jeep, and Helms was very nice to pump me some gas yesterday, the challenge of the day began to drive home. Because my right leg, you have to pick it up to go from brake to gas. Mm-hmm. And picking it up was not really an option at that point. So I was trying to figure out a way, and I'd wedge my leg in so I could just move my ankle and try to go. And that really wasn't working very good. So I came up with a way to get home, and I don't recommend this, although I have done it before when I was younger. I just had to drive two-footed. I had to use left foot for brake. So I just drove like it was a tractor and used that as a clutch, to stop. And I finally got home. I thought, good night. It seemed like every little red light, every stop and go, it was just so painful. So I finally got home and got inside and got into bed. And that was just the whole goal. If I can just getting into bed was an ordeal. Something about when you take your pressure off of it is when it hurts. So as it dangles in the air when you're trying to get into something and you're pulling it up, oh my gosh, it was painful.
So Betty was not at home at this point in time, so you had to manage that on your own.
Right.
And so in the meantime,
I had to fight through the raccoons and get on in the house.
Betty reaches out to me to kind of see, hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah.
All right, so we have a phone message from Betty. Now she's being brought into the loop, and Helmsy has it here, so... we're going to play a phone message. We have asked for Betty's permission to play it, and she has graciously given it to us.
So your day turned too, didn't it, Betty?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I didn't say anything bad in there, I hope. I don't think there's any bad words.
There you go.
We'll beep it out.
Hey, Helms. Speedy. So it's come to this. We've pulled our crotch muscle playing the Blue Hairs at a church gym today, and that's what I'm hearing. I'm headed home to try to nurse the sick. But, I don't know about a groin muscle. I think it's going to take a while. As Greg says, I don't know if we got the tools to pull this off. But anyway, good grief. Okay, here we go. Well, all right. That's all I had. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Did Betty say he pulled a crotch muscle?
He did.
Playing blue hair at the church.
Sound like Betty was giving herself a pep talk.
She was talking it out.
I was trying to, just muddle my way through it because I'm trying to shop yesterday, and at 11:34, I get a text from Bill.
I know. Your day took a turn.
It says, 11:34. Y'all just got off there at 10 o'clock or whatever this. I thought, well, surely.
I know.
Where are you? Pulled groin playing pickleball.
That was your text?
Can hardly walk. Yeah, and I said, what? And then that was it. Silence. And you were trying to help him in the car, I guess, so he couldn't text after that.
Let me go back to this because there's certain things.
That was at the gas station, and I wasn't trying to text, trying to drive.
You know how we have famous quotes that will last forever in Rick and Bubba lore? I can see it now. So let me get this straight. He tore a crotch muscle playing the Blue Hairs over at the church in pickleball. ... Betty Lou Bussy.
Well, all right.
Good grief.
And all I could think was when my friend Karen pulled her groin muscle or whatever, it took like 6 months to heal. And I'm thinking, 6 months? Surely.
Boy, so what kind of patient? 20 minutes past. All lines are open. The real Greg Burgess on the phones right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And you can grab them, and we'll chat with you, whatever's on your mind. You pick the topics, and we'll hash those out and find out what you want to discuss. A couple of ideas, too. We try to always give you a lot of ideas about Christmas gifts. Let's talk about the Man Church conferences coming in 2024. Birmingham, February 16th and 17th. Samford University, the Wright Center, Robbie Gallaty will be speaking. Rich Wingo will be speaking. I'll be speaking. Andy Blanks, Chuck Hooten leading worship. Then March 8th and 9th, what a lineup for Starkville, Mississippi. We'll be on the campus of Mississippi State University with their new football coach. We'll be at the Bettersworth Theater. And we have Granger Smith will be speaking. Since he's walked away from country music, been speaking all over the country, you got to come hear him. James Spann will tell his incredible testimony. Also, Andy Blanks, I'll be speaking as well. All that coming up, and Scott Dawson also speaking in Starkville. So we got quite the lineup for both weekends. You can get tickets to both or pick the one you want to go to. Find those at themanchurch.com. Both of the venues are about 70% sold, but still some really good seats, and there will be a price increase coming on December the 16th. So you want to go ahead and get all those done, and boy, do they make great gift ideas. And we have some the lineups that we're excited about in 2024, and we hope that you'll make plans to join us. All right, so let's start with Jack Coleman, listening to 104.7 WZZK. Jack, go ahead.
Yeah, y'all are talking about movies. Are you familiar with The Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, those guys?
Yeah.
They are putting out their very first movie, and they say California won't produce it, and they're calling it Lady Ballers. And it's basically making fun of men dominating women's sports. And they've got a trailer out, and it's pretty funny. It's hilarious.
Okay, I haven't seen that. Know nothing about that, but I bet that is meeting some resistance. That's funny. Funny. I have not seen that. Let's go to Mary in Atlanta. Mary, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you. Well, I've already said this to Greg since he was answering the phone, but I really called to just sort of pick a bone with him because we watched that movie Almost Christmas that they were talking about the other morning, and I was prepared to laugh and laugh like a comedy. Well, he made me cry all night.
Yeah.
It was it's a sweet, sappy movie, but I thought it was funny. He did not prepare me for the fact that it was going to have such tender moments.
Yes.
It's good, though.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that movie at all.
Really good.
I've heard Greg talking about it, but not
Greg
familiar.
loves it.
Well,
it is a good movie. It's funny and it pulls your emotional strings.
Wow. Okay, Mary. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I knew nothing about it. By the way, is it true that Virgin River has a new series starting
Greg
Thursday?
was talking about it yesterday.
Hey, and it's about some Christmas
That's
thing.
why he's trying to get through Joe
excited.
Pickett so fast.
Yeah.
Derek, Springfield, Illinois. Derek, go ahead.
Okay, so I need your help here because I'm trying to convince my wife again. Last time I called, our guys were heading to the state. My wife guaranteed a touchdown. They fumbled, and so I said, "You can't do the throwing it out there." Well, then we listened to the show yesterday, and you told Sherry, "I guarantee Alabama's going to score a touchdown."
Correct.
So my wife, I'm trying to convince my wife of can't have nothing. Yet you stepped out. I just need clarification from my wife.
Well, understand where I was coming from. I said that not as an Alabama fan, which is okay. I could not have said that as an Alabama fan, then Alabama would not have scored. Mm-hmm. I said that as an Auburn fan, knowing that Auburn would be beaten on 4th and 31 because that's about as Auburn a thing as you can do, and also that Alabama makes those kind of plays happen. So understand, Derek, your point still stands. It's impossible for me to mojo the opposing team. I can only mojo my own team. And so if I had been an Alabama if I had been an Alabama fan and said that, they would not have scored. Matter of fact, they would have thrown an interception.
Yeah.
So do you see the point?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm trying to convince her maybe a little harder.
Okay.
But okay.
Yeah. But
thanks,
you follow that logic, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good.
And see, I always thought with Dickie character that you were an Alabama fan. I did not know. I knew Bubba was an Auburn fan, but I didn't know you pulled for Auburn.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I my dad played for Auburn. One of my sons played for Auburn, and now I like I said, I don't follow it or if I don't have blood on the field, I don't really pay attention to it much anymore. But yes, I've never been an Alabama fan. The Dickie Nadmeyer character was based on just an extreme amount of knowledge about Alabama fans. Because I live in Alabama, so I've been around them all my life. Mm-hmm. So there you go.
All right.
See you, buddy.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah. All right. So you can't mojo the other team. You can only mojo your own team. And plus wasn't. Sometimes things are based on a tremendous amount of knowledge. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that
Did you hear the disappointment in his voice?
Yes.
that you favor Auburn just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't follow it
and
like
for good reason.
Yeah.
I mean, but I could hear the disappointment in his voice.
Son and his dad played for
sure,
him.
sure. And but now I will tell you this, and I've been open about this. I've been good to Auburn, but they've never been good to me. Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Yeah. So
you should have played.
Right. Yeah. So as a matter of fact, at one time there was such a falling out with Auburn that I don't know. Only my son could have got my mother to ever pull for them again.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? Because of that. And again, when Dad was at Jacksonville State, we left the whole Auburn, Alabama thing because it had nothing to do with us, and we couldn't care less about it. We were focused on what Jacksonville State was doing.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, and so I've never really returned. I loved the 4 years that Blake was there, and we had a blast, and there was a national championship, and our family needed that at a time when we were grieving. It was a wonderful experience, but it doesn't really mean anything to me one way or the other. But I also don't want to be disingenuous and act like that I haven't been an Auburn fan, because I have.
Mm-hmm. You admire Alabama and what they
accomplished.
100%.
Yeah. Now, I'm not one of these delusional Auburn fans that somehow thinks what Alabama does isn't impressive. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Now you kind of look like you don't know anything about football.
Or life.
Or life, yeah.
I said it's great to be.
I know, Adler.
In Auburn.
I know, buddy.
You okay?
God love you. Yeah. Greg in Mobile, Alabama. Greg, go ahead.
Tough one, Coach.
Greg? Gregory?
Hello?
Hey, buddy, is your name Greg?
Yeah, it is. It's Dothan, Alabama.
Oh, well, your phone says Mobile. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I have a comment about the situation that Bubba's going through. My wife, she went through the same thing. Her stomach and all that was all over the place until her doctor changed her dosage on it.
Yeah.
And she finally got straightened out with it. So that's probably what's going on.
Could be. Yeah, that's a good point, Greg.
Yeah.
You might want to email Bubba about that. Ozempic, loose stool. Okay, I'm sorry. We continue. Let's go.
He forgot.
We have commercials that say that.
I think I need to stay out of the singing on that. I think y'all do a good job.
Okay.
I just don't want you looking at me, Speedy, thinking I'm not participating.
But
I'm
just screaming.
It's
I
good
can't
the way
sing
it is.
Did you just say overeating, Speedy?
I did.
He did.
My goodness.
Oh,
he did.
You're
Come
awful.
on.
Man's out today, sick.
Let's go to Kyle in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Kyle, go ahead.
Hey, guys. So I don't know if y'all saw the West Virginia game this weekend, but when West Virginia was out there taking a picture on the field, Virginia turned the sprinklers on them while they was trying to take a picture.
I didn't know about that. That happened back at Auburn, Georgia one time. Yeah. I did not know that. Is that true?
Yeah, it is.
Well, that's hilarious.
I say we need more of that in college football.
Well, let me tell you what, that's a fan base right there, and also a pretty good groundskeeper. All right, we'll be back. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. There's more to cover on today's edition of the Rick and Bubba Show, and we'll get more opportunities for you to call later as well. So if you didn't get in this time, maybe a little later in the show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Was he at home?
Well, I get home. And I go back there, and he's in the bed. And have you eaten lunch? I said, lunch? I said, you didn't even eat lunch before you pulled a groin muscle or whatever. So anyway, I told him I was not going to be an enabler. I had watched that 600-pound life. Yeah. And people keep bringing them food. They can't get out of the bed. I said, oh, no. I said, you've done it now. I said, your worst nightmare has come to fruition today. Today is the day. Anyway.
You get to decide what he eats. You can bring him a salad.
I did. I brought him a big old thing of grapes. And a few chicken nuggets. Not many. Anyway,
more grapes than nuggets. Bubba, you're trapped now. She decides what you eat.
It was.
Well, he suddenly got better.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was a motivator.
I bet it did.
Now, remember, Betty is an RN, so, sometimes her bedside manner is not as caring as I'd like for it to be.
Well, you know how you always try to look for the silver lining? She found it.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I wanted a little bit of sympathy. You know, I was in agonizing pain, but, boy, she comes in with both barrels.
Oh, yeah.
She is on me.
She get on you?
Yeah.
I said, when we do get over this, I mean, buddy, we are going to the gym, and I mean, I don't want to hear it. I mean, we are going to stretch, and yep, we're going to work it out.
Flexibility going.
Yep, we are. Mm-hmm.
So it's a new day, right, Betty?
It really is. And last night we get in the bed. I had to visit. It was about like you getting him in the Jeep, trying to get him in the bed.
Mm-hmm.
So then I pull up what a groin pull is supposed to be or whatever. I actually looked it up, and it says groin pulls are common in people who play sports and that require a lot of running and jumping. I'm like, when have you played a sport that requires running and jumping? Why do you have a groin pull?
How did this happen?
So pickleball wasn't on the list?
No. And then I'm like, he can't get his position to sleep, so therefore I can't either. You know?
Right,
and
sure.
So I said, how should I sleep with a pulled groin muscle? You can look that up. Change your sleeping position. Keep experimenting to find the most pain-reducing position.
That's what he was doing.
Place wedge-shaped pillows under your hip to provide cushioning. Sleep with a pillow between your knees. I just started laughing. I thought, this means we're not going to get any sleep. Neither one of us. Yeah, I'm taking you to work because I'll be up.
Wide awake.
I am getting something out of this.
No problem taking you to work. I'll be up.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Yeah, that whole little lingo they were giving you is they're basically telling you ain't gonna sleep. You ain't gonna sleep anyway.
No,
Good luck.
Not a bit.
Oh, Betty.
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 Good night alive.
What's your day like today?
Gosh, I don't know. I think we're headed to the therapist. I don't know where we're going.
No, you got somebody. There ain't a whole lot
There's
they can
not
do.
much you can do.
There ain't much you can do.
No, I've checked in with several. It's,
Time.
There's nothing really we can do but ice and rest. So.
So back to normal day. Normal day.
So life
activity.
as usual.
You know what? Yeah, but you know what? Everybody needs a motivation to work through rehab.
Right.
And I think Betty's found it.
I think so.
As long as she's in charge of what you get to eat, I mean, that'll motivate you to get up on your feet.
Well, yesterday it really wasn't a problem because the pain was so that food was not an issue.
Right. And she looks like she has
And
a
mysteriously, my back or my knee wasn't hurting.
No.
I couldn't feel it.
Well, all that concentration got moved somewhere else.
Your brain's busy on something
So
else.
it's a new day when he recovers.
It is. His stomach was growling so loud this morning, it woke me up.
Well, it's not used to that. It's not used to that.
We had a piece of salmon and some grilled vegetables.
Dang, Bubba, really?
That was great.
Yeah.
Couldn't get up, huh, bud?
Wasn't a lot of it. It really was good. I mean,
Just a lot of plate.
a lot of plate. No, Betty's a great cook, and you know she'll take good care of me, I'm sure. And you know I'm just so lucky to have Betty.
And then he gets in there trying to change. He had him a show on. We've had TV trouble, as y'all know.
Oh, yeah.
And so I don't know if we were watching Sling or YouTube or what all we have now. But anyway, it was one of those channels. And he had to have the Apple TV remote, though. Well, I had the Apple TV remote back there charging it. He was using his phone to watch the thing. And I didn't realize I was trying to turn the one on in the bedroom, trying to get Seinfeld on because we need something funny, you know, to go to sleep or whatever. And I'm bashing the one for the den. And he's like, this show keeps, now this is messed up. You know?
Hurts my growing.
I know.
I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see the end of Dateline, and it's.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Relief Factor, boy, I tell you. Here's Tanya. Tanya listens to the show on the TuneIn app, and she said, I've been taking Relief Factor for over a month now. Unfortunately, she said, about a year ago, boy, this stuff, I got hit by a car while I was walking. How about getting hit by a car? That's a big thumbs down. I'm glad you're okay, but she said I've actually struggled physically, and I tried taking different pain relief stuff. It just didn't seem to do anything. And my husband heard you guys talking about Relief Factor and bought it for me within maybe a week. She said I started noticing a decrease in the pain in my lower back and an increase of range of motion. I'm pretty sure Relief Factor has a lot to do with that, and I'm grateful. It's a beautiful addition to my natural therapies. We've been talking about this outstanding product for years, as you may know, and all the advantages that you have when it comes to the body's inflammatory response. These are 4 botanicals. It's all natural. You don't have to worry about any addictive properties. You don't have to worry about side effects. It's all natural, and hopefully like for Tanya and the majority of the people, like myself, that order the quick starter pack, which is 3 weeks for $19.95, you're going to see results and you will buy more. And the majority of people do because they say, hey, this has been life-changing for me. I hope it will be for you. Go to relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and let's look for an email coming from you. All right, so Speedy, you mentioned this, or somebody did, about China.
Yeah.
So, we all know anybody. I actually had spoke to a doctor yesterday that was talking about how bizarre it was in the medical community when this propaganda of COVID in our country and the pandemic. He said, I've never seen the medical field act so bizarre, acting like that he was making the joke. He said the first thing I remember talking to one of my colleagues when we had the rush to market experimental vaccine dealing with this novel virus that we'd never seen in this type of viruses. And I looked at one of my colleagues and I said, did I hear you just say today that the vaccine was 100% safe and 100% effective? And he said, the colleague said, yes. He goes, we've never said that about anything. What are you talking about?
Right.
And said at that point, the doctor kind of had a look on their face and realized, wow, what am I saying? He goes, there's nothing that we've ever researched. There's no medical treatment that we've ever been able to look at anybody and said 100% effective and 100% safe. He goes, so why are we saying that about this? We've never said that before. But anyway, so that's old news. And now, if you have walking around chewing gum since, we all are confident that it is most likely that we have gain-of-function research going on at a lab in Wuhan, where it all started. And it was not secure like it should have been, and it got out, and the whole world paid a horrible price for that. Not it came from a wet market or anything like that. All that really has been all but disproven. If you don't believe that, we said it from the very beginning, and not us, but others too. When Xi is walking around the wet market with a Walgreens surgical mask on, he knows it's not there. But anyway, and as Jon Stewart pointed out, as clear as anybody did, certainly not a conservative, the reason why I think it came from the lab is because the word virus is actually on the side. So anyway, all that really common sense logical stuff. Well, there's a little bit of a scare going on in China again, and I hate to be the one to tell you this. However, I do think this one probably has more explanation because remember, incorrectly, communist China, they have had people in COVID restrictions for like 3 years. They have not released it at all, and they've kept people in masks, and they've kept people isolated. They're still doing antiquated, outdated responses to people who've been exposed. And I really think what we're seeing here is they finally have lifted all these restrictions, and people's immune system is so compromised they're all getting sick.
I agree.
And we also saw that in our major cities, same exact thing. But then eventually people got into their normal resistance and it got better. But these are all people, some eyewitness footage, people in the Beijing Children's Hospital. There's been a surge in respiratory illnesses because this is the first winter since they've eased COVID-19 restrictions. And I believe that fact is more likely the culprit than, hey, here's another, escaped virus. I know it's fun for them to terrorize us and everybody try to find a way to scare you again, especially with an election coming up. But I think this is more of people's immune systems who have been compromised by ridiculous restrictions going on far too long. And their bodies have now having to deal with a winter and having to deal with the cold and flu season. And their immune systems are weakened, and they're not handling it really well.
You got to let your kids play in the dirt. You got to let them get a little bit of exposure to germs here and there. And man, it's wild seeing these lines in the hospitals.
Yep.
They have initially they were kind of slow to, just like they did with COVID-19. They were kind of slow to say what's going on to the whole world. And luckily the CDC is on it, guys. So that's good.
That's awesome.
They handled it so good with COVID-19.
Yeah, didn't they?
But they have received the clusters of like pneumonia clusters or what samples.
Yeah.
And it's not a new thing.
There you go.
So that's reassuring.
That's important,
That's
guys.
very good.
I hope everybody heard what Mr. Adler just said. It's not a novel virus. It's nothing novel about it. These are people with compromised immune systems. This is one of the reasons that we kept saying, especially with children who were at, minuscule risk, not letting their immune system do its natural job. We actually compromised our children and made them sicker by the things that we did.
Yeah.
And I hope we've learned our lessons. I still tilt my head a little bit, and I don't want to say anything because I could be totally wrong. And I could be looking at someone who's immune compromised or having cancer treatments or something that I'm not aware of. So I've had to take that position when I see people walking around with masks on still.
Right.
Well, maybe there's something about their health I don't know.
Right.
Now the ones who are wearing it as a chin strap, I think for them it's probably like Linus and his blanket.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm no doctor, but that's definitely not.
Because it's not doing any good.
No.
Wearing one of these masks, you could argue how much good it does, even though most of the research says not much.
Right.
But if you're wearing it as a chin strap, I don't think any of us.
I don't think that's how it's intended.
I don't think any of us have to have the background, or even if your nose is just exposed.
Yeah.
Yeah, you breathe through that.
Right.
You do.
You do breathe through your nose.
You do.
So, and most of what we get is because it goes into our nasal and touches those little nodes back there, and then we get sick.
Mm-hmm.
I would go as far as to say covering your nose is probably really important.
Yeah.
Super important.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that the masks are not fun to wear, but if you're going to wear them, I'd at least try to make it wear it right. At least.
Give it a shot.
Probably don't need to have it on at all,
No.
but
give it a chance.
What? That's none of my business.
No. And around your chin at an outdoor football game isn't helping either.
No.
That chin thing is really weird to me.
Sitting by yourself in a car with it on is a choice.
Yeah. It would also be interesting. I think I could even look at it because we all like to be hip, kind of like when Michael Jackson started wearing shin guards for some reason.
Yeah.
Even though
he did go play them.
Yeah, even though he was not a catcher on any baseball team, but but he wore them for a fashion statement. If the chin strap mask were some sort of cool look, you could almost go, oh, okay, you're not really trying to protect yourself from catching anything. You just that just looks super cool.
Yeah.
But I will say that a mask as a chin strap doesn't look cool. So there's not even a real fashion statement.
No,
there.
it's not. It's not a good look.
No, and so
I don't think Michael Jackson would have done that. Now he did. He
I
would
don't
wear
know,
like
Greg.
a fake cast.
He
on
did
his
wear
arm.
a surgical mask.
He did. Now he did that.
Oh, that's right.
But
He
not
did.
for style.
No, yeah, wasn't he trying to hide his identity or something? Or
I think he was coming in and out of surgery so much he just kept the surgical mask
That's
on.
true.
Well, his nose was falling off. That probably had something to do with it.
So let's all just one time, and I know most of us, just like we had a story, we never did it, but Speedy had it produced for us going into Thanksgiving, and I was glad to see this, were the majority of Americans now, okay, the overwhelming majority, even when they traveled around for Thanksgiving, when they were asked about COVID, they were replying, it's just a virus. Mm-hmm. It's just another virus that we could catch, and there's that, RSV that's out there. There's, your grandkids had some of that, so people are just going, hey, so you get sick and then you get better, and, you got to watch yourself. And probably the best thing we can do, and you're seeing the results of it here, and we keep saying this over and over again, I think you do need to be very careful about weakening your immune system. Keep that immune system strong. That's where I focus most of my time, because I don't think I can live in a world where I never get exposed to anything. What you want to do is have your body ready to fight it off completely, or if you get it, fight it off quick. And what we're seeing here is people with compromised immune systems getting sick because it's the flu season and the virus season. And as you said, even the CDC has seen samples and says this is not novel. So don't get overly terrified with these videos that are used to try to scare you. Then I understand why. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. 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 Rick and Bubba, Rick and B
really interesting story about the little house in the woods.
Yeah.
And they're telling you, they built it up for an hour, and they're giving you the end of it, and the thing keeps cutting off. Apple TV.
And it's Betty.
And I'm like, what? She's back there pushing the remote. Because I go to the bedroom, she goes, it ain't working. And I said, well, there's the remote for it right here. You're pushing the one in the den.
Betty versus technology.
Oh, no. It is, technology is undefeated. 540 to 0.
Not to mention the raccoon story from you.
You got a raccoon you have to deal with.
Yeah.
We'll be right back. You got a lot of problems, Betty.
Rick and Bubba.
People are asking to be put on Bank 9. His wife, Betty Lou Bussey, referred to it as he pulled a crotch muscle. And they're asking for that to be put on Bank 9 from the voicemail. So anyway, we've kind of gone through what happened. We've gone through where we are. Betty's talked about what it was a tough run. The recovery is ahead. Betty, you were telling us you're having to take this on while battling a rabid raccoon at the same time.
Yes. Well, he finally got in. He's in the bed. I think this is after I had taken him what ration of food he was allowed.
Right. And you said you learned that from My 600-Pound Life?
Yes. Well, have you seen that?
Greg watches it. Greg loves it.
This lady died finally. They were passing food to this lady through the window.
I mean,
I'm like,
quit feeding.
Yeah.
I know. I scream at the television.
If you can't get out of bed,
right,
then you shouldn't be eating.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You eat what everybody brings you.
Right.
Yeah.
Bring your avocado.
Anyway, I go to the back door then to let the dog out. And thank goodness I had not let her out yet or whatever. Here's a raccoon or whatever.
What a
and
day.
so I'm like,
Oh, wow. Real close, Betty. Look at that picture.
Wow, look at it.
That's the raccoon right there?
Yeah.
Right in the middle of the day.
Broad
That
daylight,
is
Greg.
it. I got that close that I took a picture.
We got crazy eyes. Look.
And so
Not right.
I go back and tell Bill, that raccoon is at the back door.
He's either somebody's pet that's got away or there's something up with him.
That's not good.
Somebody's pet. I don't know. Who gets a raccoon as a pet?
A lot of people have
A lot of people have them. Just John does.
Yeah. Just John, come over and get that thing, get it out of there.
Seriously,
Here at home, play
come
with
on
it
if
with
you
yours.
want a pet.
Have you
John,
defeated
just
marshmallows,
John?
baby?
You know, Rick, I will have to tell you this through all of this, and I mean this. I don't want to get too serious here, but Betty is a wonderful, wonderful lady, and I'm very honored to have her as my wife. As we just celebrated 30 years, last week, and she's a godly woman. She walks with God every day. She is a Proverbs 31 lady. And, there's so many things I can say. She's beautiful. She's sexy.
Oh.
We have a great time
But
together.
she's going to let you eat.
But the thing...
Wow.
You just ruined it.
You did it again.
He did it again.
You did it again.
Good night. Look at that.
Good night. Look at that.
But the thing about Betty that I enjoy maybe the most is her sense of humor.
Yeah.
And we were laying in the bed. I was in excruciating pain, and she was very aggravated. And we both got to laughing so hard last night when we were reading about what to expect when you sleep with a growing point.
Oh my God!
And we both just had tears in our eyes.
Sure.
We were
Y'all just
laughing
turned
so
the
hard.
television on, so let's just find something to watch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. When we finally figured out what remote to use.
Yeah,
we
that
had
took a minute.
Yeah, the den
Right.
remote back there in the bedroom.
So, not being able to move around, this is not a good time to have that when you're battling a raccoon.
No.
You gotta be quick on your feet.
Look, Betty, I'm concerned about this raccoon being out in the middle of the day.
If that thing had run in the house, I don't know. It would have been a 3-ring circus for sure.
Yeah, let's not let it.
Yeah, what if it got?
What?
Yeah.
I mean,
I know.
I don't know what to do.
Well,
I think I'm going to have to call
he's a little
John.
bold. Yeah, he is bold.
He is.
Have you ever watched Old Yeller?
No.
Look at him.
You've never seen that movie?
I don't want to see it.
See, Greg, if I'd have shot him with a shotgun right there, I'd have shot my bricks.
Yeah,
I'd have
you'd
shot
have to
the
get him
floor,
on out.
I'd
Get him
shot
away
my,
from
that's,
that
by the
wagon.
way, that's my little
wagon
red wagon that
From
when I was a
his
kid.
childhood.
And Betty's made a planter out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks nice. I was about to say, if that's your plan for toting him around, you better get a bigger wagon.
You're going to have to lure him out into an open area somehow.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he's smart. He doesn't do that.
Yeah.
But
He'll go through
he
the
looks
drawers,
friendly,
though.
Rick. I think that I'll just keep him.
He was coming in the garage door this morning, the cat door, when I was.
He thinks this
I
is his
put the
thing
food
now.
down for the cats. I don't leave it out anymore. I'll put it down and they eat while I'm standing
So
there.
he's figured that out.
And he was coming in wanting the food.
Well, he just thinks if this is the way you do the food, then I'll just come to that then.
Well, that's what I told Bill. Is he confused? Does he think he's one of the pets?
He does.
Maybe that's it.
That's it.
Well, they're just used to going and eating whatever they can find. So he finds it, he keeps going back.
Right. Rick and Bubba show. No Bubba today. Still having some stomach issues, and hopefully he'll get that dialed in. Be back with us sooner or later. Sooner than later. All right, so things that you need to know, some other things. So, there's this big deal about, AI is going to put people out of work. As a matter of fact, one of my sons in the middle of the strike that happened, with actors about trying to defend themselves on some of the streaming issues and AI, writing some sitcoms and things like that. And, this AI thing is, and people are saying, it's great technology, but, it can be highly abused. And then there was the thought of, and we talked about this the other day, could AI just simply write a song that everybody likes that really has no human involvement whatsoever? And we always make fun, speaking of Granger Smith, speaking at the Manchurch Conference in Starkville next year, he did a great job of making fun of country music when he had that character that Bubba loves that he does. And he would do all these things are always in, country pop songs. I'm by the lake. I'm in my truck. And I got my jeans on and all this. Better known as every Luke Bryan song. Yeah. So AI was what? Just giving the information, give us a song like this?
Yeah, I think they just fed a whole bunch of country songs, contemporary country songs.
So what is bro country?
Bro country is like Florida Georgia Line,
Morgan Wallen.
Yeah, well,
Morgan. Yeah, I mean he's got some traditional country, but he does have some bro country stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, well he's done some stuff with Florida Georgia Line.
Okay, yeah,
I think.
Yeah, so
and Luke Bryan.
So the AI says I'll crank out a country song based on the information you gave me.
Yes.
Right. Okay, and this is it.
This is it.
Okay.
All right.
Truck, jeans, beer, girl, creek, boots, truck, tan legs, train, dog, beer, Dixie cup. Got a beer in my beer and a Chevy in my truck. Got a dog at the wheel, cut off jeans, truck. Dirt road, back road, beer, moonlight, red, white, and blue, girl, Friday night. My boots in the dirt, got the dirt from a dirt road beneath my truck. Got the truck from my girl, she's got the dirt. I got the dirt from the dirt from the truck. Got my boots, got the dirt. I got the dirt from the dirt from my truck.
Wow, what a mess. So AI created every bit of that.
Oh, let the chorus hit.
Oh,
Rick.
there's one. Okay.
Got a beer in my beer and a Chevy in my truck. Got a dog at the wheel, cut off jeans truck. Dirt road, back road, beer, moonlight, red, white, and blue, girl, Friday night.
There you go. Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Not a bad
Hey,
hook.
Sheryl Crow and others, have come out and said they're worried. They're worried to death about songwriters.
Sure.
And they're going to go out of business because of AI writing songs. And well, I can see her point because she's like, man, I'm sitting down trying to do as much work as I can before this hits because, some of us could be out of business.
Yeah, you get into a fake world. And you can get to the point where nothing is genuinely from the heart anymore because I will never say, I know somebody that was supposed to give a eulogy to somebody they'd been in business with for a long time. And all they did was type in things about this person and it cranked out the eulogy to them like that.
Let me tell you this, Rick. I mask all the time. Our former interns, I don't know if I should even say this, but our former interns send me emails all the time wanting to know if I can reference a reference letter. And I use Chat GDP like it's nothing. I think that's how you say it.
Right.
And it cranks out the most eloquent letter that I could never write on my own.
Would you hire the people based on that letter it gave you?
100%.
Oh, yeah. All right, so Greg, good news. Tom Cruise is going to help you with your 4K.
I'm so sorry. Real quick, this is just kind of coming out right now. Sports Illustrated, the magazine, has been hit with allegations that some of their articles have been written by AI.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Okay.
and with even a fake headshot of the writer. And that's AI as well.
Okay.
And people called him on it, and then all those articles have been deleted.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do
wow.
you know I didn't print that story because it had the bikini issue on the front of the.
Well, why, Greg? And I'd have been interested then.
Oh, right.
No,
You mean nobody's reading the articles? Hey, Sports
it was just
Illustrated?
littered with
What?
bikini shots. So I didn't put
But that is interesting. So it's even gotten in journalism.
I think we should embrace it.
Well, journalism that's an easy thing. Of course, it's weird when you create a fake guy's picture that has beautiful blue eyes. That's weird.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Drew Ortiz is not a real person.
All right, Greg. So 4K looking like a soap opera.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, so we don't know where sources come from anyway, but this is Tom Cruise.
Yes.
He's going to tell you how to fix your TV where you will not have to see that soap opera look. Are you ready? Here's Tom Cruise. We got him to do this for Greg.
Is this really him?
To that end, we'd like a moment of your time to talk to you about video interpolation.
Video interpolation, or motion smoothing, is a digital effect on most high-definition televisions and is intended to reduce motion blur in sporting events and other high-definition programming.
The unfortunate side effect is that it makes most movies look like they were shot on high-speed video rather than film. Now, this is sometimes referred to as the soap opera effect.
Greg, it's
Without a side-by-side comparison, many people can't quite put their finger on why the movie they're watching looks strange.
Most HD TVs come with this feature already on by default, and turning it off requires navigating a set of menus with interpolation often referred to by another brand name.
If you own a modern high-definition television, there's a good chance you're not watching movies the way the filmmakers intended, and the ability to do so is not simple for you to access.
Filmmakers are working with manufacturers to change the way video interpolation is activated on your television, giving you easier access and greater choice over when to use this feature.
Meanwhile, a quick internet search should provide you with step-by-step instructions on how to quickly disable the feature so that you can enjoy the movie you're about to see exactly as the filmmakers intended.
On behalf of everyone who works so hard to bring you the very best motion picture experience, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much.
Well, see, now Tom Cruise is mad about it. So something's going to be done.
He's right.
Yeah.
Like I say, I like it in live sports. It doesn't bother me. But movie, I'll tell you, that movie I watched with Nick Nolte and Robert Redford, it ruined it.
Greg, okay, but here's the thing. You can get it. You can remove it.
He didn't say how.
Well, you Google your TV brand and how to do it. There's a guy that emailed us about it, too.
So you have a Samsung.
Yes.
So what I want you to do is go to
Look right there, Greg.
Press settings.
Look at number 3.
Press the settings button on your Samsung remote.
Auto motion.
Navigate to picture, and then there's going to be a drop down. It says expert settings. Click expert settings, and then click on motion plus setting, and then it's over.
Here, if you really truly want to do
picture,
I
expert
have
settings,
a picture
boom.
of your remote, and I can walk you through
Greg,
it over
do
the
it.
phone.
Please do it.
Well, it's just settings. Picture,
He's not listening to
expert
anything you're
settings,
saying.
motion. It's 4 steps.
That's a lot of steps.
That's like 400.
Yeah, he's not
To
listening
he
to
and
you,
me.
Speedy.
Unless I write it
He's
down.
not listening to you, Speedy.
Unless I write it down.
I'm sorry.
Send it to him in a text.
Okay, done.
The problem is his remote doesn't have words on it.
What?
It's like symbols and a bunch of. There's not a ton of.
Helmsy, how about this one? Hit the house, and then when you see the house,
you're right. That's what's on there.
Yeah, go to the picture. And then go to expert settings.
So LG calls it True Motion, Roku calls it Action Smoothing, Samsung calls it Auto Motion Plus.
That's yours, Greg.
That's it,
buddy. Sony calls it Motion Flow.
So Greg's got one of those remotes for special viewers.
Yeah.
How about I wish Tom Cruise would tell us other things?
I liked hearing that.
I did too.
He said exactly what we were saying.
I know, Greg. How's it feel to be once again?
It was better coming from him, though.
It really was. You know what that meant? That when we watched the latest Top Gun, they didn't like that setting.
You're right.
No,
exactly right.
Band of Brothers was on the other night, and I had to turn it off.
No, you had to turn it off.
Turn it off.
It is bad, y'all.
You can't disrespect that. That's one of my favorite series.
What about Virgin River when it comes on?
Oh, wow.
Careful.
He'll let that go.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's easy pickings.
Greg, he looks a little lean.
He does.
He does.
I think he's young. I think he's a little. He's a young one,
And rabid.
probably.
Try
If
to-
he's
try to
not,
hand-
I would treat him like he is.
I would try to hand feed him a marshmallow.
Gosh, no.
Well, you ain't gonna get a marshmallow out there. Bubba's already talked about that.
Yeah, I don't think I could bait using marshmallows because I'd walk out with a bag, and by the time I got where I was going to bait him, I'd have an empty bag.
I was about to say, have y'all seen Bill eat marshmallows? You can't keep a s'more thing. I mean, I turn around and they're all gone. There's nothing to make a s'more with. You know?
I like candy bars and I like marshmallows. And,
He's put peanut butter on the graham crackers and ate them.
And we know your love for sausage balls, and they're in the kitchen right now. And I feel like we're stuck in the middle because Betty keeps getting a report of how much you're eating in the break, and I don't know what to do.
No, we're all right. I sampled them. They're good. They're very good.
Maybe I should be a new intern here, and that way I can keep a monitor.
Oh man.
We've got an avail on Mondays and Tuesdays.
Well, you might as well.
Yeah.
You can be my personal assistant.
Well, I got news for you. Until he gets where he can move around, looks like you're going to be one.
Well, I know. I've noticed that.
Let's go to the great state of Texas, where Donna is standing by. Donna, it's Ladies' Day on the wonderful Wheel of Meat. What do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Betty! Oh, no, she turned that loose.
She did.
She turned it loose.
Look, Betty's in good shape.
Hey, that's Pleasant Valley right there.
She's country strong.
That's right. Pleasant Valley spun that one. She's Calhoun County native, too.
That's right.
Let's see.
Go Raiders.
Come on, here we go.
Betty! Oh, my.
Betty?
Oh, for two.
Betty, you got the magic touch.
No, it's Pippet. Pippet! Where's Pippet? Where's Pippet?
This is Bubba from the band. Betty!
Pippet! Betty! Betty!
So hungry, Betty!
No more grapes! All right, so...
It's like Dale the Whale.
Dale the Whale! I got to tell you something. Betty, you haven't spun a wheel yet.
Come on,
You mean on the wheel.
I think I'm spinning it too hard.
No, turn it loose. Don't hold back. That's the worst thing you can do is hold back.
Live hard.
That's it. Sarah in Birmingham. Oh, it's Ladies' Day on the Wheel of Meat. Betty is spinning. All right, let's go to. Is that Sarah? Did I get that right? Yeah. All right, Sarah, you're Birmingham. Go ahead. What do you say to Betty?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Betty. Oh, little English.
Change up.
Little English.
Gave us a change up.
Little English. Let's see what Betty spins here. Right now, Sarah, come on. Let's see. Oh, here we go.
Oh, you're in the money this time.
Bus box coffee. Bus box coffee.
I don't think that's it, but yes.
Yeah, I like that better, though.
I do.
Well, we got to get it
together.
together. I did like it better.
I was going to
but we all got to get on the same
You like
page.
it better, do
I
it
did
like we do
like
Blaze
it better.
TV?
Yes.
Sarah, you've got a pound of BuzzBox coffee. We'll put you on hold, and we'll send you the best coffee that you've ever drank before. And if you already get BuzzBox coffee, then this can be extra, or you can give it away as a gift. All right, we'll put you on hold. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll take that.
We'll take that. 866 We Be Big. It looks like the first dude to get in on Ladies' Day. We go to Jake in Birmingham, Alabama. Jake, what do you say to Betty Lou?
I mean, hey, wow, what a wheel.
That's good.
That's good, Jake. Let's see where it lands. She got a winner, so she's out of the losing streak.
Went more with a change up again.
Let's see here. Here it comes around. Uh-oh. Come on.
Oh, my. My goodness.
Betty, I'm hungry. It's not growing. Take me around the barn. All right. To Calhoun County. Let's see if we can get Calhoun County to spend for Calhoun County.
You're right.
Steve and Anniston. Steve, Anniston, Alabama. What do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Betty. Come on, Betty. Come on. I go. All right, that's good.
Okay,
That's good.
different.
A little different tempo.
Betty has the soft touch.
Here we go. Listen, oh, there we go. Flowers, flowers, flowers. Smell it. All right, so congratulations to you, Steve. You got a bouquet of flowers from 1-800-Flowers.com. You can go multicolored roses or 2 dozen red roses. What you want?
The multicolored.
Oh, okay. You're a little spicy. All right, so multicolored it is. All right, let's go down to Mississippi where Brett is standing by. Brett, what do you say to Betty Lou Bussey?
This is what Betty says. Wow, what a bill. I mean, wow.
Wow, what a bill. Yeah. Oh, she's going back. Now, she turned that loose. She's turning that loose right there. All right, let's see where this baby lands.
That's a Tuesday, Thursday workout for you right there.
That's right there. And let's see. Coming around.
Coming all
Keep going, keep going, keep going. Yes!
Henry the horse! Henry the horse! Come on, Henry! Here he comes! Oh, Henry! Henry. I mean, he looks like he's hurt. He looks like he's hurt.
You don't want to be hurt as a horse.
Henry,
what's up, guys?
What's wrong, buddy?
I injured my groin.
Oh, no.
I was doing a very incredibly leisurely activity.
Like what?
Not pickleball, horseshoes.
Oh, no! Horseshoes! Oh, wait.
But I'm fine. Greg, put the gun down. I'm fine.
7 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world, live and or archived. However you're here, we're glad you are. Bubba out today and still having some stomach issues. So as we start this hour, things you need to know. Thursday, Lord willing, the first day of Christmas. On the Rick and Bubba show, the first gift will be given away. We'll start our Christmas music, and we will run 12 straight shows to the big year ender, and we'll finish 30 years of Rick and Bubba and celebrate that anniversary. Lord willing, we come back on January the 3rd of 2024. So we are continuing to break down the stories for you today. It's been a while. You know, yesterday we had so many great stories from Thanksgiving, and honestly, it's when you start talking about the politics and the current situation with the country, it's a little bit of a Debbie Downer. But anyway, this one I think is in a way, in its own way, kind of funny. Adler brought it to our attention today, and this is a Biden update. So,
Where did he go?
Yep.
He's hiding in the basement.
Yep.
Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
So, everyone's favorite press secretary, of course, that's Karine, is how you say it? Jean-Pierre, and that's it. And Karine Jean-Pierre, I don't think she saw this one coming. White House briefing, and we have a woman, of course, wearing a mask, that has a question for Biden's press secretary. Here we go.
I had an in-depth conversation with Stevie Wonder last night, who is... I love Stevie Wonder. Again, for the serious question, I had an in-depth conversation with Stevie Wonder last night, who is requesting a meeting with the president. He's very concerned about the black agenda falling along the wayside and issues like laws of 50 years ago that are now being abolished or gutted, to include issues like the Voting Rights Act, what happened in Arkansas last week, affirmative action, Supreme Court, as we've seen it, ban on books, and he's also even brought up issues of the Congo and the lack of information from the White House. Is the White House amenable to sitting down with Stevie Wonder, who has met with presidents throughout history, to include Ronald Reagan? He was one of the major impetus for getting the holiday for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And also, he was one of those who worked with President Obama in his efforts to become president. Is this president amenable to meeting with Stevie Wonder, who has these concerns?
And you're right, April. What you just laid out in your question is incredibly important. And so we take that very, very seriously here. Can I just say a couple things about Stevie Wonder? He is indeed an icon who's made tremendous contributions to the civil rights movement and also voting rights. And as you just listed out, he was one of the main voices in getting Dr. Martin Luther King Day. And we appreciate appreciate that. We appreciate his brilliance, and we appreciate what he's been able to do on behalf of the community. So I can't, as far as a meeting with the president, certainly I'm not aware of any meetings with Mr. Wonder or any scheduled meetings, and I don't have anything to announce, obviously, at this time.
Mr. Wonder, I'm sorry. I was ready for so we must get a meeting with the president and Mr. Wonder. Mr. Wonder.
I don't know how to put this together with the president and Mr. Wonder. First of all, we'll give credit to the person in the audience. That mask is meaningless, but she is wearing it. She is wearing it correctly.
Hey, the deep breath is a struggle for her.
Yeah,
if you'll notice.
Hard to understand.
Yeah.
So, do you think there's no
off the wall as he talked about meeting with Stevie Wonder? I mean, that was right over my mind.
Right.
Can you tell us why the president won't meet with Stevie Wonder?
Yeah.
I don't.
People want to know.
Question, you down front. Why will the president not meet with Mr. Wonder?
He does have a scheduled meeting with Lionel Richie.
You're right.
Stevie Wonder wants to see him. Well, not see him.
Yeah.
Meet with him.
All right.
Meet with him.
Now look,
no need. Wasn't there a rumor that Stevie's faking? Wasn't there a rumor about that? So
I believe it.
He was on the elevator and looked up at
I believe everything.
Greg, why are you saying?
I'm not saying it was true.
Why are you saying things like this?
Yeah. We actually do have a story today in our show prep that the Biden administration is struggling to maintain support among black voters, saying that we're not quite getting what they're doing, and
Quick,
some
call
of them,
Stevie.
Some of them are finally, no pun intended, seeing the fact that what they've been voting for isn't helping them.
Yeah,
and they do have a problem. They have a messaging problem, bad.
Well, also I see on our list today that we also have a article. There's 100 ways that white people can make life less frustrating for people of color.
Yes.
100 ways?
100
Yeah.
Can y'all break it down to 10? God only gave us 10.
Yeah.
I mean, 100?
This is from the great minds at Vice News.
Yeah.
Oh,
so,
that's a great organization.
Okay.
so I guess is this what's happening? I didn't at first. No one will meet with Stevie Wonder, and wow, there's 100 of them.
A list of 100 ways.
Right. By the way, did y'all see the hilarious, and I don't know if it was part of this, and it was sent to me by a friend, and
this isn't real.
It's a real article.
And I was laughing. No, listen to this, Greg. You wait for this one. And this was a woman, a black woman who was making fun of the statement. Okay, so keep in mind, this was not a white person, and the statement was, it really shouldn't matter what ethnicity the actor is; they should be able to play anybody. And she gets to laughing and starts saying things like picturing, like Scarlett Johansson's, is that her name?
Yeah.
Playing like Rosa Parks.
Sure.
And she just starts laughing. She goes, "Are you serious?" and then she, starts taking about like black people playing, George Washington, and so she's making fun of it, and all these different scenarios keep coming up. Wahlberg playing Muhammad Ali, and I mean, and it was because see what's happens is she says what we forget, and she was a person of color. We say things like this, but we really don't mean that white people should be playing black people, do we? That we never mean that.
Yeah.
But if we say that any actor of any ethnicity can play any historical figure, well, then that means white people can just start playing all these famous people of color who were historical.
No, we're not going that way.
No, we don't mean that. No, I think that if you want to do a historical movie or a TV show, you probably want to get an actor that is historically correct on the actual ethnicity of the person that was in history. There's nothing wrong with that.
I thought casting was an important tool.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, that's the story.
But now we have this thing. Now this is just Vice trying to be sharp, as Greg would say.
They're not sitting serious.
But I can't go through 100. No, I mean there's just no way.
Well, I get to number 2, and it says, "Don't assume that all people of color share the same views. We are not a monolith." Unfortunately, Joe Biden's got a problem with number 2, because I don't know if you remember when he was like, "If you're not voting for me, you ain't black."
Yeah,
he did say that.
So Biden makes it to number 2, and he's off the
Yeah,
list.
the Democratic Party doesn't even follow number 2. They're the worst offenders of saying if you're a certain color, you have to vote a certain way.
Yeah.
And you must have a certain worldview.
You must think the exact same.
Yeah. So anyway, that's just bizarre.
100 of them?
Yeah.
100.
I don't think 100's gonna.
I'd like for you to go to 99 and 100.
Oh, here's one. Look at 15.
What?
Wow. Wait a minute.
I'm gonna go full screen.
Greg, how'd you pick that out?
I don't know.
It's unbelievable. It's a gift.
It's like his eyes go right to it.
But
So basically, the list is like, if you move into the suburbs, that's white flight. and that's bad.
Oh.
If you move into the city, that's gentrification. That's bad.
Where are we supposed to live?
Right, exactly. It's
my goodness.
I'm going to say
it's
this,
nuts.
and I'm going to
Put a
represent
lot of pressure on the honkies.
people of color that we all know and are either acquaintances with or friends with, and that they would agree, and a lot of other voices out there, like the woman that was making fun of this, would agree. I will tell you who this list is most offensive to is people of color. Yeah. This makes people of color look like a bunch of children that can't function in society without getting their feelings hurt. This is ridiculous. Yeah. It makes people of color look silly. It's a stupid list, and no one should give it the time of day, regardless of ethnicity. Yeah. That's like those that think you have to take excellence and you have to minimize excellence in order to achieve diversity. Anybody ever thought about how offensive that is?
Yeah.
Right.
You do not have to sacrifice excellence in order to have diversity. And if you think that in and of itself is sort of a degrading comment.
Yeah.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look good.
How about it?
All right, so we'll begin to unpack everything. Bubba, first of all, an update. How is the pickleball injury?
Rick, it is steady as she goes. Still struggling in some areas,
yep.
and little. So I told you, I think overcompensating. I've got my other side a little sore now, but we'll get through it.
Well, that's only just begun.
Yeah,
because anytime you're favoring something, then everything else in the body says, "Wait a minute, we're doing things we normally don't do."
Yeah, I can't wait for the next few months. This is going to be a lot of fun.
You know what the body checks in and says, "Hey, wait a minute, we got some signals here about we've never been asked to do this before. This is not our responsibility."
There was marked improvement yesterday, and I hope that sometime today we see that kind of gain again.
Well, it goes back to this.
It hadn't started out that way.
Well, what I'll tell you about these kind of injuries, and we've experienced them, all of us.
I've never had a growing injury before.
I have, and here's the good news and the bad news. Ooh. The good news is there's not going to be any requirement, meaning you don't have a choice of anybody trying to get you back into an athletic event or a team. They're not waiting on you to say, "Man, when can you go?"
No, what they do pickleball next Tuesday.
Well, you ain't gonna play pickleball next Tuesday. What I'm saying is the part of you getting back to a life that is somewhat normal as a radio host and a dad and a husband, that's gonna get tolerable, and you're gonna think, okay, I'm okay. But let me tell you what's a long way off is you being required to go to move in any kind of athletic way. That's a long way off because you're gonna think you're okay. And then you're gonna go after something. You go, ah!
Well, there was a reminder this morning.
Hold it, Lee!
There was a reminder this morning around 4:00 when I had to wake Betty up and ask her to put my sock and my shoe on my right foot. I can handle my left one. Yeah. I can't get my right one anywhere close.
Oh boy!
Can I tell you when you made that move after that pickleball, as you did, when that girl gave away,
and boy did it.
It hurt you to some degree, but it really hurt Betty.
Oh, yeah.
It did. Especially this morning when he woke up to put his sock on.
Betty got injured that day.
And I don't know how long that I'll have to have help putting a sock on.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, let me tell you, get there.
You won't have to wear sandals.
I tried for about 10 minutes. I tried putting it in places and sneaking up on it, and
you're going to borrow Adler's flip flops.
I couldn't do it.
Look, there's a mandate. There's a mandate from our Lord and Savior on washing your feet, but I'm not called biblically to put your sock on.
Look, growing fine.
I'm still okay now.
Okay.
I'm done. What have I done?
We're watching the video.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's on a continuous loop.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Adler, for that.
Well, and I should have asked Adler about this before I started.
It's like that spin around
pain.
Yeah, it is. I'm hurt.
Well, and I hate to do this because
and how silly. I mean, that wasn't all that difficult. It wasn't high hurdling anything.
Well, Bubba, what I'm saying is this is that sad, horrible reminder of who we are now.
I know.
Mm-hmm. We're mere shells of ourselves.
Right.
So the and what I've done is I've tried to deal with that, and what I'm trying to do now is to be the best shell I can be of myself. Right. And I don't set my I'm looking. Okay, good. It looks like it's good now.
Huh?
Well, and this is on me, but I didn't know. I mean, heck, I didn't know. You never know when these little YouTube bombs are going to drop. So everybody's wanting to see Bubba's footage and see Betty on the show yesterday. Of course, this has spawned what happens, this terrible idea the audience has of having all the wives up here at the same time and all that. I watched Bubba get barbecued yesterday, and that's why we don't want him up here.
No.
And so
I just kept trying to rotate so it was evenly done.
But I played bad music from the Eagles, and the Eagles shut us down yesterday, so the archive was delayed. But it's out there now, and tons of you have already watched it. So, those of you that were like, "Hey, I was on my watch the archive routine and it was delayed," that's because I played live in the fast lane.
Right. Was it too long, or what was or was it just them?
Keep in mind, we're out on the bleeding edge right now, and the bleeding edge is all of these artists, which I understand. They're trying to fit. There's now we talked about this, but there's these new publishing companies that are rising up saying the old publishing companies are living in the past. We're here to get you the compensation you should be getting from podcasts, YouTube, streaming apps. And so they're out there trying to throw that net out there. Now, the problem is we keep asking, would y'all give us, like we did in the old days, a price that we can buy a license and do it the way we did back in the old days of terrestrial only. And that has yet to be figured out.
.com/Bubba. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes now. Now 22 minutes past the hour. We'll get phone calls bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, a couple of things to hit. Don't forget, first gift of the 12 working days of Christmas coming up Thursday. Make a note of that. And also check upcoming events going on this week. And we've hit some of those for you from themanchurch.com Thursday night, Prattville, Alabama. Glenwood Baptist Church, they'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy in the land of I-92, WLWI. I'll be there via video kicking that off. That's an option that we do offer for those of you that may need something that helps the budget a little bit, or you just like to have me kick it off, but we can't get a date for you. You can do that through video. We offer that too at themanchurch.com. So you'll see that message, and you can plug into one of their Bible studies, Glenwood Baptist Church, Prattville, coming up this Thursday night. Friday, I'll be in New York City, Lord willing, and for the Promise Keepers Daring Faith Conference. I'll be on a panel. Ooh. The topic will be a topic that we talked about a lot on this program that God is not silent on. Of course, it led to me getting a little bit of a handle on the conference call, but anyway, we'll be discussing where is God when it comes to our pain and our suffering. So that will be my topic, and I'm sharing that with another guy as well, and we'll have somebody that'll be kind of asking us questions. You can stream that if you can't be in New York City. Promise Keepers is handling that though, so use the link we have at rickandbubba.com or themanchurch.com. It's at both places under events, and then Brian Dawson kicks it off for Government Street Baptist Church in Mobile, Alabama, Saturday morning for a men's breakfast if you want to join him. And they'll start the men's discipleship strategy. The Man Church conferences are coming up in 2024. Both of those, the tickets are selling briskly, and they're good ideas for Christmas as well. You can either get tickets to the Birmingham or the Starkville dates. Those are at themanchurch.com right as soon as you go to the page. And grab those before the tickets are all gone. All right, so as we start this, this is one of those things where people do research, and you have to ask the question, was this necessary? Mm-hmm. We have an American neuroscientist. His name is Andrew Huberman. Greg, you're not going to be ready for this. And I know Speedy, Helms, Adler, I know that a lot of you will be shocked by his findings. Are you ready? Alcohol is not good for the brain.
No. Uh-oh. They just now figured that out?
Yeah, I don't think this is a huge eureka moment, but here we go.
So what this study did is it looked at the brains, both the gray matter and the white matter, of more than 30,000, indeed more than 35,000, generally healthy middle-aged and older adults in the United Kingdom who were drinking various amounts of alcohol. What they found was that even for people that were drinking low to moderate amounts of alcohol, so 1 or 2 drinks per day, there was evidence of thinning of the neocortex, so loss of neurons in the neocortex, and other brain regions. And I don't say this in order to cause alarm. I tell you this because they are important data. because they reveal and indeed answer the question that has been burning for so long as to whether or not chronic alcohol intake can disrupt the brain, even if the chronic intake is very low.
So he's saying if you're just someone who says, look, I'm just a casual drinker, I'll come home from work or whatever, and I'll have a drink or a glass of wine, I'll have 1 or 2 a day. He said even if you're not walking around like some alcoholic or binge drinker, your brain is being damaged. Of course, if you think about it, back to common sense again, alcohol is going into my body. Alcohol. Okay, think about it. Alcohol. Yep. And he's saying this is not good for your brain. I guess it wouldn't be. He said if you're constantly, even if you're not binge drinking, it's just casual, but it's often and every day, it is showing that it is damaging your brain.
Yeah, this Andrew Huberman guy is he's a really smart dude out of Stanford, and he's actually helped me with falling asleep.
Greg, I didn't see this coming.
Okay, I didn't either.
Did
talk about this. He was the first.
Don't rush this.
Okay, Andrew Huberman.
You got plenty of time.
Neuroscientist out of Stanford, and he was the first guy to talk to that I heard talking to me about like the blue light from your phone,
right?
And how that phone light, especially in the last hour leading up to you going to sleep, will really mess you up.
It will.
So I was like, all right, well, I'll give that a shot. And that alone has really helped me out. He's got a whole bunch of other stuff.
What other stuff?
Like sunlight, straight up sunlight. Get sunlight.
Yeah, it's important.
Get sunlight, make sure sunlight hits your skin. And we work inside all day.
Yeah.
We're under fluorescent lights all day. I don't get much sunshine, especially since it gets dark at 4:04 p.m. in our time zone.
Exaggerating.
And so I've been trying to get sunlight, and I feel like
what about
it's
deep
been helping
breathing?
me out.
I've heard that one.
Breathing's big. Breathing, you got to breathe.
I didn't want to say
anything. That's not the same guy,
wait a
though,
minute,
is it?
Wait a minute. You tell me if you stop breathing,
That's
you're
Brecca.
gonna die?
No, I'm talking about this.
That's that Gary Brecca
this
guy.
minute breathing exercise. Or
Oh,
whatever.
I have. What is that? Yeah, y'all tell me about that.
You bring it in.
That's the ice bath guy. He does that. He does the breathing.
I don't know who that is.
Brecca.
I think it's Gary.
I'll look him up.
Is it Gary Brecca?
Because I'm all about biohacking, guys. I'm all about it.
Greg,
Let's hack into the mainframe.
Did you expect Eddie Van Adler, who, by the way, I have noticed you are a little pale. So
no.
Were you ready for him to say, Andrew Huberman helped me sleep?
I was not.
I was not ready for
And
that.
you're saying you quit looking at your phone?
An hour before I'm going to sleep, I don't look at my phone.
What about TV? Is that?
I try not to do TV.
TV's awful.
Yeah, TV's bad
TV
too.
in your room's terrible for your sleep.
Yeah.
And
blue
also
light,
and your
same
sex
thing.
life. Let me say this.
Interesting.
No, that's a fact. Let me throw
Anecdotal.
Let me
I
throw.
guess it depends on. Well.
Let me throw this out too. Are you going to listen to him on alcohol?
Yes. Okay. Oh yeah. Thank you for bringing me back to that. When I was a little kid, my dad, my mom's dad was a PE teacher, so he was always giving me health stuff all the time. He was a big coach, big time coach. I remember this. I was so young. He goes, every time you take a drink, those brain cells in your head, you lose one, you lose one, you lose one. And when you're born with the ones you got, you don't really gain them throughout your life. And and this is in the 80s. This was 1989. My grandpa told me that.
No,
Wow.
I can't believe you said that.
You think I'd be smarter? I can't drink in years.
Listen, but see the ones you lost to,
You don't get them back.
You don't get them
They're
back.
gone. Speedy, I'm sorry.
Adler,
It's not like the liver.
I'd forgotten about that. I was told the exact same thing. I remember hearing that once you've damaged brain cells, you don't get them back.
Yeah.
So
That's not good.
Yeah. Wow, 21's calling.
At the time, I remember thinking, well, how many do I really need? But looking back,
I'm going to need those.
Right. I wish I had them.
Yeah.
Phone calls are next.
Greg, do you believe any of this study?
Well, right. I'm sure we're overcompensating a little bit.
Hey, that sunshine thing is real.
Yeah.
Especially if you get sunshine on a
You need to get more sun.
particular part of your body. It really helps.
Watch it.
Adler.
Testosterone through the roof.
Adler.
What?
Phone calls are next.
Rick and Bubba.
So,
Called a blanket license.
So you just never know. It's all according to what artist and and this and when they happen, I take a note of it and try to pay attention. So anyway, but it's there now. It's not that we can't get you an archive. It was just a delayed archive.
Yeah.
But it is there now. And many of you have gone back and watched it. So if you missed yesterday's show with Betty Lou Bussey here rocking the entire show and the recap of Bubba's pickleball incident, all of that, of course, the audio was on our podcast archives, normal. But if you want to see the video, it's on the YouTube channel now. And it's been there for a little while. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, it became the email of the day once it was out, and then people putting it all over social media. It's also all over the country. It is being it's being discussed. It's being made fun of. It's called the word weird is being used a lot, and it involves our beloved university, Jacksonville State University. Since we have great relationships with UAB, we have great relationships with a lot of different colleges, but we all attended Jacksonville State University in the room right now. All five did. Yeah. Adler, the only one who did not, and he went to Auburn, and we have connections there too. But at Jacksonville State, our dad was coach for a long time there. A lot of ties there. Greg lives in the area. Mom and Dad live in the area. Bubba lived in the area. Is from there. So we got a lot of connections there. So that meant
my kids graduated.
Yeah, Greg's both kids graduated from there. Speedy's son plays baseball there. I mean,
a little kid there. I was watching Ralph Brock, quarterback, back in the day. Our now known as Dieter Brock.
Our nephew goes to college there now, and so it's just there's just all kinds of ties there. My wife graduated from Jacksonville State University. Yeah. So there's just a lot there. So we got bombarded yesterday when the Jacksonville State University football hot video came out.
People just kept sending it to us.
They just kept sending it to me over, and it started with Greg and you and I. Our sister sent it first on behalf of our mother.
I know.
Yeah,
that's weird.
Yeah, and so we. I don't know what to say about it. I'm rarely deemed speechless. I don't know what we were after. If you're after publicity, now you got that. Of course, the publicity is everybody thinks it's weird, and we're gonna play it and really unpack it here. Do you want to play it first?
Yeah, let's just play it.
Right,
so
start it over.
I
want to start it over. So let's just. For those of you listening, I apologize, but if you're watching,
enjoy the music if you're just listening.
Yeah.
And there's
paint on players.
There's red and white paint running down people's bodies in various places.
I bet it was cold.
That one right there.
That's weird.
That one right there. I don't know what to do about that. I just don't know what to do about it. And that I really don't know what to do about.
Maybe less is hard.
Yeah, right here we're pretty normal.
Yeah. Right.
All this is fine in here. Demonic voices I'm not crazy about.
No.
They're putting the gloves on. That's pretty cool there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. All that's good. That's cool.
I like those shoes.
Yeah, I like that. Very sharp shoes.
Yeah, giving Adidas some love.
Yeah. Rydell rides in here with their helmet. Be sure we get them on there.
Like that.
And all this here.
I like that.
Yeah, that's all good. And
probably should have stayed in this pocket.
Yeah, right in it.
This is also weird.
Playing Emmanuel while they're looking at.
You ready? Mm-hmm. Each other in a mirror.
Okay. It takes you to some bizarre places.
It does.
I tell you this, I'm not hyped.
I know. Hype's usually upbeat.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, some of that.
It comes across is that without it
like South Korean dance music, Greg.
Exactly.
If you
got it from my daddy.
If you were to say like, let's say that I knew nothing about football, and I showed up and you showed that to me, and maybe I was new to the country, and somebody says, "What is this?" I said, "Wow, man, y'all have some kind of weird football cult."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, is this a cult of people, or are they dangerous? It would be some things I look at.
Are they bleeding colors of the team? Is that what we're doing with the?
Well, at one time I'm spitting the colors or something. Why is it coming out of my mouth?
Well, when I first saw it, I thought, well, the colors are going to turn into a jersey, and I thought that could be kind of cool. The one with the mouth thing was you kind of you stop then you go, huh?
Well, let's talk about things in the hot video that to me are just common sense. It doesn't have anything to do with art. It doesn't have anything to do with some people have different views and. All right, here we go. Let the people speak. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. Calvin, Speedy, Wilburn. On the phones, your turn to call and make a comment, ask a question, bring some information. Let's go. This one will be a phone troll format. Meeting at the end of 30 seconds. The buzzer sounds. That's good news for you, though. If you're calling, We got 10 lines, easier to get in, and then the old buzzer means that you don't have any chatty Cathys. I mean, they got to get down to what they want to talk about and get to it. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, nothing like that. It's all going to be comments and questions. Fire up now. Speedy will get you lined up and ready to go. And don't forget, as you're getting ready for Christmas, mypillow.com/Bubba. Though the retailers may try to run Lindell and his products off their shelves, the beautiful thing about the technology of today, you can just simply order it and have it sent straight to your home. And they got some great gift ideas going on right now. We got MyPillow clothing for men and women up to 80% off. We've got the MyPillow smooth toe socks, 25% off. And, of course, also don't forget all new My Towels 6-piece sets in all types of colors, 50% off. The MyPillows 2.0s, 50% off, king and queen. That's the latest edition of the MyPillow that has the fabric that keeps the pillow cool. So go now to mypillow.com/Bubba. Also, the My Store, which is a competitor to Amazon. You can go to the My Store link, too, and find products from other people that are very similar to Lindell and the businesses that are trying to get their products to you without using Amazon. You can go there as well. All that at rickandbubba.com under sponsors as well. Let's get started. Let's start with Chris out of Florence listening to us on WLAY. Chris, you got 30 seconds and go.
Guys, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
I know that, Rick, you took Sherry deer hunting this past weekend over the Thanksgiving holidays.
Yep.
And it reminded me of a very famous Bill Engvall bit when he took his wife deer hunting. At one time, they were in the tree stand, and then all of a sudden, she looked over and she said, "When are the deer showing up?" And he kind of looked at her and said, "I don't know, baby. They did not return the phone call to set up the meeting."
Yeah. I told you, if you heard the bit yesterday, Sherry said, "Well, this is really a waiting game, isn't it?" And we had been sitting for 10 minutes.
Well, it was a long 10 minutes.
Yeah, but also I do have a report, a kind of a tough quote came from Sherry, and I quote, following quote, and I showed y'all the picture of her comfy on the camp house couch. Quote, are y'all ready for this? I'll tell you one thing, camp house is nicer than I thought it was.
We've been telling her, just come
really?
visit. Just come visit.
I think that's good for Camp House as far as, hashtag save Camp House, but it may mean I wouldn't mind hanging out there a lot.
Oh, that's what I got out of it.
Oh, wow.
And you know what that means for Camp House Rick? That means married Rick will come in and destroy him.
Yeah.
It's one of the few things in our marriage that is just mine. You know?
That's true.
I'm still looking for that.
Right. It's difficult.
It's tough to find.
Yeah.
And once you get your hands on it, it's hard to keep it.
To hang on to it.
Yeah.
So y'all realize I may be entering into a world that the only way to save Camp House is to co-ed Camp House.
Wow.
You ever thought about that?
Are you really saving it?
That's a great point.
Yeah, that's a question you have to
ask.
Right
when I get my 50-inch TV. Still looking for a wicker basket to put some throws in.
Yeah, got some throws in there.
What do you think about on that space underneath? What do you think about, how I have those scent lock things, those tubs?
Yeah.
What do you think about putting one of them under there?
There you go. I like that.
How do y'all like that?
What are you going to put in? Snacks stuff?
Yeah. Put
Is there
the
scent lock logos on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And put the snacks. That's why I keep my snacks in one.
Okay.
I have 4 that have camo in them and 1 that has snacks in it.
Yeah.
So the rats can't get to it. We continue. Let's go to no, Craig, this did not happen. Craig in Alex City, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Craig, tell me this didn't happen.
It did, Rick. It surely did. I found out that my in-laws actually are friends with a flat earther, and this guy is dead serious. What do you do? I just had to excuse myself, get up, and walk away, but I didn't want to seem rude. I'm probably going to have to deal with this again, next, holiday, Christmas.
Craig, here would be my advice.
For my just entertainment, I would engage him just to hear it.
Greg, that's a good option. So engage him just to entertain yourself. But then there's the other, and that is the get out in front of it and just let everybody know love you, think maybe you do. I don't know if you love him or not. Maybe he's not desirable.
Jerk.
I have a former acquaintance that I no longer spend time with because he became a flat earther. I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
But I just couldn't have that conversation in the new millennium. But anyway, so you could get out in front of it and say, I got to tell you, there'll be no flat earth talk. We're just not going to do it.
Let's agree to disagree and move on.
Yeah, I believe the earth is a sphere. You believe it's flat, and let's never discuss that again.
Yeah.
And
either way, our lives are not going to change.
Hey, you want to talk about? It kind of goes back to Ronnie Van Zant. You want to talk about fishing? Then that'll be okay. But I don't want to talk. We're not going to talk about. Don't ask me about my business. I want to ask you about yours. You just say, don't ask me about the earth, and I want to ask you about it, and then let's talk about fishing.
There you go.
Let's talk about ball games. You just get out in front of it because you're going to have to. Because if not, you'll dread every gathering. We continue. Let's go to Bobby, Mobile, Alabama. Bobby, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, listen, Rick, you were talking about that Trans-Siberian Orchestra concert a couple of years ago, and then you said it may be longer than that. Yeah, I was there. It was 2007.
No,
New Year's
it ain't been that long ago.
It was.
No way.
Yes, I swear.
That's a long time ago.
New Year's Eve. Listen. I know, reality check, right? So, yeah, I was at that concert with my son, and
that long ago. Ricky wasn't that long since he'd been on the Mr. Roboto tour.
Gosh, I didn't know it was that long ago. I knew it was going to be longer than I thought, but I never thought it would be that long. Daniel in Meridian, Mississippi, listening to us on the Buzz 97.9. Daniel, go ahead.
How y'all doing this morning, Big?
We're good, man.
I was curious if anybody else, I'm sure y'all have, y'all probably talked about the Walt Disney thing with this child slave trade that they've got people indicted on, and themed pediatric transgender clinics nationwide. Think about that sentence.
I don't know what what is he talking about?
It's Disney themed pediatric transgender clinics.
So we have. Is he saying there are clinics to transition children from one gender to another, and it's Disney themed? Is that what he's saying?
I think that's what he's saying.
Because I saw Babylon Bee, of course, doing stuff about it, and I didn't know what they were talking about.
I got you.
Oh, wow. It kind of goes to the point. We all have different. It's almost impossible to support, to not support anything that is attached to anything you disagree with. But if this is accurate, what you're saying, I mean, how much longer can Disney continue down a road that people finally say, I can't do the Disney thing anymore? And maybe they're already there.
Well, there's an article, I think I saw it today, that I just saw the headline. It was talking about that.
Really?
Yeah.
Gosh,
I need to find it.
I heard something about that.
No, I'm saying talking about Disney losing for being.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's not helping their business. Yeah. I don't. Anyway, let's go to Josh, Sweet Home, Alabama. Josh, go ahead.
Hey, if old Bubba don't get that Ozempic under control, he's gonna be toting around with them donut pillows, eating popsicle backwards.
I don't know, but it was funny.
What does that even mean?
That was funny.
I don't know what that. I don't even know what that means.
Donut pillow with a popsicle, eating it backwards.
Yeah.
What I said?
Yeah. Anonymous in Altoona. Anonymous, go ahead.
Hey guys, y'all were talking about the Chat GDP this morning.
Yeah.
Well, I just graduated in May, and I actually used one to write my graduation essay, 3 pages long.
Wow. What grade you get on it?
I got a 98 on that paper.
Wow. Of course, you cheated, but wow.
Of course, you have no clue.
Then you just told everybody.
All I had to do was write in that thesis statement.
Okay, buddy.
Still
talking.
Proud of it.
Yeah, they're going to have to. Yeah, I mean, you've heard teachers talking about how do they monitor that, and I guess they'll have to come up with a way. Micah, Birmingham, ZCK. Micah, go ahead.
What's up, y'all? Big Yankees.
What do you say?
Monkey grass. Hey, I want to ask y'all a question about what y'all have to think about what happened in the Iron Bowl this weekend. If y'all think it's better than the kick six, or if y'all think it's just another fluke play.
If I'm an Alabama fan, I think it's better than the kick six. If I'm an Auburn fan, I don't think it is. Well, that's how the Auburn Alabama thing goes.
The kick six was so unique. Was so unique. You don't see a lot. I mean, we see people throw a pass for them.
I don't compare this to the kick six.
I don't know. The kick six is just a completely different thing. Yeah, it has nothing to do with who won the game.
Right.
Like I say, you never see anybody just return it at any time, much less for the win.
Yeah, if Alabama had been, like, say, at the 50 and threw it up in the end zone, it batted up in the air, bounced off somebody's helmet, and a guy caught it behind his back and was in bounds, maybe. But all this was the quarterback just dropped back and threw a pass in the back corner of the end zone, and the receiver caught it.
Yeah.
He just made a play.
The Georgia-Auburn game that year where it was a tip. Say that
something like that.
Something like that. Yeah. I'll give you that comparison.
Yeah.
But this we see about every weekend with somebody on the pro or college level.
It's almost
great ending.
Yes, great ending.
It was a great ending, but it was almost like the play was just so well done that it really didn't have anything weird happen.
No.
Yeah. Other than the fact, how do you let somebody get behind you when you drop an 8? But other than that, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You're just so goofy. You don't understand it. You don't understand the depth of it, Rick. Let's just go to a part of it that none of us can argue about. I don't need paint coming out of somebody's mouth. Mm-hmm. And that's an easy decision. And if I'm going to have one of our players rip his shirt off, and look, we're heavy people, okay? Yeah. Nobody wants to see us with our shirt off.
I think that's why we can say this. Yeah, we understand it.
Don't nobody want to see us with our shirt off, okay? I got it, okay? If I'm going to do a hot video and I want this to be an intimidating player on the team, and this guy may be a phenomenal player, I'm sure he is, but I'm not going to get the fat guy to rip his shirt and have his man boobs bouncing around. Well, there's a lot of linemen that don't have man boobs.
If they can bounce, probably the wrong guy for that shot.
Yeah, if your boobs can bounce, this is at one. Yeah,
please look.
At one time, I thought, well, they got a female kicker. You know what I mean? And
all right.
I didn't know if this was an ad for Sammy's. I didn't know what this was.
Well,
I
feel sorry for the player because you know how the locker room is, and
you also know how social media is out there. He is fodder, buddy, across this country.
Yeah, he's ripping his shirt to pieces, and he's
Well, if you're going to rip your shirt, you gotta be a person that can it's almost like turning in a resume. And you look, you got guys that are cut up. I'm talking about they look like Greek statues. Okay. And you go, everybody's turning their resume to be the rip the shirt off guy. And to me, when this guy put his resume in, they look down and say, you don't have what we're looking for. This is you're a great lineman, I'm sure, and you're a great player, but you're not our rip your shirt off guy.
It reminds me of the Chris Farley.
Or we need you in your uniform. Let's see you in your uniform.
The Chris Farley Patrick Swayze bit on Saturday Night Live.
For comedy,
it was a lot
great.
like that.
I mean, we'd rip our shirt off in a minute for a good laugh.
But Bubba, you know what we do? We don't rip our shirt off to hype you, though.
No. Not if we're serious.
How about this? We rip our shirt off for you to laugh at us.
Rick, that's why we have the rule around here that if there's a live camera, we walk through the shot shirtless. We're doing that because we know what we look like.
Yeah, because we know we look ridiculous.
Yeah.
Nobody is saying, man, I hope the Rick and Bubba show rips your shirt off. That's just not happening.
No.
I want to talk to the editor. Somebody that sat down.
That is one of the funniest
things ever.
There's nothing funnier than a coordinated fat guy.
Oh, yeah. He got a little ability.
Oh, yeah.
Him and Patrick Swayze are trying out, and they're all nervous about who's going to get it.
That's so good.
Wouldn't it be safe to assume that they probably had multiple players do that with the shirt, and they were going to pick somebody? I don't think it was just one person. They probably said, hey, you, and you. But the editor, somebody sat down and cut this up and used that player. I don't understand.
Well, I will say this, too. When somebody said, I want it to kind of sound like a, what do you call where monks stay? Mausoleum?
A monastery.
Monastery, yeah. Mausoleum's where you put a dead body.
Yeah.
That's where you put a dead body.
I'm with you. When I'm hyping, I usually have hype music.
Yeah. I don't think yeah. Well, and somebody says, what are you going to do in the Jacksonville State football hype video? Somebody says, I'm thinking Emmanuel. But I want it to be the version that the monks sing.
I'm going to admit,
I can't even tell how you can tell what that song is. It just sounds kind of like chanting monks or something.
Yeah, I'm a little jealous. I'm going to go ahead and admit it about the guy tearing his shirt off because that's the same move I did in that Hendrick commercial that's coming out.
Just wait to see.
Yeah, and he kind of stole my thunder.
But there it is. Can I tell you what I think that is? You can't tell you what I think that is? And y'all going to say, Rick. But I'm telling you the society we're living in. They tried on purpose to put somebody on there that wasn't the typical cut.
Everybody can relate to
and
it.
they're going to come back and say, well, this is where we didn't want people to feel ashamed of their bodies because we keep putting these perfection bodies up there. I guarantee there's somebody that had that mindset. Now, somebody should have been the person who said, but we're trying to do a hot video of people that people really want to watch and not make fun of. Right. So I'm going to say no to that. Okay, good idea, and we can certainly talk about that. But see, this is a hot video that we actually want people to get hyped about. Yeah, and so it's a very the term that's being used all over the country is weird.
Yes.
Weird, bizarre.
Yeah. Now, if we're looking for attention, it works.
No, you're right.
Everyone,
I really don't want the attention to be called weird, though.
But it is attention.
I'll tell you this: you've given your opponents plenty of material to use on the field when you're trash talking.
Oh, sure.
You have done that for sure.
Yeah. That's it's if you haven't seen it, it's we'll put it in show notes. It's an interesting. It's almost hard to look at times.
It is.
Fear the beat.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Thanks for being with us today. No Bubba. Hopefully back sooner than later. Wacky World. Uh-oh. Here we go. Ooh, baby. Has anyone ever heard the term "hell hath no fury like a woman scorned"?
Oh, yes.
Nothing more scary than a jealous woman who's mad.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
Watch out.
Look out.
Oh, watch out.
If you don't believe me, just ask a Florida man who was dating. Who was dating Sandra Jimenez. Here's
Jimenez.
what apparently she thought her boyfriend had a wandering eye, that he was gazing upon other women.
So he wasn't rusty. He was.
No, not an eye that wanders on its own uncontrollably physically. I'm talking figuratively, a wandering eye, meaning I'm looking at other women.
Yeah.
She was very serious that she wanted him to stop doing that, apparently. So serious, and I don't know where she would get needles with rabies on it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's
where do you find that at?
About that.
You go get old Raccoon in the backyard
Where do you get that? Her boyfriend was lying on the couch. They've been dating. Maybe, she should have thought this through. She's 44, so she's not like in high school, then we went to college together.
Right.
She's 44, and this guy has not married her yet, and they've been boyfriend-girlfriend for 8 years.
Okay.
Maybe,
well, that eyes one.
Yeah, maybe you needed to, you should have seen this coming.
Golly.
But anyway.
Speaking of wandering eye. Oh, look at her. She looks mean.
But she took a needle and stabbed him in the eye with it.
Good night.
She stabbed him in the eye with a needle, and it says that she used their dog's rabies needles to pierce his right eyelid.
What is a rabies needle?
I guess that she gives her dog's rabies shots herself.
Okay, so the needle
So it
didn't
wasn't
have rabies.
rabies.
No.
Okay.
Got
So
it. Golly.
The headline's confusing.
It is very confusing. There was an argument about him
Rabies shots.
looking at other women, so she took needles from rabies shots and stuck him in the eye with it. While he was lying on the couch.
Don't go to sleep.
What is that?
Yeah.
Don't take a nap.
So
pun intended. Sleep with one eye open.
That's right.
He called 911. He called 911, flirted with the nurses, and then was rushed to the hospital.
Ask them what they were wearing.
Greg, before you send the ambulance, you got that classic nurse suit on?
Got you some high socks on?
What are we talking? Scrubs? What color scrubs? So anyway,
we're talking ponytails. What are we doing?
Yeah, right. So
What about a scrub skirt?
So they found her sleeping in a car outside the home. There you go.
Wow, I got to sleep it off.
Poked you in the eye, I'm going to sleep in the car.
When they arrested her, she claimed the boyfriend stuck his own self in the eye with rabies needles.
Everybody knows that would be.
It happens all the time.
Right.
It happens all the time. She is now in custody with a $7,500 bond. Wow.
Woman.
That is. How about that eye was looking at other women? It shall look no more.
No, rabies needle.
And you wonder, where does the relationship go from here?
Well, it does.
Do you work it out?
Yeah, can you work out?
Can we get through the fact you jabbed me in the eye with a syringe?
Yeah. So
do you drop charges?
Yeah.
What do you do?
So tell me why you quit dating Sandra. Well, I'll tell you why. I was on the couch. She thought I'd had looked at some women, and she stabbed me in the eye with rabies needles.
Yeah. I took that as I need to leave.
Yeah, right. Can you work through that?
No.
Baby, I'm sorry I stabbed you in the eye with rabies needles. I'm sorry I was looking at other women. I mean, can you put that back
Y'all
together?
won't do it again.
Counseling, you never know what you can work through with counseling.
How would you like to be the counselor and they sit down across from you? So tell me what's going on here.
What drove you to pick the needle?
If you're the counselor, do you just say, you know what, let's not waste any more time on this?
Y'all cut your losses.
First of all, y'all aren't married. The breakup should be simple.
Yeah.
But I will tell the women out there, if you're 44 and your boyfriend is still being called boyfriend 8 years later, you probably want to move on maybe for a different prospect.
Right.
So
if your goal is marriage,
Yeah.
you might want that ship may have sailed.
yeah, speaking of medical procedures, don't you have one today, Speedy?
Oh, yeah, I just have my 6-month skin check.
He'll be up there in his
old
whitey-tighties.
In his drawers.
And his drawers.
So
hey, can I get a peek?
Let me check that crack.
It's kind of like
Greg,
Touch your toes.
they don't say touch your toes.
Can I
Spread them cheeks.
can I ask you?
Hey, what about this mole on your butt?
Why do y'all go right to the
Okay,
butt?
bend over, spread.
Greg,
Y'all are like dogs. You go right to the butt. You know?
So we hope it goes good.
Oh, just a birthmark.
So I was going to ask this, but I wasn't going to ask it that way. Just so you know.
Thank you, Rick.
Yeah. What I was going to ask is, so you're in there, and you have to go down to Grippy's.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a white butt.
Yeah. And so
How about they want you white?
yeah.
I mean, I don't
By the way,
know.
I
Like that.
by the way, I think go people too far with it. Now we're not getting enough sun. Ask
Correct,
Adler. Ask
yeah.
Adler.
Yeah, he's come up with something.
Yeah.
His doctor says different. The guy online.
Some guy online he found.
So you will be in there. They'll come check your body, but you will have underwear on. But at some point, will they say we must now look else? We must look where we haven't looked yet.
Well, they'll take a peek.
They don't really just.
Did you like?
Well,
They don't doff your drawers. But
is it this?
Well,
yeah,
it's always a very awkward moment, especially for me. What's it called, Helmsy?
Oh yeah,
Secondhand.
that new word you found.
Wonton?
No, Fontrum.
Fontrum. But
That's a real word,
right?
Fontrum.
I feel like they're going to tell me I've got Fontrum, and it's a condition. But it is, but a skin condition.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to sit there. They'll say that there'll be a young lady.
Oh really?
Oh, good.
That will check
room
me
full of
in
'em.
and then call my name, Mr. Welburn. You know, and I get up
And you're dreading it.
and we'll walk back there, and there'll be some back and forth, and she'll say, okay, well, if you just want to just take everything off.
What do they call it? That's how they say. They don't say disrobe.
Well, they could, but just
Get naked.
Greg, they don't say that. They don't say that.
Drop your drawers. Drop your drawers.
They'll say-
I'm all day.
They don't say any of that.
Let me talk about a blue light.
Gosh.
We're going to need a welding mask in here.
They don't say any of that. It's so ridiculous.
So none of those things. are said.
None of that. They're actually very professional. Okay?
Sunglasses
And they say if you'd like to, you can go down to your underwear and
They
here's
give
you can
you
just
the-
there's a cloth or whatever for you, and it's that weird.
Why we got a cloth?
They got that table cover.
What kind of
that's-
cloth?
It's
just
not a cloth.
It's like
that-
a little towel.
Okay.
Yeah, and they'll just so then you sit
You kind
there.
of set it across.
You set it across your midsection, and then there's a full-length mirror at the
That
end
is
of where
weird.
you're sitting, and so you're just sitting there
You're
with
looking
nothing
at
on, going, "How
yourself.
you doing? You doing all right?"
Look at this. Hey, it's right there on you, too.
I mean, it is. I mean, full length. It couldn't be a bigger mirror.
Yeah.
And then they come in, and it's very professional. But they'll have like 12 interns, all female, following them. She's following me today. And so is she, and she is too. Oh, and this one here, she's a senior at UAB. She's following me.
I said what you don't want, and we don't know who this is.
They just wanted to be in here.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
hype man for UAB tonight in their first game. And, now I will have to say, you're a little older than when you did it with Titans.
Oh, I know.
You were a younger man then.
I sure
was. You still have that hype. Ryan Greenwood's doubting you out of Louisville.
Well, that's his job, and I don't blame him. Hey, Ryan, how you doing, buddy? Hope you feel better. But
Right, Rhino.
But yeah, I get it. What I have to be careful of is not trying to overdo it, and because then y'all will come, say that I'm over greeting and doing all that. So I got to try to find.
But hype man, it's hype. You're supposed to overdo it.
Yeah, you better pull all your over greeting out.
You better.
Don't hold back.
Hey,
I'm a little reserved today here on the show,
you ready?
so I can save it. Yeah.
Are you ready?
I am ready.
All right. So speaking of this,
Blazer Thunder.
We've talked about this throughout the years, and it's kind of from what you learn as a lawyer. Don't ever ask anybody a question that you don't already know the answer to. So when it comes to political campaign, promotional, you're trying to do props and you're trying to come up to see if you can get some kind of photo op or, set up something that's going to make your candidate look good. Aren't you supposed to be sure they're going to come off looking good? We go back to, we laughed about the picture of Michael Dukakis, and some of you are too young to remember this, but they were trying to portray him as, that he wasn't weak, that he was going to be this great leader and great commander-in-chief.
Especially on defense.
On defense.
He was getting painted weak on defense.
Because he was weak on defense, and they decided to do a photo op of him with his head sticking out of a tank with a helmet on, and he came off just looking like a Nimrod. I mean, he just looked terrible.
Yeah, he looked like a gopher sticking his head up, right, and he had that goofy hat on. It was terrible.
So now I have to ask the Bernie Sanders people the same thing. Did y'all ever, before you decided to set up this big scene where we're going to have Bernie Sanders at the Ali Center, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we're going to tie this all to boxing and him going after climate change, and then he's going to try to hit, is it a speed bag?
It's a speed bag that's in the center, and anybody can walk up and hit it or whatever. And so he walked up, and the video has gone viral, and wow, the views on this thing. It doesn't last long. It's just him hitting it, and it bounces back and hits him in the face, or just about.
Just look at it.
All right, and then his next one, he misses it.
Bernie,
I think you're losing that fight.
Does he know how speed bag works?
You're supposed to. It's not a one punch deal.
Yeah, and they're hard to do.
Hit him right in the face,
y'all. But you're right. A handler maybe. Hey, Bernie, don't do that.
He throws his hands up. It even makes it worse.
And does he say right before that he's going? What's his statement before this? I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna hit climate change.
Please tell President Trump has to have a comment.
What's he say?
Has it been released yet?
The bag fought back, Rick. I had no idea it'd punch back. I'm gonna take a whooping to climate change, but it fought back. It gave a pretty good punch.
Watch.
The damn thing's faster than I thought
That was the growing talking.
That'll do it till October.
Some funny ones out on social media. We've got speed bag meet wind bag. We got that one.
That might be my favorite.
Donald Trump Jr. This wouldn't exactly strike fear in the minds of our adversaries. Imagine this guy sitting across the table negotiating with world leaders. All that's pretty good. And
y'all.
He said he needs one to take out his darn, but he didn't say darn aggression.
His aggression, Rick.
You got to take out your aggression, Bernie.
You know the guys that he was rude to at the restaurant. They're loving it.
I bet they said, "Take that, you rude old man."
How about this? I'm shocked that anybody takes this guy serious.
I know it.
I mean,
that right there. Well, he does when he.
All right, we'll just do it in full because
growing up, this guy couldn't be elected dog catcher, much less a senator.
No,
I tell you,
Vermont. Come on now,
y'all. Come on, yeah, really.
And
you got to beat that.
And we got people out there that are trying to feel the burn. Well, we're gonna feel it. I promise you.
We tattooed his little emblem on us.
Yeah,
the little glasses.
Well, you'll feel the burn if he gets in there. All right,
we felt the burn, buddy.
To me, the supporters of Bernie Sanders are classic cases of people who don't think anything through. It's inch deep, mile wide.
Yeah. Rick, what about that whole presentation grabs you? I mean, really, I need to know. What is it?
All right, let's watch this and let's
the magnetic personality, the positivity that he brings.
Let's watch this right here. Does that fire you up? That's right. I could watch that
I'm
over.
going to punch Donald Trump Jr. right in
By the way, and then I saw the other day, speaking of all this, I saw somebody put a video out. I think it was Blaze TV. I don't know where you guys got that from, but I was watching it where it appears that, of course, look, if you think I'm too old, don't vote for me. Which Biden probably should have never said that unless he thinks he cannot act old anymore. He forgets Barack Obama's name.
Yeah, he saw my boss.
Did you see that?
I did.
He could not think of President Obama's name.
Yeah, I can see how that would.
Well, there's a lot of us who like to forget his name.
Yeah. But then he just goes with my boss,
the guy, the president.
You know, the one that I worked with for 8 years. 8 years, my boss.
Rick, I wish you'd quit making fun of that video. Have you seen that hot video from Jackson State?
Jackson.
That's
so good. So good.
I don't want him to be hungry, though. I want him to want a Reuben.
Six minutes past the hour from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world on various platforms, including, but not limited to, the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Affiliates all over America bold enough to carry the Rick and Bubba show. Thank them. There's your live option. Our YouTube channel, Eddie Van Adler's got that. There's a live option. Our TuneIn app, there's a live option for you. If you don't have an affiliate or you don't want to watch us on YouTube or can't. And then you have your archive options. The YouTube channel gives you a daily archive, best of hour that's on Blaze TV as well, if you're a subscriber. And then our audio archives on our podcast channel every day as well. So you can catch all the Rick and Bubba show you want. Bubba out, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and I told you Adler's here as we start another hour. All right, a couple of things I did not know. So Bubba not being with us today, still having some issues with tummy tum. I did not know, which could not have helped, that the Bears put together a game-winning drive to upset the Vikings on the road last night on Monday Night Football. That cannot help.
No.
I mean, you're sitting there with stomach cramps and you're singing, Ozempic, and then all of a sudden the Vikings just punish you again.
Yep.
Of course, another outstanding offensive performance, 12-10.
Just
don't you know that? Don't you know that game just had you tied to the TV? I
don't think the Bears could be any worse of a football team either.
Yeah, they're not very good.
No, they're not.
A lot of people say that's where Harbaugh's going.
Really?
I've heard that.
That's Greg Burgess says that.
You know, the Panthers fired their coach yesterday.
Yeah. 1-10
after 11 games.
The great Frank.
I don't want to
Frank
give him a
Reich.
shot.
Yeah, I like Frank Reich, but 1-10 won't do it.
Yeah.
Of course, now that owner of the Panthers, he'll pull the trigger.
Yeah, they say he's got to at least let somebody stay long enough to maybe do something.
Right. Yeah. Did you see Gruden's name being thrown around for Indiana?
Yeah, Speedy says it's pretty much a done deal.
No,
I heard Speedy say that. Pretty much done deal.
So you're running with baby brother?
Oh, well, I'll draft with him. Blood, sticker, and water.
There it is.
Rick Burgess.
Well, it is.
You need to calm down in here.
Okay.
No, that's just, I think, a great headline. He's got
maybe he wants
some
to coach
support
again.
there, but I think
The
other
Hoosiers.
coordinators like Alabama's offensive coordinator, Michigan's offensive coordinator,
Look
Washington
quick on
State's
that.
head coach, all of them are on the short list. So
Any hope that Gruden will come back, can come back after what he did? Does he want to come back to pro, college, something?
The NFL, did they ban him? I hate to say it, but because they claimed he had hate speech, or was it just one of those deals?
He just
where
got canceled.
They didn't make it official. You're officially suspended.
Yeah, because remember the NFL. Now you can, if you have beaten a woman or raped somebody, you can come back, and of course drugs or anything like that. But now if you use hate speech, you're out.
Yeah, you're pretty much
I mean, that's the end of that.
Now, didn't you tell me he was it him that was like one of these behind the scenes guy for somebody?
The Saints.
No? So I guess if that's the case, the NFL has not banned him.
Yeah,
because he wouldn't be able to do that.
It was one line in that article that he was like a consultant or somebody
Wild
for
card.
the Saints,
Mm-hmm.
and that's really all it said. So I don't know.
I know Greenwood is loving this, but and y'all are gonna have to hear me say this over and over.
I know you're in love with the show.
Here it comes.
Here we go.
In season, Hard Knocks is, and I like this Mike McDaniel guy that's young and looks like Braden's over on the sideline coaching.
He does, and he's a little quirky.
He is, and that's what I like about him because I have my own quirks.
That day they showed him full sprinting off the field. He was running as fast as he could run.
Right, faster than Dabo coming on the field.
Yeah, right there with him.
So the first episode of that is out.
To me.
Oh, I knew that.
Yeah.
You would have really hated RG3 doing it with him.
Oh, listen.
Saw that.
As long as RG3 don't try to call the game, I'm good with him.
Right.
He does okay, when they're talking sports and all that, but during the game.
This is about him running down the
That's true.
Howard's Rock with Dabo.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
And it was I had Fontrum.
Oh, you did?
I did.
See?
I had major Fontrum.
Yeah. By the way, I was surprised, and I think he was too, that he had a hard time keeping up with Dabo.
He did.
Dabo got that. Hey, let me tell you, he's run down that hill a lot.
Listen, little Dabo's digging.
He's getting after it.
Yeah.
It'd be dangerous if he tumbled.
Right. Not my thing.
No,
but
So y'all don't care anything about in-season Hard Knocks.
Well, I didn't even know it existed. All right, so it's in season. It's the Dolphins.
And the first episode's out.
All right, I didn't know that.
Oh,
So yes, I will watch that.
Is that on
You get a lot of Tua.
Max?
Yeah. You get a lot of Tua. We like Tua.
Yeah.
Vince Vaughn in it?
Yeah.
Where's he been?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, we like Tua, but none of
and I'm going to tell you this, too. And I know we don't give this guy enough.
Oh, boy.
Tyreek Hill is with them, and that son of a gun. We talk about how fast a human being is. I've never seen anything like it.
He's an odd cat.
He is an odd cat, and you get a little bit of that in here, too.
And his worldview, I'm not for.
Well,
yeah,
he just got married.
Did we get some of that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
fast.
Fast.
Yeah.
He runs like, oh, my.
Can anybody in this room love Tua more than Lance Ingram?
Probably not.
I don't think that's possible.
Probably not.
No, I don't think that's possible.
The answer is no.
Yeah. Right. What if the Tua family stopped and didn't give Lance a warning?
You mean the brake lights went out?
Lance, I'm sorry. This is Rick.
I'm having fun with it. Hey, Lance Ingram loves him some Tua.
Oh, yeah.
And that's but I know he's watching. But I'm interested.
I wanted to add on, but I can't remember if it's Moody or Leeds. Which one is it?
Moody.
All right, so who would win, Moody or Tua?
I think still Tua.
I think it is Tua.
Yeah. Now, somebody from Tua ever plays for Moody? From the Tua family, like a grandkid or something? Sure. You know what I mean?
Lance, don't text me.
Oh, just having fun.
Oh, no. We love that.
That reminds me I need to call his brother.
So anyway, I will tell you, I have been taken back, even though he's doing a good job by all accounts. But you're right. The first time I saw the Dolphins' new head coach, I was like, "Is that the coach's son?"
I know.
I thought it was Mark Anthony, the singer.
Right? No, he does look.
That's pretty good there.
I
Stay with that, and you can leave.
I was taken back.
What's Mark Anthony doing coaching the Dolphins? I didn't even know he knew about football.
Right.
Okay.
I figured he'd be a soccer guy.
I bet he needs to know.
If you knew a song title,
I got that one.
I
need to know.
Okay, that's good.
That was a good one.
I need to know.
I know you're still worried about your dermatologist.
You saw him in concert.
Right, I'm going to be naked in an hour.
That's true. Bun up.
I'm not going to be bun
so
up.
real.
Well, don't say bun up. You're bun up.
What time is the appointment?
It's in about an hour and 45 minutes. If it was live. I will not have socks on in an hour and 45
Have you ever
minutes.
Have you ever got
Your feet cold on the floor?
Have you ever gotten to the point? I don't promote it, and I don't promote this at all. But have you gotten so don't anybody know hate mail or whatever? Hey man, you don't know. No, I got it.
Right.
But has there ever been a time you said, you know what, this one I'll take my chance on skin cancer?
Yes.
I mean, it's
Yes.
Well, evidently that's what I've done.
And then I see somebody that's had the top of their ear taken off, and I'm like, no, I'll go.
Oh, yeah. Can you make me an appointment while you're there?
Really?
But have clothes on when you're done.
I'll say William Gregory Burgess.
Yes. I'm in the system.
God forbid, and I've seen this, God forbid.
2 years he's been telling me he needs to
We've
go.
all seen
Yeah,
it,
I've been
terrible,
there many
horrible, terrible hate when it happens. But if you were going to lose part of your ear or part of your nose, which way would you go?
Ear.
Ear.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks for that question.
That's where your mind went.
Except when my sunglasses keep falling off.
Yeah.
But
well, but you still got the core.
Well,
You're
that's
just talking
true.
about the top, right?
Well, I don't know.
Would you
Yeah,
rather
just the top.
Would you rather the top of your ear be taken off or the bottom?
I'll go no earlobe.
I think lobe. I think lobe would be
lobes
more.
get out of
I think
hand,
lobes
yeah.
get bigger anyways. You get older.
Not your head always looks crooked.
They do.
Yeah.
You're right.
Looks like you got a flight cap on.
Right.
No, I'd go top because then I could wear a hat and then the lobes stick out the bottom. Be like, see, I have normal ears, but then you take off the hat.
And you can get you some more gauges in it.
Yeah, I could wear earrings again, so because you love them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. You know, when your dad dropped by yesterday and your grandmother, all I could think about is how thankful they are for the show.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because the road you were on.
Yeah. Straightened me out big time.
The road he was on.
Your circle is very important.
The road you were on.
Wow. As Greg loves to mention, I was stealing things.
Yeah, that was when he was a child.
Yeah, I was a kid then, so thanks for bringing that
Do y'all
up.
want a picture from me to y'all from inside the room?
100%.
Yeah, live stream it.
If you don't snap me, I'm going to be mad.
I think that's illegal, but do it anyway.
We'll be back.
It's not
15
illegal.
minutes past.
It's going to be me standing in front of the mirror, Greg.
More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I gotta say Reuben is here.
I'm gonna get out of this gym and go get me a Reuben. Where's a good Reuben? Look,
Need a Reuben.
extra meal.
What if he had a Reuben today with Ron Greenwood?
Oh man, that'd be awesome.
What if you looked and when the bag punches him, Ron's in the background?
Oh yeah.
With a Dolphins jersey on. So anyway, there's Bernie's. Again, if you're his handler, though, Speedy, because I know when people.
Yeah, his staff. There's somebody there that doesn't
I tackle
love
him
Bernie.
before I let him do that.
They're just getting a check. They don't love him.
You're
They
over,
wouldn't let that happen.
you're over talking about where
entertaining
you're over
themselves.
talking about where you're gonna get him a Reuben,
Right.
And somebody says, "What is he doing?" I said, "He's gonna go over and try to punch that bag." Somebody said, "No cameras, y'all. Nobody filming."
Yeah.
At least let him practice.
Right.
Top of the hour. James Spann will update us on Dorian right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family.
We have. I always love these updates.
I can always tell by realtor eyes. She got them.
They're coming to.
Keep in mind, she is a rocking 29 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've been around any 29-year-old lately.
Mm-hmm. Andrew Luck.
But here we go. Now, I've got some things in this story that I don't know if they're in this, and so
Which one do you want?
Let's hear her audio first.
Yeah, she says a couple of things. One of them we already knew she said, but we finally have her saying it on audio. And then what she says about Generation Z.
Oh, okay, got it.
May be as crazy as anything she said.
Yeah.
But anyway, and you'll understand.
This is making the rounds again. This is her talking about trying to save the planet.
Now,
with
this
kids.
this is good news.
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
I want to, perhaps have one less child. I think about the kind of family that I want to plan, and I've already known my entire life that one day I'd love to adopt children. But even now, when you put climate change on top of that, I know that I want to, perhaps have one less child than I thought I would maybe have, if I can even have a child biologically. I don't know.
Yeah.
One less.
All righty then.
Yeah, if you're going to adopt them, they're there whether you adopt them or not. But they still are on the planet.
Yeah.
But I guess biologically, if you decided to have one less, we're all good with any of that.
Yeah. Nobody's going to complain.
The less, the better.
Procreate. If you could choose to influence one less person, I'd be all about that.
Right. And then she
is
went
it
on.
me or is her voice getting more annoying?
No, I think it is.
I think you're right.
I think you are all over. We'll come back.
Okay.
I think you're all over that her voice has gotten more. No, there's something. It's almost like she's now parroting herself.
Yeah, I
like
know,
she's trying to do an impression of herself now.
More like Bart Simpson.
When we come back, so she says she's not going to. She's going to maybe have.
I think she's got her history wrong here too.
Yeah, I was about to say we're going to come back and see what she says about Generation Z.
Run me a Z.
And young people today. And like you say, Bubba, she's really leaving out some pretty big things in history. I mean, some pretty big ones.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes now past the hour, Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us. So as we work our way back, we hit a Biden update earlier that involved just the press secretary, but now we're going to get into some more press secretary, but Biden himself. And this is the ongoing attempt to take Bidenomics and the economy and spin it. The problem you have is what we've mentioned many times. Bubba's talked about it. We've talked about it. The problem with trying to spin the Bidenomics and the economy is you can see it so clearly in the cost of things. You know, when people are hearing, you know, that something is supposed to be great, and then they're looking at what they're buying, and it doesn't match what they're being told. So they've got to find other ways to do it. And of course, you're going to see that you know, they're not going to be blamed. You can count on that. Mm-hmm. So now they're going to find a way to say, well, based on what you're making, it really isn't that bad. So here is is Biden doing this or just something? Yeah, it is Biden. It is him. All right, here we go. Speedy, y'all stand by for what's that word, Helmsy?
Fontrum.
All right, here we go.
That's secondhand.
Well, this past week, as Americans gathered around their own kitchen tables for Thanksgiving dinner, that was our goal, to give them a little more breathing room. What? And together, we made progress.
Wow.
You know, from turkey to air travel to tank of gas, costs went down. They went down. Now, to people making a lot of money, that doesn't matter a whole lot because the costs are relatively small compared to wealthy incomes. In fact, as a share of earnings this Thanksgiving, dinner was the 4th cheapest ever on record. I want you all to know that.
We're number 4. We're number 4. That's ridiculous.
I'd like to have been the cheapest.
What about even celebrating 4th cheapest? What I mean,
smattering of applause.
Well, he had to ask for it. All right, so
stuff like that means nothing.
Here's the facts, and they certainly get away with all the spinning. Since Biden took office, airfare up 21%. Thanksgiving dinner was up 25%. Gas prices are 86.86 a gallon higher than when he took office. So almost a little less than $1. So there you go. That's the fact. So what he's saying, it's not factual, but I'm sure some way if they showed you how what formula they use, they would say, well, yes, it is factual.
We can all do that.
But at the end of the day, your airfare is up 21% since he became, and they're probably comparing even to him. Well, it's up 21%, but this week compared to last week in Thanksgiving, it was down a little. Bottom line is, up 21%, up 25%, and almost $1 a gallon higher since he took office. So that's the truth. Now we get into Doocy, who's not going to let this go. And so now he takes on Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, and he's going to talk about this whole notion of saying you're lowering prices. And here we go.
On lowering prices, you said earlier that the actions the president has taken have worked. So is it your sense that when people were home for Thanksgiving, catching up with their family members, they were saying to each other, can you believe how much more affordable things have gotten?
So honestly, I wouldn't, I hear the question, but I want to make sure this is very clear. We take that very seriously.
There you go.
We take what families, the decisions that they make at their kitchen table, whether it's during Thanksgiving or whether it is every month as they're trying to make hard decisions about how they move forward with taking care of their family. We take that very seriously. It's not a joke to us. is important to us. This is the president who talks about it in a very personal way when he talks about what families have to go through, working families, middle-class families, and that's why he's taking actions that he has. And so, look, the fact is, the data shows that the economy is improving. The data shows that households remain in a strong financial position. Household wealth is at a record high, with lower income households seeing the largest gain since the pandemic. Those are indeed what we're seeing. But we don't take lightly. We do not take lightly what Americans and families continue to feel. That's why the president at 2:00 is going to talk about what the actions that he's taking to continue to lower costs.
Now remember, don't miss, that's never been more of an honest answer from, if you're listening, because this is classic leftist garbage, okay? We feel, we care, we say words, and that ought to be enough.
Yeah.
We feel, we care, and we even say words.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think we don't care, and we don't feel, and we don't say words.
Yeah. It's not a joke.
Yeah, I'd like to see you get the prices down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to see you, but see, they say it doesn't matter what reality is. Unlike the other people, they don't have words for you. They don't care, and they don't feel. We care, we feel, and we say words. Matter of fact, we even talk about it in a way that shows you. But see, they don't even get close to acknowledging that politicians can give a good speech, all of them, but that really doesn't change anything. But she wants us to know what it does, because the president pretends to really care. He talks like he cares. And you know that we feel, and you know that we use words, and that should be enough.
She could cut a 60-second commercial, and at the end of the commercial, I wouldn't know what she's endorsing.
No, let me tell you what they would say if they were honest. If they were honest, somebody would say, well, Donald Trump, when I was shopping when he was president, everything cost less, but he didn't care about you. He didn't feel for you, and he didn't use words. Matter of fact, his words were mean.
Right.
He didn't feel, and he's rich, and that makes him bad, as you know. Now, if you really look, you'd find the Biden family is quite wealthy too, but that's different because they use words and they feel and they care.
Yep.
It's not a joke.
They do.
Yeah, that's exactly what she's saying. So here's Doocy one more time saying, why do the majority of Americans not buy this garbage? Here we go.
But why do you think it is that when you say the economy is improving and President Biden says the economy is improving, that a majority of Americans outside of this building are not buying it?
So here's the thing. When we walked into this administration,
here we go.
The economy was on a tailspin.
Here we go. Because we was in a pandemic.
That is the fact. Because of the last administration, because of the Trump administration,
because of the pandemic,
because of how they dealt with COVID and the pandemic, because they didn't have a comprehensive plan. The president came in, he passed the American Rescue Plan, which was able to get the economy back on its feet, which was able to open up small businesses were able to open up, schools were able to open up, and we understand what Americans have been feeling over the last 2-3 years. It's going to take some time. We get that. It's going to take some time, but it does not take away how we have seen the economy getting back on its feet. We actually had to fix the problem that we saw that the last administration left us.
Classic.
Still blaming stuff.
Well, classic. The last administration did this. Now, keep in mind, they are trying to now sell all of us that it's the left that wanted to get kids back in school, teachers back teaching, and the businesses open. They want you to think that was what they wanted, because everybody knows that's what should have happened now.
Unbelievable.
I would say that everybody, Trump administration and Biden administration, handled the pandemic wrong.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. What y'all did was do what was already being done to a much higher level, and then were unwilling to get everybody back to school and get businesses opening, and kept delaying it and kept keeping masks on people and doing all the things that did destroy what was the most successful economy, arguably, in the history of the country.
Yeah.
And the way we handled the pandemic destroyed that. And now you're claiming that you didn't handle the pandemic the way the Trump administration did, and you were all about free market, open businesses, and schools, and you just weren't. But they do want you to know they care and they feel it. Phone calls next at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
we're still talking about AOC. We had an AOC update. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's already told us that because of climate change, when you lay that on top of your decisions, she thinks that she will either adopt or have one less kid. So we're all for that because that would be another person not influenced by her. But then now she's going to go on to tell us that Generation Z. Listen to this. She thinks this may be the premier generation. Right here. Here we go.
I think young people are more informed and dynamic than their predecessors. I think that they are more sensitive in a positive way, in that they actually care about other people's experiences and lives. And one thing that I love so much about this new generation is the radical acceptance that I see from so many. And they actually take time to read and understand our history, the history of the labor movement, history of civil rights, history of racial struggles, history of economics, history of the United States, history of colonialism. And they're not afraid to have those conversations. If anything, I think they're profoundly courageous because they're willing to puncture taboos and have conversations that frankly older generations sometimes struggle to have. Not everyone. I don't want to paint everybody with a broad brush. Such as? But I think this new generation is connection. Okay.
All right, let's just move on here.
Wow. I don't even.
It goes on and on. And Rick, and then
there were moments I didn't even know what she was saying.
I'd like to play one more, and then we can discuss. Then she gets into scientists and diseases in glaciers.
Please listen.
There are a lot of diseases that are frozen in some of these glaciers that scientists fear that there's a potential that a lot of diseases could escape these melted glaciers, things that were frozen for thousands of years, and that they're going to get into our water and that humans could contract them, and they are going to be diseases that are thousands of years old that have vectors that we are not prepared for, that we have never seen. And so, that's a concern.
Okay.
Fear of the glacier.
Diseases trapped in glaciers.
Mm-hmm. So,
and when they melt, they'll be released.
Disease just went out there floating and fell on the ice and got trapped. Is that what I'm hearing?
For years and it was frozen diseases.
I'll tell you what.
Need some more ice cream, Bubba? How you doing?
I am living in fear, friends.
Now keep in mind,
you're talking about somebody looking for something to be scared of. How ridiculous.
That's an elected official.
And I know, too, she said part of her comments was on, I don't know if it was in that clip, about Generation Z being more informed.
Yeah, we have it right
okay.
Yeah.
And apparently she's talking about they're more active in protesting government and all of that than any generation before them.
I don't think so.
But I would say, I didn't agree with them, but the 60s were kind of turbulent. Let me say this. I'm going to go back to 1776. I think when the English kids declared they wanted their freedom, that was a pretty active movement right then. You may remember a thing called the Tea Party.
Yeah. You talking about a revolution?
That wasn't a bunch of old people with canes and walkers out there, okay? That was a bunch of young folks.
And again, we can decide who you agree or disagree with on this. Civil War.
Yeah, it was a pretty big disagreement. Right?
Trying to declare your own independence and not overthrow the government, but just say we don't want to be part of
a failed attempt at independence.
A failed attempt at independence, and that was pretty big. A lot of people got killed over that.
Yeah.
Civil rights movement. She tried to say that they understand it more, but I think the Martin Luther King Jr. movement, that was a lot of taking to the streets and a lot of declaring that what was going on could not stand and something had to be done and a change is going to come and we refuse to quit until the change comes. That was pretty big.
Yep.
So you mentioned
it had to be young people involved in a lot of this because I looked up the life expectancy in 1787. That was the closest year I could find it in what was then or would be America at that point. 38 years old. That was a life expectancy. Mm-hmm. Now, that doesn't mean there wasn't some 60-year-olds out there because we lost a lot of people in birth in the early years. But on average, if you just drawing straws, you'd make it 38 years.
Yeah, I don't think Generation Z seems to be better informed and more well-versed in history than past generations, and as you said, and we all said, are more willing to go to the streets and challenge the government. See, the difference is y'all go to the streets, but you can't produce a narrative anybody can follow. We're back 35 minutes past the hour. Your phone calls now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We got lines available. Helmsy. Yeah, what? Taking phone calls right now. Whatever topic you want to talk about, bring them in at 866-WE-BE-BIG as you're running the show now. Things you need to know. Thursday, gift number 1, the 12 working days of Christmas. We'll kick off the official Rick and Bubba Christmas season, and then we'll go 12 shows in a row all the way to the big year-ender coming up on 12/15, giving away a gift, at least one, per day on the 12 working days of Christmas, and we'll start the Christmas music and all that coming up this Thursday. So make a note of that. ShopRickandBubba.com. Be sure and get those Christmas gifts. 3 new items going on there. Our collectible glass set, the first one, which has a Christmas theme, is there for our 30-year anniversary. A new Rick and Bubba hunting hat, the new Rick and Bubba double CD rough patch, all that's there. Tomorrow, an opportunity for some gifts from the manchurch.com be presented as well. We'll talk about that, and don't forget tickets to the upcoming Man Church conferences in 2024, either Birmingham or Starkville. For the lineup to see the speakers, you can find that at themanchurch.com just by clicking on that home page. All right, so let's get started. Let's go with Bobby in Guntersville. Bobby, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today, buddy?
I am great. I had some breaking news that I wanted to share with you guys.
All right.
Toomer's Corner has a new address. It's at the corner of 4th and 31.
Oh, roll tide.
Here we go.
A rotate. Let's go to John, Jackson, Mississippi. John, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I want to make a bold statement that probably a lot of the listeners will agree with. I want Joe Biden and his administration to stop helping us. I can't afford it.
Good to hear from Senator Kennedy out of Louisiana.
They really
lines are available, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Aubrey, Gadsden, Z93. Aubrey, how you doing? Aubrey.
Hey, great. Long-time listener.
Thank you.
Actually, I played a football game against you back in 81.
Oh, really? Okay, who'd you play for?
Yeah, I played for Etowah High School.
Etowah, okay, yeah. Oh, I had a big game that night. 075 went nuts.
You sure did. I remember that.
Do you remember that?
Talk a little bit.
Speedy's
laughing. We had a bad season that year, but I was actually talking about the catch. I think, in the Auburn game, it should be by that famous painter. It either called the Great Slip, the Unseen Hand, or the Immaculate Tackle. I reviewed that punt reception about 15 times. Nobody around him. His foot goes completely out. He hits the ground so hard his helmet bounces off the turf, and nobody's around him. He's caught the ball 1,000 times. That's the key to that game. Is what I'm thinking.
Well, there's no doubt. I didn't see the game, but there's no doubt that the Auburn muffing a punt when they have a chance to get the ball back and at least run the clock down, or possibly. Yeah. I don't think they would have scored more points. Probably played pretty conservative right there. But I mean, they have a chance to run the clock out and win the game, and that was a turning point. And somebody made that point about the 4th and 31. If you look at it as these historic moments, and no doubt it is one, they said you have to look at everything that happened for Alabama to be in that position and put all that together in one montage.
Yeah, because the bad snap itself, I thought, well, that may do it.
I did not.
But
I never for a moment thought it was going to make. I said it just makes the play more miraculous.
As far as the muff punt, yeah, that was a bad. But you don't know what had happened after that. Even if you don't muff it, you may fumble it the next. You can't go if he had a muff and punt.
No, you don't know. But it did hand it to him at that point.
It sure did. Oh, it was terrible.
Yeah. There's no doubt it was bad.
Yeah.
And you don't want that. Has anybody answered why that was not the normal punt returner?
I think he was banged up.
Yeah. But I mean, do we know? Do somebody ever say that? Or I've heard people say that that's what they heard. But have we got official on that?
I don't know.
So you got about
Coach Freeze
what?
said he's going to ask I'm sure the special teams guy has the the green light to put in who he wants.
Of course,
That's
and
what I'm saying.
he
I
said
guess
he was going to ask the special teams
It's funny
coach.
to have the same number.
Yeah, which is ridiculous.
Don't get me
Has anybody come back and the special team coach say, yeah, here's what happened, or Coach Freeze come back and say, yeah, I checked on it, here's what happened. Yeah, I'm not saying that you
because the other guy hadn't messed up, earlier, and he replaced him. I don't think.
Yeah, we had about 4:50 left. I was just looking at it. 4:50 on the clock. Alabama had all 3 timeouts, but you don't know.
You don't know.
I mean, we don't know.
It obviously,
either way, we don't know.
Right.
But
it obviously was a negative for Auburn.
Mm-hmm.
If you were at Auburn.
Yeah, well, you do like, even though Alabama could have done exactly the same thing, but you do like the situation of running a little more clock because you at least get 3 plays and punting and making them come further down the field to win.
Yeah, the muff punch really, really puts you in a bad
spot. When that happened, somebody just sitting there watching it, actually with JC, I was like, well, this game has everything. I mean, it's and little did I know from that moment it was going to have even more. But up to that point, that's why I texted the group because I was able to catch it. I was like, man, this game, no matter who wins, this is a phenomenal game.
And I thought the game was going to be so bad. Like I said, I didn't even watch it. And when I started realizing, from my sons that something was going on, I was like, something weird is going on with this game. And again, all I saw was the bad snap and then the 4th and 31 win. I didn't see any other part of the game. But so tonight, when the playoff committee gets together, but you would almost have to, if you're going to punish Alabama for Auburn playing them close, would you also have to punish Georgia for Georgia Tech playing them close?
Yeah, and punish Washington for Washington State too, because that went down to the wire.
Are you going to punish all these teams?
I don't know about punish, but you're definitely not. I don't think you move them up.
No, I said, and we said this yesterday, and I do believe right now the team that is in the best spot to move is Texas, because they've got the win over Alabama and they've continued to play at a very high level, and just came off a huge, just destroyed Texas Tech. Yeah. So if there's a team that's going to move tonight, to me it's Texas. Right? I'm not saying moving to the 4, but they're going to
obviously Ohio State will move down.
But I hear a lot about punish this, whatever. You're going to punish Texas. I'm sitting here looking in Week 10. They beat TCU 29-26 in a heck of a game. Yeah. TCU had a terrible season. You're going to punish Texas for that?
Yeah, it's hard.
I mean, you can look back at schedules and see close games that all of them
that's
we're
what the committee's
but good teams win, and they find a way to win, and Alabama did.
That's just football.
I agree. There hasn't been a team this year, unless I'm just not thinking, maybe Michigan, who's gone post to post in every game they've dominated.
Right.
And because, Georgia did not dominate Auburn, neither did Alabama, even though Auburn had a terrible season. And then you have, like you said, Texas did not dominate TCU. Washington did not dominate Washington State. They had a close game with Oregon. Oregon got beat by Washington. So has Michigan pretty much mowed everybody?
Michigan has destroyed everybody except Maryland and Ohio State. They beat Maryland 31-24 and Ohio State 30-24. Everybody else, it was 35-7. 30-3, 31-6, 31-7, 45-7, 52-10, 52-7, 49-0.
Right.
I mean, it's just blowout.
So probably the most impressive resume. I'm not talking about
that. Maybe Penn State 24-15.
Yeah. Probably Michigan has played the most consistent. Would you say? Of everybody.
It's hard to argue.
Yeah, and I know that. And I was going to say you can't really think about the injuries that Georgia had because they actually played Auburn close with that player back, or before he was injured, wasn't it? Before I can't remember, but I know he had a great game. He was the reason they won the game.
Right.
Before he was
So anyway, I don't know. I think it's. I heard you guys talking about it. We talked about it yesterday when Bubba was here, and I think we all agree this playoff committee they've. And these conference championships are going to help them. But as far as what they're going to put on the board tonight, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, it really will be.
But you got to say Texas is going to move. I didn't say into the 4, but they got to move. Yeah. Because I think they seem to be playing some of the best football in the nation right now.
Does Ohio State fall all the way out of the 4?
Yeah, I think they come out of the 4.
Yeah, I think at the AP they had them drop to 6.
And Florida State, what do you do about this quarterback situation? They keep winning.
You probably keep them at 4 just because they did win.
Yep.
It'll probably be Georgia, Michigan, Washington, Florida State, the top 4.
Probably so. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You're just challenging the government and challenging things just to be challenging. You're not fighting for more freedom, it doesn't appear.
No, if you want to say this generation has more anarchists,
yeah,
okay,
I'll give you that.
You may have a point there, but no, I think we can point to generations before Z that took to the streets many, many times, and they actually knew why they were there. They could communicate the narrative, and then they could even point that their narrative had some merit, and then they could also communicate that as well. This generation seems to just cause chaos, and nobody can figure out what they're doing or why they're doing it, or can find proof that what they say is happening is even happening.
It's almost like they just try to destroy everything that has been established, that has been established for a reason because they had success with it.
Right. Yeah. I wish Generation Z was more willing to go to work.
Yeah,
that would be.
Maybe they know that.
Let's get a revelation and a revolution of getting up off your parents' couch and going and doing something for yourself.
Now, guys, if you wanted to be terrified, if you just want to be terrified, and Helmsley mentioned at the kickoff hour, and we've discussed this before. Look, we've had Alexandria Ocasio Cortez's, throughout history. But they couldn't get elected.
And Bernie Sanders. And Elizabeth Warren.
But this is a person who doesn't know near what she needs to know. She's 29 years old, and she garnered enough votes to win.
I know.
I mean, and do you see all the people going, hey, you're awesome, man, you're number one? but that's
good. Maybe she'll feed them when they're out of work.
Yeah, so anyway, that's our Casio kid update. She's not going to have. She's reducing her future children by 1 because of climate change. Now, keep in mind, this is, and she doesn't know it. If she would just pay attention, we've mentioned it yesterday, but it's glaring, as we've said many times, on this climate change that she's terrified about. Barack Obama isn't. Okay, so if she would just look at probably somebody she holds in very high regard.
He's appeared to work through it, so maybe you could talk with him.
He's a good little socialist, because Barack Obama was the very person who said, and you can find the quote, that climate change is such a severe problem that just the rising sea levels alone will affect every single coastline. The coastline is dangerous, and it's going to get you, and then goes and builds a $15 million home on the coastline.
Buys one. Yeah.
Buys one, yeah.
Buys one.
That's just mere feet from the water.
So I just bought a $15 million home in a place that I said is going to be dangerous, and you don't need to be there.
Either look, and this is all we can assume from that. Barack Obama does not believe what he's saying, or he's just not very smart. It's one or the other.
Right. Yeah.
You can't have it both ways. You can't tell us that climate change is going to raise sea levels with catastrophic effects everywhere.
To every coastline. All
every
coastline,
and then spend $15 million to buy a house mere feet from the water. I mean, that just doesn't wash. It doesn't make sense.
No.
Somebody help me! Somebody
help me! Help me to work that out. Let's say you're somebody that believes.
He doesn't believe it.
In climate change, man-made climate change.
Because I think he's smarter than that. I just don't think he believes it.
He can't believe it, Bubba. How about this? That's not somebody. That's your opinion. No, that's the fruit of what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Every time I look around. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, we're back. Thank you for being with us today. No Bubba. Bubsy hopefully back tomorrow or soon. Hey. The rest of the gang all here. We hit on this a little bit earlier, but we didn't land, so we'll land on it now. Ozzy Osbourne reveals spinal tumor. The thing that Greg, you made the point. If you have abused your body in all the ways that Ozzy Osbourne has, God has been gracious to Ozzy, giving him maximum opportunity for all repentance of all the things that he may have done in his life, including some of the dark, weird stuff he did. And the fact that he is still alive is so shocking.
At 74.
And now he's going to talk about a spinal tumor, and he talks about at 74, like we all should just go, oh, man, poor Ozzy. He says, well, I probably got 10 years left. At 74? How many people have 10 years left at 74?
I actually looked that he's being optimistic. Instead of the article does it like, hey, Rick, gloom and doom, we got bad news for us. No, I thought that was actually good news.
Right.
If he's got 10 more years. That's amazing.
Yeah, he says at best I've got 10 years left, as if that's a negative. At 74, if I can get 10 more years, I mean, and you've made it this long.
They finally had to, Sherman run him out there and they'd prop him up and he'd sing or move his mouth to tracks, whatever he's doing in the end. I think his health has got to the point where she's quit running him out there. I think because he was supposed to be on this big concert they had in California, and he couldn't do it. I think it's fine. But Rick, hey, bad news. He's only,
I'm 74. This spinal tumor may get me in a decade. He also says he's tired of everybody talking about Parkinson's. It don't even bother him that much.
Is that what he said?
He said that.
I don't want to hear it that bad.
He said that in the article. This is his exact quote. I can't say his exact quote because he throws a word in there. He said, I'm getting tired of reading, and I'll rephrase it, reading the papers, and they're saying things like Ozzy's fighting his last battle. He sung his last Paranoid. You know what? I don't even think about Parkinson's that much. We mentioned this earlier, and a guy called in about how weird Disney is getting, and they're just getting weirder by the day. They seem to have admitted that some of their controversial political and social agenda stuff has hurt the company. Well, yeah. And the shareholders. So they're approaching their 300th birthday, I mean they're celebrating the 300th birthday of the famed economist Adam Smith, and they said that he was the one that came up with the term the invisible hand metaphor, which how people will tell you how they feel about something with what he called the invisible hand when they just stop buying your products. Yep. They don't have to do some big protest.
That's true. Invisible hand.
Yeah, they can just all they can do, and they're saying that Disney's admitting. But here's the question: if you're admitting that it's hurting your bottom line, so that takes off the table one of the lies you hear a lot from leftists is that they're just giving the people what they want. Well, no, this isn't what the people want, but you're doing it anyway. So if I'm a shareholder, I'm looking around going, so can we not do the Michael Jordan?
We're going just?
Yeah, why are we not doing the Michael Jordan? Everybody wants to see cartoons. Everybody wants to see Mickey Mouse. Everybody wants to ride the rides. Everybody wants to buy the stuff. Everybody wants to stay in our overpriced hotels. What are we doing?
Yeah. Let's don't alienate
Yeah,
anybody.
as a shareholder, I would go, I don't want to be on this ride. If you want to do it in your personal life, fine. But I mean, why don't y'all just
kind of hang out in the middle and let everybody show up?
Y'all had family entertainment, almost a monopoly on it.
Oh yeah.
And now we're giving up by continuing this garbage. Another one where you see the inconsistency. Remember, the left loves to talk about choice. Unless it's a choice for the school that you want your kid to attend, then you should have no choice. Anyway, as we've said many times, you can choose whether your child's going to live or die, but if the child decides to be given life, you cannot choose where the child goes to school. So Tennessee Governor Bill Lee is announcing statewide school choice proposal. He said, obviously, there's more work to do, but he says, I want to take school choice statewide in Tennessee, and so he's hoping that he can get this done. Arkansas, Sarah Huckabee is also in line with this. So they're announcing the Education Free Scholarship Act, extending school choice to every family across rural and urban Tennessee communities, and going to do something. Listen to how straightforward this sounds, but how it's so vilified. We would like for parents to be able to have a say in their child's education. Sanders has already signed an expansive school choice voucher bill into law in Arkansas. It's one of the things I've never really understood about politicians that are on the left. It seems like vouchers for people to leave horrible school systems for their child to have a better education, even if they can't afford to move to that community. It seems odd that the left would not agree with the right on that.
Mm-hmm.
That seems in line with we claim to be the party for poor people, and unfortunate people and wealthy people get all these benefits that the middle class and the poor don't get. And then you go, well, how about a school voucher for the poor and the middle class? And they go, no, not that. We know they're going to stay right there in that terrible school.
Whoa.
Yeah, that we're not going to do. That does seem to be inconsistent.
Yeah,
if you're from that world. The Royals, they're in England, and I know that we all are very, very concerned about what they're doing.
Helmsy is. He loves the Royals.
You know, there's a new series. The Crown's updated.
Yeah, only 4 episodes this time.
It caught me off guard. I was a little frustrated.
I'm surprised you knew that.
Oh, he's into the Crown too.
I started watching and quit watching. I'll have to go back.
Crown's a great show.
Wait a minute. You watch the Crown?
I like the Crown. It's
Speedy. You'd love the Crown, and Terry would love the Crown.
The Crown is not just a Canadian whiskey.
No,
it is
not, Rick.
Yeah, it is. So, I think it's actually well done.
Yeah, very historical.
Right there it is. I said it.
It's shot really well.
It really
is.
Are you into?
It's a good product.
Matter of fact,
it's a good product.
I'm not in, but I've seen quite a few episodes.
I was watching it for
excellent.
a while, then we quit watching it. So now if I go back, I'm going to have to go back to the beginning because I don't remember anything.
I'm thinking about doing that anyway.
You'll remember.
It's such a good product.
Yeah. Just take the series, Greg, take the different seasons, and just stick with that topic.
Yeah.
It's different parts of the history of this bunch and Queen Elizabeth, and just go, well, this particular season is this period of what's happening. Like this
She's
latest
married
one,
in this one.
4 or 5.
Yeah,
4 or 5 seasons.
This last season is nothing but the Princess Di.
Which is really good. You forget how impactful that was at that time.
Why did she ever get mixed up with that guy?
Duty.
Yeah, the daddy. Why did she get mixed up with him?
Who are you?
Stop Duty. What's his name?
It is Doty, something like that.
Doo-doo?
Yeah.
Then he owned like big.
He did.
You had time to watch this.
Oh, well, sometimes you never know.
And why were they so scared of people with cameras?
Well,
I mean, I don't know.
You never know. But anyway,
I'd be different if you're running for somebody.
Speedy's
with a gun.
really caught off guard that we're into this.
No, not you.
Yeah.
Him. And I'm pointing to
But
Rick.
we've talked about this.
I missed Rick talking about it. I've heard you talk about it a lot.
Well, sometimes Sherry and I will find a product that we go, look, I think we can equally enjoy this.
All right.
I'm
not hating on it. I just
America
didn't see
loves
you doing
this one.
it.
Yeah.
I liked the Churchill era.
I'll give
I
it
did too.
That was my favorite.
Anything Churchill, I'm in on.
I
By
really
the way,
am too.
Any movies?
Did you just look that up?
No. It's good. It's good.
No, I'm talking about to him.
Yeah.
I know you have watched
Hey,
it.
Golden Bachelor finals coming on.
Oh,
I just
yeah,
saw the
Thursday.
commercial.
I thought that's over.
Speaking of really old people.
Yeah.
That was after the Rose.
Now something I will never watch.
Mm-hmm.
Final episode. No spoilers, guys.
Did you know that Sherry actually said yesterday we were eating, and she goes, I realize that I shouldn't be concerned that I'm starting to look old. And I said, well, yeah, you shouldn't be concerned about that. She goes, no, I mean, I actually tested it. And I said, what is that? She goes, you don't have a problem watching me eat.
Oh, wow. As of right now.
That's a good gauge.
And I was like, oh, really? You noticed that? She goes, oh, yeah, I noticed you watch me eat with no problem. Right? Good point. So I must still look pretty young. You know it? And I said, yeah, what? I never thought about that. That's true.
Makes sense.
That's true. But anyway, there's another Harry and Meghan book coming out.
Thank God.
Read it. Yeah, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
way breaking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fat will get you